Hey guys, what's up? What's up? Hold on a second. How's everybody doing? If anybody's even in there, in here, doing a little Delphi. I was just watching Lauren. She just ended. Okay. Oh shoot, that's my old live. Hold on a second. Let me turn off my air conditioner. I forgot about that. Sounds so much better without it. Anyway, hi everybody. How many of you guys have been watching the trial updates? Because I have been like obsessed with it because this case has been like for 7 years, something that's been a part of my everyday, or not every day, but like always keeping up with anything that was going on with this case. Who's here? Hey Mama Bear, hey K Court, Sarah. Happy Halloween, everybody. Cassie, Lavender, Sarah. You're cute. So what I was gonna do, it's Halloween. Happy Halloween, by the way. Hey Harley, hey Braggs. Is there anybody that's not familiar with this case? I would think not if you're here, right? The trial's been going on, okay? So God, it's good. So Richard Allen is on trial. Cheers, everybody. I'm doing a cotton candy bang energy. So what I did is I hope you guys will it'll be entertaining. Well, I don't want to say entertaining, but hopefully it'll be informative. So what I did is I've been watching Lauren Hidden True Crime for all my updates, but also I have been watching news clips, like different news. There's like 4 or 5 different local stations. So I've been watching those too. So what I did was I went through and I gathered like every day. I got all the news clips from those local channels every day for every trial day. And so what I've been doing is putting them in order. So like trial day 1, and I've been like doing like clips from all the news clips, which is interesting because it'll have like pictures of the people testifying. It'll have, pictures of maybe the family walking in or out of court and stuff like that. So I'm not planning on doing a summary shoot. Actually, this you might be a little lost, but no, okay. 2 girls, I could give you a quick summary. So 2 girls were, well, we didn't learn until recently how they were killed. We learned, well, a couple years ago in Ron Logan's warrant, we learned it was a sharp object. But this county, this investigation has been so secretive and so like not sharing everything. Hence, they won't even allow people to take in their phones. They Lauren said that they're telling, and I think it's the state that's telling the witnesses, don't worry about talking into the mic because we just have to hear you. People in the back, who cares if they can hear? We just have to hear you. What a bunch of crap. Makes me mad. And then like the judge tried to seal stuff. A lot of the times the stuff's been sealed. Anyway, so 7 years ago, February 13th, Abby and Libby went walking on the Monon High Bridge. There's like a trail. They have Libby videoed it, that the down the hill video where the guy's like, guys down the hill, and in the back of, I guess it's really far away. You could see Bridge Guy walking towards them, and then it goes to the ground. You can only see, like, you can't see him anymore, but you hear him say, guys down the hill. Then we find out that they're, well, actually, you'll see as we watch the trial stuff how they are killed. Anyway, Richard Allen, 5 years later, they finally arrest a guy, Richard Allen. Okay. He admits it, he confesses, and now he's trying to say it's not him. But yeah, that's what we'll go through. So the trial is like going through all this little pieces of evidence. But yeah, basically their throats were cut naked. It came out that they both were naked at one point. And so yeah, that's like a quick summary. There's a ton of little details in between, but we'll do the trial here. So like I said, the first one's going to be day 1, but I started out with a clip where it's News Nation and she's talking about like before opening statements. I started out with her like talking about like them getting the jurors and how long it took to get the jurors and stuff. So let me put on my headphones. And I might be in 2 parts because this compilation of all the days is over 5 hours long. I could probably skip through a little bit of it, and I also do wanna kinda talk a little bit in between. I wanna give my thoughts because I have a lot of thoughts as I'm watching this, but I might save a lot of my thoughts till, like, after I maybe part 3 or something where I could talk more about it. Um, oh, they're so good, the cotton candy. Okay, let me start the videos. Like I said, it's just a bunch of news clips, and then they're just organized in like day 1, day 2. So the first one's gonna be like, uh, pre-opening statements is the first clip, and then opening statements day 1. It's not the trial, it's just the news clip because, like I said, they're not allowed to record, so it's just them talking about what happened, okay? Alright, hold on. Wait a minute, dude. Oh, I just put them in the wrong folder. I just thought I lost all of them. I'm like, "Where are all my trial compilation?" I put them in a different folder. Oh my god, I almost just had a freaking oh, I was like, "Did I just lose all of that?" Okay, here we go. Wait, where's hold on, day 11? Or I'll figure it out when I after I start it. Alright, day 1, here we go. Alright, here we go. So it's News Nation is the first one I play.
Wanted. 16 people willing or at least able to put their lives on hold for a solid month and move 100 miles away, where their days will be spent in a courtroom and their nights will be spent stuck in a mid-priced hotel. Any takers? Because amazingly, it took less than 2 days to find those people. 12 jurors and 4 alternates in the long-awaited murder trial of that guy, Richard Allen, in Indiana, and the opening statements are set for this Friday. Richard Allen is accused of killing 13-year-old Abby Williams and 14-year-old Libby German near an abandoned railway bridge in Delphi, Indiana, more than 7.5 years ago. But 2 bombshells were dropped by the defense before the opening statements even get underway. One of Allen's attorneys revealed that hair was found clutched in the hand of Abby Williams when they found her body. We'd never heard that before. And bombshell number 2, the hair did not belong to Richard Allen. How's that for reasonable doubt? On the other side, of course, are jailhouse phone calls to his wife where Allen allegedly admits over and over to killing the girls and, quote, incriminating statements to both inmates and guards, end quote. All of that during his time in lockup. But the defense says that Allen said all of those things under duress and in a state of psychosis. And remember those composite sketches that the police put out during the 5 long years they were looking for a suspect? The sketches bear little resemblance to Richard Allen, and the state now wants those barred from the trial. But I want to bring in Russ McQuaid, a reporter with News Nation affiliate Fox 59 in Indianapolis. So let's talk about that hair, because that it just feels like that it would have just taken the oxygen out of the courtroom. Did it? And what does it mean?
Well, for so many of us that have covered this case, not only for 7.5 years, but the 2 years going back to this month in 2022 when Richard Allen was put under arrest. And right away, we had difficulty getting answers about the search warrant, about the probable cause, even his whereabouts as he was moved from jail to jail in secret without lawyer representation. This is why when we attended the jury selection the last 2 days, it's very important not only to see what the jurors say when they're questioned, can you be fair and impartial, but you also have to listen to what the attorneys say, because through their questions, you start to get a lead on where they're going with their strategy and their case. And it was on the second day, today, not the first day, when Andrew Baldwin, one of the defense attorneys, as he is trotting out several of the aspects of the state's case, which he says won't hold water, and he said, yes, there was hair discovered in Abby's hands, and that hair did not belong to Richard Allen.
Let me ask you this, because there's some other stuff that really sort of jumps out. In 2022, Libby's grandma said in an interview that the police told her there was DNA in the case. Just days after the actual murder itself in 2017, the sheriff told your station that they had DNA evidence, and then law enforcement later asked to have that information pulled from the website. Does that start to square with this bombshell today?
I was told that was DNA of a state trooper, assuming it was a state trooper that was down there investigating the crime scene. I was told that personally within the first few days of the investigation. Then that information sort of went away. It's like a lot of things in this case where they pop up and then suddenly they don't seem to hold water, as you had previously mentioned. Now we have a hearing on Thursday morning where the prosecution wants to quash the sketches, which came from a state police artist taking the description of witnesses on the bridge of people they allegedly saw there that day. That as recently as this last July, the lead state police trooper verified and vouched for those sketches in open court. And now, 2 months later, the state wants to pull those from evidence because they say they don't look like Richard Allen. They were only investigative tools that we were using along the way. And if the defense is successful in showing these to the jurors, it will just confuse them because they don't look like Richard Allen.
Now at noon, standing in line to see justice at work in the murders of Delphi teens Abby Williams and Libby German. Members of the public, some in line since last night outside the courthouse, there to see the trial of Richard Allen begin.
The morning got started a little bit late. That's because Judge Frangel says a number of media personnel actually violated the order, saying that they were not allowed to videotape the jury. 5 cameras were confiscated and 4 total media members have been officially banned from the Delphi double murders trial. Opening statements took about an hour to complete. Both sides, of course, letting that jury know what they're going to expect for the duration of the trial. The state, Nicholas McClellan, the prosecutor here in Carroll County, went over what they say they're going to say happened, including their evidence that they say ties Richard Allen to Abby Williams and Libby German's death. The defense obviously then did their opening statements. Andrew Baldwin telling the jury to please wait and, quote, he said Richard Allen is an innocent man. He truly is. Family of both Abby Williams and Libby German have packed the courtroom. Richard Allen's family also inside of the courtroom. There was about 60 people who waited in line, many overnight throughout the night, trying to get a seat in the courtroom. Only 27 seats were available to the public, so a number of people turned away, expecting the first witness to take to the stand, as well as several other witnesses throughout day 1 of the Delphi murders trial.
For the first time today, we got a look at Richard Allen's signed confessions to the Delphi double murders. Now, keep in mind, since there were no cameras allowed in the courtroom here behind me in Fort Wayne, this is a rough sketch of what that confession looked like on this Indiana Department of Corrections request for interview. You can see it's.
So real quick, I know some people I've read where people are like, oh, they don't really have the real confession. Where did they go? They lost it. No, they have it, but because the people can't take pictures or they can't do anything and they can't, and they like copied it exactly from the exhibit, the real thing, but they copied it exactly from the exhibit. So they could report on it. So us, the public, could see what it looked like. So they probably I'm sure they probably did a good job and they tried to copy exactly what it looked like because she has exhibits, I guess, that the media is allowed to go look at, but you can't touch it. You can't take pictures. You're just allowed to look at it. You can take notes with a pen and a paper. So you see, it says, I'm ready to officially confess killing Abby and Libby. It says, I hope I get the opportunity to tell the families I'm sorry. But yeah.
Says, I am ready to officially confess for killing Abby and Libby. I hope I get the opportunity to tell the families I'm sorry. Then signed with Richard Allen's signature and dated received March 5th, 2023. Now, we do know that Richard Allen has made more than 60 apparent confessions, some to crimes that never happened. Further, those exhibits showed that the Delphi Police Department had an audio DVR error. All of the audio recordings of interviews were taped over up to February 20th, 2017. That is a 6-day window after the girls' bodies were found and that investigation into the murders began. The exhibit did not list who those interviews that were taped over were with. On the defense's side of things, those exhibits, more than 24 of them with hundreds of pages of documents, mostly went toward forming their theory around Odinism and that a group of Odinists were responsible for the killings of Abby and Libby. Multiple depositions and interview notes with people from Delphi and surrounding areas were made public to us today inside the courtroom, but Judge Gold has ordered that theory not be used in the trial happening right now. Further, many of those people that were named have not been mentioned publicly in any court documents or by police. We do expect to see and hear Richard Allen's confessions at some point in this trial. On the defense's side of things, they have maintained Richard Allen is an innocent man who was put under undue stress during his time behind bars.
WTHR is so fortunate that for 6 out of the first 8 days, we were able in the draw to have a member of one of our journalists in the courtroom for a firsthand account of what the developments are. We were in there today for the opening statement and the very first testimony. Bob Siegel was in the courtroom this morning, switched out this afternoon with Emily Longnecker. Testimony has now wrapped for the day.
Yes.
What would you say are the key moments?
Well, the key moments really came during opening arguments when both the prosecutor and the state shared with the jury. They kind of outlined what the jury is going to hear. And they made it very clear that the jury is going to hear some really tough evidence and testimony. And some of the really emotional testimony that we heard from today, it got started right off the bat with Becky Patty, Libby German's grandmother, who just explained just the agonizing hours of that first day when the girls were not where they were supposed to be after visiting the Monon High Bridge, and then just that next agonizing day when the girls' bodies were actually found. I will mention, I was able to sit in the courtroom in the first row, just a few feet behind Richard Allen. So I thought I would just mention some of the things.
Guys that don't, so that's Libby's mom right here. Is that Kelsey? I didn't get to see if that was Kelsey walking beside her. I should have pointed out some of the family as they were walking for people that don't know the case. That's Libby's grandma that she lived with. Libby basically lived with her grandparents. That's Becky Patty. That's Kelsey. That's her sister right here. She's the one that dropped the girls off. And that was the hair that they found in Abby's hand was Kelsey's, but Kelsey's the one that dropped them off. And Abby was wearing Kelsey's hoodie. So it's not that weird that there was a piece of hair, her hair in her hand. But yeah.
Actually found. I will mention, I was able to sit in the courtroom in the first row, just a few feet behind Richard Allen. So I thought I would just mention some of the things that we noticed about the defendant today. He came in, he's not wearing the prison jumpsuit that we've seen him in for most of the last 2 years since he's been arrested. He's wearing khakis and a purple shirt, a tightly shaved haircut. He, right before the judge and the jury walked in, he bowed his head, he put his hands together, and he prayed. That was the first thing we noticed. He took notes throughout the entire testimony today. And right now he's on his way back to the Cass County Jail. The families, it was a hard day for them. They've been waiting for this day for a very long time. But, for them, there were tears shed by the families listening to that emotional testimony. Richard Allen, at one point, he shed some tears as there was discussion just about his time that he's been spending in prison and what this has done to his 30-year marriage. So, again, very emotional. We are very pleased to be able to be in the courtroom to bring all of this information to you. And we will be there tomorrow. We will be there on Monday and most of next week as well.
All right. It really struck me when they were talking about the condition of the girls and to prepare the jurors to be prepared to hear some of those gruesome details.
Yeah.
It's what nobody wants to listen to, for sure.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yes. All right.
Legal expert Katie Jackson Lindsay has been following today's developments in the Delphi murders trial as well. And Katie, let's dive right in here. What was the biggest revelation of today?
Well, I think the biggest revelation was learning for certain the cause of death. We have speculated, we've learned some things through the pleadings that have been filed, but knowing that for certain was a big thing. And then along with that, hearing from the defense that there may be evidence that the bodies were moved at some point. I think that's really big evidence or a preview of really big evidence that we might hear during the trial.
So the prosecution's first witness today was Libby's grandma, Becky Patty, who testified for about an hour about the girls going to the bridge and then learning the girls were not alive. Why did the prosecutor choose a family member to start their opening statement today?
Well, first, there's this technical legal issue that people don't really think about, that the prosecution has the burden of proving that these victims were at some point alive. And so that seems really silly, but that is a part of the elements that they have to prove. And so it's really common to call a next of kin witness to do that. There's also the added benefit of humanizing the victims at that point, giving them a personality, giving them more than just a face, and the things that the jury will hear about their murder during the trial. And then finally, Becky Patty sort of serves two roles. She is that next of kin witness that can prove that there was life, but she's also a fact witness because she actually had contact with the girls on that day and can sort of add to the timeline that the state's going to be presenting.
And the defense team has already said that there is reasonable doubt and the state's investigation has just been messed up from the beginning. How do you think that's going to play a role?
Well, I think what we saw was defense counsel really taking advantage of one of the jury instructions. And that instruction is that reasonable doubt can arise from the evidence or lack of evidence. And he really leaned into that and used his opening statement as an opportunity to give the jury a preview of those challenges and a roadmap of the challenges to look for. And so I thought that he did a good job just out the gate, really honing in on that.
Richard Allen's defense attorney also attacked the cell phone evidence in the state's case. Why is that key to their case?
Well, we've always known that the cell phone evidence was key in terms of what was found on the cell phone, the down the hill audio, as it's been called. But we now know not just what's on the cell phone, but the cell phone data in terms of the ping data and connecting to towers is going to come into play as it relates to the timeline of when that phone may have moved, when it was connecting to towers and what towers it was connecting to. And that's going to be really important in terms of timeline.
The morning Abby Williams and Libby German disappeared, they ate banana pancakes. It was breakfast for them after a sleepover at Libby's house, February 13th, 2017. That was the last day anyone would see these two girls alive. On day one, the prosecution and the defense laying out their theories of this case, and Abby and Libby's family members taking the witness stand. A lot to unpack on this Friday night.
This was the first day the jury heard from witnesses in this case. Most of them were family members of Abby and Libby who talked about two young girls who loved playing volleyball, loved being in band, who were dear friends that loved each other. Some of the most heart-wrenching testimony came from Libby's grandmother, Becky Patty, who testified she told Libby to take a jacket that day before she went out. And Libby told her, quote, "Grandma, I'll be okay." Patty recalled trying to get in touch with Libby after the girls didn't show up at the spot where Libby's dad went to pick them up. Patty said, quote, "We called, we kept calling and kept calling." Patty also recalled the moment the next day when investigators called to say they had found the girls. Patty testified she thought that meant they were okay, saying, quote, "I couldn't understand why they weren't taking me to her. And then I saw the coroner's van drive by, and that's when I realized they weren't alive." Kelsey Siebert, Libby's older sister, also testified about how close they were, saying, quote, "She was more like my best friend than a sister." Siebert described dropping the girls off at the bridge that day for a hike. After 4, she said her grandmother called to say Abby and Libby were missing, so she met family at the bridge to search for them. Abby's mother, Anna Williams, teared up and paused when she was asked to describe her only child. She called Abby shy and very kind, saying she loved to read. Williams said she didn't know Abby was going to the bridge that Monday after letting her sleep over at Libby's the night before. Williams said she was at work at a local bar when she missed back-to-back calls from Becky Patty. When Williams answered, she said she learned her daughter and Libby were missing. Williams testified she told her boss she'd probably be back, saying, quote, "I don't know what these girls are up to, but it's probably not that big of a deal." This trial is scheduled until mid-November. Friday, both sides laid out a roadmap of the arguments they'll present to the jury. In opening statements, the prosecution said the jury will see gruesome crime scene photos of the girls after they were murdered and hear testimony from witnesses who place Allen at the crime scene. The prosecution also plans to let the jury hear confessions from Richard Allen during his time in custody. The defense told the jury the state's investigation was messed up from the beginning and that Richard Allen is truly innocent. They said there's reasonable doubt and that the prosecution's case is going to fall apart before your very eyes.
Another big development in court. Composite sketches of a supposed suspect will not be allowed in this trial, so that means jurors won't see or hear about them. Police released those composite sketches back in 2017 and 2019. These images were widely circulated, but the prosecutor says they were not used to identify Richard Allen.
It was the Carroll County prosecutor's 15-minute opening statement that stood out to legal analyst Katie Jackson-Lindsay. Prosecutor Nick McClellan said the case is about 3 things: the bridge guy, the unspent bullet found at the scene, and the brutal murders of Libby and Abby.
The state's opening statement was brief, it was broad, it didn't give us a whole lot of new information outside of what we've already gleaned from the pretrial proceedings.
Then came the defense. Attorney Andrew Baldwin spent an hour giving the opening statement, focusing on reasonable doubt. Baldwin told jurors a hair found in Abby's hand had a root with DNA that was never tested. Baldwin also told the jury none of Allen's DNA was found at the scene and no other forensic evidence placed him there.
The defense really leaned into the issues that the state is going to have with their evidence. And I think that's telling. And I think it shows us that there's really going to be an uphill battle for the state.
Jackson Lindsay was surprised to learn additional cell phone evidence will be admitted in court. Ping data that can reveal the location of a phone at specific times, showing whether it moved from one place to another.
And that could be even more impactful than the audio that we've been hearing for many years, because it may suggest that the bodies were actually moved, which could play into whether or not Richard Allen had the ability and opportunity to commit this crime.
This is a city of about 2,300 people. And now the renewed avalanche of attention on this small Indiana community has left many residents there really frustrated. We saw not welcome signs on most of the businesses around the town square today. Seats inside the courtroom, they're limited. But there were lines that started forming last night of people wanting a spot inside.
And I've been in Indiana since this happened. You know, I lived one county over, and the fact that they had so many people that came in from, you know, YouTube to get in, and some of them were from media that also got in that, you know, weren't getting in on their credential passes and stuff, that the limited amount of seats for the residents was so limited. I couldn't even get in. There was only 2 people from the county of Carroll that got in, and it's just really sad and disappointing.
Because of the added traffic in Delphi, there is added security, fencing, barriers, and cameras around the courthouse.
McClellan told the jurors that Allen forced Libby and Abby off the bridge at gunpoint with the goal of sexually assaulting them. Libby was just 14 and Abby 13. Allen's planned sexual assault of the girls was interrupted, according to McClellan, so he slit Libby's throat. Abby's throat was also cut. Libby was found naked and covered in blood, according to McClellan, and Abby was found wearing Libby's clothes. Abby's clothes, including her tie-dye t-shirt, were found in a creek. McClellan let the jurors know that the crime scene was gruesome and bloody. McClellan told the jurors that the evidence includes video of Bridge Guy, you just saw that, an unspent bullet found at the crime scene that investigators said had been cycled through a gun owned by Allen, and Allen's multiple confessions that he says include details about Libby and Abby's murders that only the killer would know. Those confessions came when Allen was behind bars after he had been charged, and they were statements that he made to his mother and wife. Allen reportedly shook his head no when the prosecutor said these things during his opening statement. Allen's attorneys say the confessions were not voluntary and that they were the product of him being incarcerated in solitary confinement in terrible conditions. Attorney Andrew Baldwin gave a longer opening statement than the prosecution, and he talked about a botched police investigation into the murders of Libby and Abby. He also questioned the science the prosecution is using to link the unspent bullet found at the crime scene to Richard Allen's gun. Baldwin questioned the state's timeline, saying video evidence from the area doesn't match the state's theory that Richard Allen is the killer. Richard Allen, by his own admission, was on the bridge that day, but he maintains he did not see the girls. The defense also suggested that Abby and Libby were abducted and taken away, but then brought back to the area later and murdered. And as I told you previously, Baldwin told the jury that a hair that does not belong to Richard Allen was found on Abby's finger wrapped around it. Baldwin said the hair was not Libby's and it came from a female. Becky Patty, Libby's grandmother, was the first witness to testify. Patty described her granddaughter as active, very smart, involved in sports, and she said she had a ton of friends. Patty said Libby and Abby were inseparable. The girls played volleyball and were in the band. That Monday, they wanted to go to the Monon High Trail. The prosecutor said crossing the bridge was considered a rite of passage for teens in the area. WTHR reported that Patty said tearfully, she came to the office saying goodbye. Patty said she told Libby to grab a jacket, and Libby responded, "Grandma, I'll be okay." Patty also said that she was asked to provide hairs for DNA analysis 2 days before she testified, and that could be an effort by the prosecution to determine whether Patty's hair was the hair in Abby's hand. The girls did not show up at the spot where they were supposed to be picked up at 3:30 that afternoon. Libby's dad testified that he called her cell phone, but she didn't answer. The girls were found the next day. The man who found them testified on Saturday. Abby Williams' mother also testified about losing her only child. She talked about Abby being active in their church and hanging out with a small group of friends. Bob Siegel from WTHR in Indianapolis has tweeted a view of the courtroom since cameras are not allowed inside. One thing that's interesting is that jurors are allowed to ask questions. They write them down, and then the judge asks the questions of the witnesses. Now, two things that Judge Gall has ruled the jury will not see: two composite sketches released in 2017 and 2019. The defense argued they are relevant because they don't resemble Allen. The state disagreed and said they weren't used to ID Richard Allen and would confuse the jury. I want to bring in Bob Mata of the Defense Diaries podcast. He has been in the courtroom. So, Bob, opening statements, there were some new revelations from the prosecution, including the fact that Abby and Libby, their throats were slit. That appears to be the cause of death. Libby was naked, but Abby was wearing Libby's clothes. This is a very strange set of facts that we have here.
Yeah, I didn't. I think we had heard at some point in the hearings that the girls had been killed with somebody using a sharp instrument. So, and I think that we had heard that the throats was this. To be honest with you, Nick McClelland's opening was about 15 to 17 minutes long, and there was no new information that I thought. Like I've been following the case pretty intently for a long time. This was kind of that thing where I'm waiting to hear, okay, well, what else do they have? Because we've always known about him being at the bridge, the bullet, and now this evidence, which they seem to be completely relying on, which is the confessions, which happened while he's in custody in a prison for 4 months in solitary post-arrest. That becomes the focal point of their case. It doesn't sound like they have anything else. Everybody was like, what else do you have? So it was a short closing for a case, or opening rather, for a case of this magnitude. So I didn't really find that to be any revelations for me personally. As far as Baldwin goes, he went on for probably about an hour. It was fact-filled in terms of what the defense's theory is. He meandered a bit, but you tend to do that in openings. He had some revelations in his opening. So opening statements are not evidence, okay? Opening statements are a roadmap for the jury to hear what they can expect to hear from both the state and the defense during the course of the trial. So as far as Baldwin goes, he said some things that I had not heard. One being that I found was, aside from the hair wrapped around Libby's finger, which we had heard news of a little bit, but we didn't get the details of that. What also came out is that in 7 years, they have not figured out whose hair that was. They know that it's not Richard Allen's. They know that it's not Libby's, and they know that it's not Abby's hair either. So where we're at now is we know that it's a female hair, and that's it. This was wrapped around her finger and would seem to be indicative of maybe her pulling somebody's hair. So I don't think that there can ever be an assumption that maybe there wasn't. And in this case, where law enforcement themselves have always said that they thought that there were potentially multiple people involved with this. So the other big thing was a witness named Betsy Blair. Now, if you've been following the case at all, there were two composites that were released by law enforcement, one in July of 2017 and then one in 2019. July of 2017 was an older, probably 40-year-old, heavier set gentleman with like kind of a scruffy goatee looking beard, a head covering, kind of like jowls on the side. And then the 2019 is a much younger looking individual, maybe mid-20s, fluffy hair, no kind of facial hair whatsoever, very fresh faced, looked to be, to me, 20 years younger. she is the witness that stated that was the person that she saw on the bridge. Okay, the second composite. What was the biggest bombshell to me is that Baldwin has claimed that Betsy Blair left the trails at 2:15 in order to go to the bathroom, that she goes out there 3 to 4 times a week to exercise. That's where she does her walking. And that she had to go to the bathroom. There's a library that's within walking distance. She left to go use the restroom at the library. She passes the CPS, the old CPS parking lot, wherein the state has said that Richard Allen had parked his vehicle. And Richard Allen said, that's where I parked. At 2:15 p.m., the Ford Focus was not there, was gone. And she said that there was a a car that looked like a car that her father used to own when she was a kid, like an old 1970, somewhere in that frame, Mercury Comet, which looks nothing like a Ford Focus. Point being is that would see if that holds true at trial, if she gets on the stand and testifies that when she went out at 2:15 and passed the old CPS parking lot, that Rick Allen's car was not there, that means Rick Allen was gone by 2:15, which completely blows apart the state's timeline. So she potentially is a huge witness, huge.
Bob, Nick McClelland said in his opening statement that their belief is that the motive for this crime was that the girls would have been sexually assaulted by Richard Allen, but that he was interrupted. So tell me a little bit about that, because members of the general public might not know about this.
Yeah, so that seems to be their theory, which would go to explaining why Libby was unclothed when she was discovered, and why Abby was wearing some of Libby's clothing. So the kind of a trigger warning, because the crime scene, you've got Libby who is unclothed, and then you've got Abby who is clothed, fully clothed with some of Libby's clothing. And I think this is coming from one of Allen's confessions, where he says, from what we've heard, that it sounds like he said, that's what I'm guessing. It's the only place it can come from. It can't come from anywhere else. It's got to be, because Nick McClelland said that Rick Allen testified to something that only the killer, or confessed to only something the killer could know. And for the state to say that, well, that is actually a revelation that we had not heard, that they do believe that there was sexual assault that was intended but didn't happen because he was interrupted either by a car, which I don't see how a car would. I'm having a hard time understanding, having walked down to that crime scene as recently as last Friday, where there would be a vehicle that would have been able to see him, or obviously the other thing could have been a person, but they would have had to come down the hill. So we're going to have to, we're going to find out a lot more, obviously, when we get testimony and when we start hearing the confessions played in court, because at this point, them's just words.
Yeah. I mean, I think we'll have to wait to hear how he says it. You can tell a lot by the way somebody says something, the content of what is said.
Yes.
And then possibly matching that up with the crime scene photos. Let's talk now about the bullet, because the bullet is one of the big things that the prosecution is hanging its hat on. And that is this cartridge that wasn't a fired round, but it was somehow cycled through the Sig Sauer gun, according to the prosecution, that Richard Allen owned, and that it was found in between the girls' two bodies. It has the extraction marks or what have you from the firearm. The defense is saying, look, they didn't test other guns. And it's my understanding they're asking, did law enforcement show up? And when they showed up, did they have guns? Of course they had guns. So they're saying, look, they didn't do their due diligence in examining other firearms. But the prosecution's saying, basically, we didn't have to because it came from Richard Allen's gun. So that's going to be a big point of contention in this case.
Yes, it is. And so we did get some details. It was a 40 caliber Winchester round. Baldwin did make the point pretty adamantly during openings that, look, Sig Sauers are what cops carry. 40 calibers, the caliber gun that they carry. It's very common. And so, yeah, that is going to be the biggest battleground. The two biggest battlegrounds are going to be the unspent casing and the confessions. there is going to be a lot of testimony in terms of the defense putting on people from the prison, whether it be other inmates, Monica Walla, who was Alan's psychiatrist or psychologist in prison, in order to explain the conditions of his confinement, exactly what was going on with him. As we heard back in July and August, he was not in a good place mentally. He was disturbed. So, but that doesn't necessarily mean that a person's lying or truthing either way. There is nothing that we can glean from the fact if he had a psychological break that he's now confessing everything that's true. We don't know if he's being fed information, because again, in a case, and I know this from being a defense attorney, when the state feels like they may not have the most powerful case, and they're always looking for more evidence, that's just common sense. And that's good practice, right? You're always trying to build your case up. So I think that ultimately when they arrested Alan with kind of the bullet, which they know isn't powerful evidence in the sense that it's going to be very, very heavily challenged. Now, that does not mean that it won't resonate with the jury, but I'm going to tell you, based on the 7 questions that we heard on day 2, this jury sounds sharp. This jury is listening to this case. This jury's leaning in. They're taking notes. It seems to be a very detailed oriented jury to me. Like, I'm not seeing anybody dozing. I'm just seeing people that are really looking into it. So when that all comes, that's the battleground, whether or not they can actually pull an extraction. Because the one thing that Baldwin said about the extracted bullet, which means it just ejected out of the top, right? Full unspent casing just popped out, like probably when the gun was racked. So it was like blink, and then fell on the ground. So what Baldwin had said during his opening is it's not going to matter what the experts say. He's like, you have eyes, use your eyes, and you compare if it looks the same as Richard Allen's. Use your own eyes. So we're going to see it. I mean, we're going to see that evidence. We're going to see what the comparisons are. So I'm obviously really interested to see that.
Bob, take me into the courtroom a little bit. The jurors, we've seen some pictures on Twitter from some of the reporters covering the case. The jurors are in a box. The 4 alternates are in front. There's like a table with a black tablecloth. That's just the best they can do, I guess, according to the judge. That's, they're making do with what they can do in the courtroom. But it's my understanding from reading the accounts that Richard Allen was praying in the courtroom before the opening statement started. When they were talking about him confessing, he was shaking his head no. His wife shook her head no as well, because the state is going to apparently play these phone calls in which he confessed, according to the prosecution. The defense is saying those are not voluntary confessions. They're false confessions. He was in solitary. He was mentally a mess. He was, just saying whatever. So talk to me about what is going on in the courtroom, what you're seeing, since we can't be in there. We can't have a camera in there.
Yeah, it is a very small courtroom. It's quaint. There is the jury box that obviously sits 12. And as you said, they have the 4 alternates seated right in front of that with a small table with black tablecloth. You then have defense counsel's table closest to the jury box. And then you have the state's table, their counsel table right next to them. They have a large 85-inch touchscreen that Nick McClellan tried to use on his opening statement. I actually felt bad having been an attorney, knowing where you're at in your head, trying to get ready to give
it wouldn't work. So he couldn't.
Right, it wouldn't work. So that's an inauspicious start for when you have like a really high pressure moment in your life. So I felt for him, and he did the best he could. I think it probably rattled him. It would have rattled me for certain in that moment in time, because you're probably putting pictures of the girls up, doing the things that you're going to do when you're making an opening. Judge is seated there, very tight quarters. The gallery is very small as well. They've got us basically on 2 sides. You've got the bulk of the left-hand side behind the state's counsel table is the family of both Abby and Libby. And then you've got the press. There is some press in the front row. So they have the press set up in the front rows on both sides. Kathy Allen, Rick's mother, are on the right-hand side behind defense counsel table. The public is and there's only 23 seats for the public, are all behind defense counsel table as well.
Bob, talk to me a little bit about the first witnesses who testified, and that would have been Libby's grandmother, Becky Patty, and some other family members, because they're really starting at the beginning of the case. The girls were off school, they left. One of the really sad things was she told the girls to be careful, and Libby said, Grandma will be fine. And they weren't fine. Just horrible. So talk to me about watching these family members testify.
Yeah. So Becky Patty was the first, who is Libby's grandmother, and who Libby lived with, along with Derek German and her sister Kelsey and their stepbrother Cody, who is Mike Patty, who is Becky Patty's husband, second husband. That is his child, Cody. He's an adult. So they all lived in the house. So Becky came up, just incredibly brave, powerful woman. I mean, this has been going on for 7 years in their lives, this nightmare. And she just went up there and did what she had to do. She really was able to maintain her composure under just brutal circumstances. I mean, she cracked at one point, which is obviously to be expected. And but for the most part, I mean, she really powered through very, very difficult testimony. In terms of kind of got a lot of background about Libby. I mean, these were definitely the proof of life witnesses and also the beginning of the timeline witnesses. And then after Becky, Kelsey testified. Kelsey, again, was very matter of fact. It was frankly a little shorter than I thought. I thought it, in the cross was very short. Andy Baldwin from the defense did the cross of the Patties, obviously cognizant that you're not going hard at family members on the stand in a case like this. You have to really try to tread carefully, otherwise you'll lose the jury. So Kelsey got up there, told her version of what had happened. That's where we learned that she had given Libby one of her sweatshirts from the back of the car that had never been worn. It was a Delphi swimming t-shirt or a sweatshirt from the school. She was on the swim team. She said that Libby put that on. She said that she had given Abby a small windbreaker, light windbreaker that you can see in the one picture of Abby on the bridge. You can see her wearing that windbreaker. Talked about dropping the girls off, and then kind of talked about her timeline afterwards, what she did with respect to the search. We then had Derek German, who was Libby's father, testify. He was the one who was supposed to pick the girls up. At around 3:15, we learned that he was doing some work for his mother, who Becky Patty does house appraisals for real estate. And Derek was helping her out and had driven out to Frankfort, Indiana, in order to take some photographs for her. He needed to take about 18 photographs. So when he left the house, this was not a set arranged thing, knowing that he had to pick the girls up. Libby called him after he'd already left for Frankfurt and said, Dad, I need you to pick us up. Will you do it? He's like, okay, sure. But this is what I've got going on. I've got a 40-minute drive to Frankfurt, probably 40 minutes to take the pics, and then 40 minutes back. So I'm guessing 3:15, 3:30. So that's how that got set up. Derek then talked about when he got there and he's trying to text his daughter and he's not getting an answer. The family testifying, they really stood up really well in terms of trying to maintain their emotions. And certainly nobody's going to be sweating them if they're getting emotional on the stand during this kind of testimony, So, and then it ended with Anna Williams, who was Abby's mom. She testified as well. One interesting thing I want to point out, Derek German did confirm that it had always been the story that the girls had eaten pancakes that morning. Derek German confirmed that he, in fact, cooked the girls banana pancakes. That will be significant when the medical examiner comes on to talk about the stomach contents, if, in fact, they examine the stomach contents, because now we know that they had food in their stomachs. So if that wasn't tested, which I've heard both sides, I don't get into speculation. I'm just waiting for the ME to come on and see what they say. But we do know that they ate banana pancakes. And that so there's something that could have been used as a telltale sign to try to come up with a proper time of death, because that's one thing that I have not heard in this case. When did the girls actually die? Because we have what the state's theory is, which is between 2:30 and 3:30, but I haven't heard any science to prove that. That just sounds like that's when they think that it happened, because that's when the girls arrived and the time of Libby's last Snapchat. That's, to me, not sufficient when you had an ME coming to the scene. So we'll see. We'll see where we're at. So that was basically the first day.
And prosecutor Nick McClelland addressed this in his opening statement, saying, quote, for 5 years, Richard Allen, lived in this community. He worked in this community, hid in plain sight. The tight-knit community of Delphi was stunned by the arrest, and the idea of a cold-blooded killer living among them, working at their local CVS, was shocking.
In October of 2022, surprisingly, we got word that there was an arrest.
What? Disbelief, like, okay, I'm hearing this, but it's a process.
Like the rest of national media, I showed up to watch that press conference to announce the arrest, not knowing what to expect.
Today is not a day to celebrate, but the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder is sure a major step in leading to the conclusion of this long-term and complex investigation.
We expected to be excited and happy and overjoyed that he's arrested, but now we're dealing with understanding that there's a lot of reopening wounds that's coming with that.
My name's Dan Semitovich. I'm the producer and co-host of Down the Hill, the Delphi Murders podcast. My first reaction, I think everyone's first reaction, was, who? We had no idea who this was.
Richard Allen, you child murderer! Why did you do it? Shame on you!
My name is Nicholas McClelland. I'm the Carroll County prosecutor. Mr. Allen has had his initial hearing. He's entered a preliminary plea of not guilty, and he is in custody. He's being held currently without bond.
Here comes a guy that has never, ever been announced. He was nobody's radar. It was like, where did this guy come from?
Richard Matthew Allen was 50 years old, had no criminal history, and worked as a farm tech over at the local CVS in Delphi.
I was surprised because he seemed like a real nice guy and everything, waiting on us in the drive-thru and everything.
I had not interacted with him, but everyone knew who he was. I mean, he worked there for so long. And when I found out who it was, I never in a million years thought that it would have been him, not someone so integral to the community and to the Delphi experience.
Quotes from that opening statement, prosecutor Nick McClelland told this jury the facts as the state sees it. When they get across, he pulled, and they meaning the girls, he pulls out a gun and forces them down the hill. As Richard Allen, does this, the video on Libby German's phone shuts off. Out of fear, the girls comply. And he had the power and the fear and forced down the hill. The last face these girls saw, because their throats were slit, was Richard Allen's face. That's another line from the opening statement. Barbara McDonald, what did you think about the detail that the prosecution used in their opening statement? Do you think they kept it vague, or was it pretty detailed with all of the information they have in this case, laying it out for the jury?
It was a rather short opening statement from the elected prosecutor of Carroll County, Nicholas McClelland. He used about 13 and a half minutes compared to about an hour that the defense used. And I think he was going for a little more of the emotion of what happened and how horrific this was, what happened to these girls and these families and this community. I anticipate he's going to get into a lot more of the detail once we get into the case at large. But I think he was going for more of telling the story. He even said in his opening statement that now we get to tell the rest of the story. For so many years, people have been watching this case and wanting to know more about what happened. And now is the time that we're going to get that information as this trial plays out.
During opening statements in the Delphi murders case, prosecutor Nick McClelland told the jury that one simple fact that they believe proves their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Richard Allen admitted to being there. That's what they say is all that this jury needs to believe, to know that this case, the evidence at all, proves what they have accused this man of. The probable cause affidavit goes even further, saying that investigators reviewing prior tips encountered a tip narrative from an officer who interviewed Richard Allen back in 2017. And that narrative stated Mr. Allen was on the trail between 1:30 and 2:30. While at the Freedom Bridge, he saw three females. He noted that one was taller and had brown or black hair. He did not remember a description, nor did he speak with them. And he walked from the Freedom Bridge to the High Bridge, and he did not see anybody, although he stated he was watching a stock ticker on his phone as he walked. So on top of admitting to being on the trail the day the girls disappeared, the state then claimed that defendant Richard Allen confessed multiple times to killing Abby Williams and Libby German. And this was all while he was being held in the Westville Correctional Facility after he'd been arrested. During a preliminary hearing, a prison psychologist testified that Allen told her he wanted to confess to the killings of the girls. An Indiana State Police detective also testified that Allen confessed more than 60 times, most often to his wife and mother, who reportedly didn't believe him. So all of that gets us to our second question in this investigation. Did Richard Allen actually confess?
Well, there were numerous confessions that happened after Richard Allen had already been incarcerated for about 4 or 5 months after his arrest. He was placed, rather than being in a county jail, which is typically what happens after somebody is arrested and charged with a crime, he was placed in a maximum security prison, basically in solitary confinement, treated as if he was on death row, essentially. And that was for his safekeeping. And he was housed there for the better part of 2 years until very recently, when the judge changed that safekeeping order and allowed him to go to a county jail. But during that incarceration, that first prison that he was at, Westville, he was subjected to very harsh conditions, and he was being treated for psychosis by that same prison psychologist that you had mentioned. She diagnosed him as being psychotic. And even at one point during his incarceration, he was being treated with antipsychotic medications against his will because he wasn't taking them. So he was basically being injected against his will with that medication. And that's sort of what was going on when these confessions were happening. There's about 61 of them. The prosecutor says that some of them do contain information that only the killer would know, and that Richard Allen described to his wife and to his mother that he did it, why he did it, and how he did it.
And Barbara, follow-up, have they released the information that only the killer would know?
No, we don't know exactly what that information is that they're saying only the killer would know that is contained in these confessions. However, the confessions are going to be admitted at his trial, all 61 or however many there are, at least 61 of them. And the jury is going to be able to hear them because some of them were recorded. We understand that some of them were also written by Richard Allen, and then others were given verbally to various people, to the psychologist, to the warden, to other inmates, to some of the guards, as well as his own family.
So the defense here, they're saying that there's not the right person in custody, that the investigation didn't go properly, and that the defendant is not the one who is responsible for the deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German.
Bradley Rosie and Andrew Baldwin issued a press release not too long into their getting the case, and they said they believe that Richard Allen is innocent. Do you have an opinion on that?
I do. I don't think Mr. Allen had anything to do with this. I honestly don't. Now, what I believe, nobody cares. My job would have been to convince 12 jurors of that.
You're a defense attorney, so that's your job to sort of say your client is innocent. Is that something you say about all your clients?
No, and rarely do I believe it. But in this particular case, I believe it 100%.
That was a former attorney for Richard Allen, William Labredo. During the defense, who is representing the accused, in the opening statement, attorney Andrew Baldwin told the jury this: Richard Allen is truly innocent from the evidence and the lack of evidence. It may be hard to truly believe. Richard Allen was never on the trails with those girls. Richard Allen was gone by 1:30 from the trails. His car is gone by 2:15 p.m. out of the CPS lot. We know by evidence. So that brings us to our next question. What is Richard Allen's defense in this case? What's the jury going to hear about inside of that courtroom in Delphi, Indiana? With us to discuss, joining us from Indiana, Court TV senior producer Barbara McDonald is with us, plus the president of and CEO of the Troeth, largest international organization of heathenry, a practicing heathen and expert on Odinism, Lauren Crow. Barbara McDonald, let me start with you. The defense in this case has tried to get a lot in front of the jury. Tell us what the jury did hear about in terms of the defense in this case and what was not allowed to come in.
Well, they're not allowing that Odinism defense. And that was something that the current defense team, they were the original defense team, and then they were released by the judge, fired, if you will, and then reinstated by the Supreme Court. So there was a period of about 2 or 3 months where they were not, the current defense attorneys were not representing Richard Allen and those other gentlemen. Mr. Libredo, who I spoke to a couple of months ago, was the interim attorneys. But now we're back to that original team. They initially put out some information in a motion saying that not only is Richard Allen not guilty of these murders, but these other people that had been looked at by law enforcement. And this is information that the defense didn't obtain through their own investigation. They obtained through the discovery, rather, that came from the prosecution in the case, and that there were these other men who had these Odinist ties that law enforcement looked into, that the defense feels weren't fully looked into, that there could have been more done to look at these people, and that there are outstanding questions about these people and their potential involvement in this crime.
All right, before we get Lauren to weigh in, I do want to dig more into this defense that attempted to come in front of the jury, but the judge rather, shut it down. And that's this defense that there was a group of Odinists who were responsible for the girls' murders and that they died as a part of a ritualistic killing. Now, the defense even claimed that guards who were tasked with protecting Allen in prison were open about their beliefs in Odin, and they wore Odinist patches on their prison uniforms, and that one guard even had an Odin tattoo on his face. Take a listen to more of Allen's former defense attorney explaining what they uncovered.
You had not heard of Odinism when it first was floated with regard to this case?
I honestly thought, I was like, no disrespect to Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Rosie, because they're excellent lawyers. I thought it was hocus pocus. I honestly didn't, I'd never heard of it. And the more I got into it, that's a real thing. It is a real thing, and it's scary.
In what way?
Well, I believe they sacrificed a girl and killed another one. Some of the people that live in Delphi were very brazen about their Odinistic beliefs on their Facebook pages and other social media accounts, including the sergeant who was in charge of keeping Mr. Allen safe in Westville. It's real. Just the other day, Robert and I were going to lunch, and we saw a Jeep Wrangler right here in Fort Wayne with a spare tire on the back, and the cover said Odin, and it had all Odin spears like around on the cover. I would have never known what that meant and outside of this case. So Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Rosie were onto something right away.
You described one of those officers that's mentioned in one of Rosie and Baldwin's filings, Sergeant Jones, who was wearing patches that said, "In Odin we trust," on his Department of Corrections uniform.
Yep.
The judge ordered the warden to make them stop. And then what did you notice?
That Mr. Jones had a tattooed under his right eye. From the best we can tell, it looks a lot like Odin's spear. And he had several tattoos on his forearms, including the interlocking triangles that are on his Facebook post. I got to give credit to Mr. Rosie and Mr. Baldwin that, they picked up on that. We saw him, and, confinement officers at the Allen County Jail aren't even allowed to have facial hair, let alone facial tattoos. I was a little miffed that the warden allowed that, or, he even knew what it was.
Now, this information can be really difficult to digest if you have no idea what this attorney is explaining. Lauren Crow, you are an expert in Odinism. How do you describe it to people who have never even heard the term?
Odinism is a religious gang. Essentially, it was in the United States. Odinism was primarily founded by a woman named Elsa Christensen, who wanted to use Norse pagan flavorings to have a quote unquote religious group that could meet in prisons in Florida. And something I do want to clear up, because I think this is very important. Not everyone who believes in Odin is an Odinist. I would argue that Odinists are such a small percentage. As a heathen, which is what you call someone who worships the Norse or Germanic gods, I worship Odin. And some of the tattoos he presented, like the one he said was under that guard's eye, that is not a spear. That's called the Web of Weird. Has nothing to do with Odin. Has to do with another god, a group of goddesses called the Norns, and it's all about understanding your place in the world, your fate. It has nothing to do with Odin. The interlocking triangles, once again, are called a Vegasphere. That's the thing he was talking about on the back of someone's Jeep. The interlocking triangles are called a Volknot. They are also a symbol of strength in a warrior. Warriors often put them on as a means to mark themselves as strong and a warrior and someone who's working for good in the world. Are there bad people who use these symbols? Absolutely. Does the Westboro Baptist Church reflect what every Christian does? So I find it highly disturbing that we're going to lump every person, and I've reviewed all these documents, I've looked at these Facebooks. Fact of the matter is, I know what an Odinist is. There were probably Odinists in that prison, because Odinist is a prison gang, is a prison religion. But the guys who they're talking about in Delphi, they're also true or heathen, which is completely different. It's about like saying, oh, well, this group of Methodists did this crime, so let's go arrest the Baptists down the street and the Catholics. I think a lot of people mistake that it's a religion with very varied beliefs, lots of sects. I mean, we're like every other religion. We disagree and we split off. People disagree about all kinds of things. But the important thing to remember is Odinism is a very small sect. It is very racist. It's very violent because it's a prison gang, and that's how prisons operate. And so having spoken with people who work we have a program called In Reach where we actually work with prisoners. We're working in 125 prisons and jails and facilities right now in the United States. And none of them have ever heard of an Odinist guard. And in fact, these guards were heathen. They were not Odinists. They were the opposite of Odinists. They were people who were pro-LGBT, who were anti-racist. And so it deeply bothers me that these lawyers, it reminds me of the satanic panic of the 1980s, which I lived through as I grew up near West Memphis. So I have firsthand experience with this. I find it very disturbing to paint everyone this broad brush and everyone's an Odinist. To me, it would be like if I saw the Westboro Baptist Church or Al-Qaeda and tried to paint the entire religion with just that very small sect.
Lauren, I appreciate you breaking down that for people because it may be completely foreign to them. Sketches of the suspect that couldn't look more different. They were released in 2017 and 2019. And clearly the sketch on the left does resemble defendant Richard Allen, but the sketch on the right clearly shows a younger man. And these two very different images have been synonymous with this case. The state filed a motion asking the court to prohibit these sketches from coming in at trial. Allen's defense team filed this response saying that, quote, to the extent that the sketches do not resemble Richard Allen, they are highly relevant. And evidence which tends to show that someone else committed the crime logically makes it less probable that the defendant committed the crime and thus meets the definition of relevance. So at the end, Judge Fran Gull sided with the state, ruling that these sketches aren't admissible in court.
Her reasoning was she sided with the state, who said these were simply investigative tools that were used, and they were never used to identify Richard Allen, and they did not lead to his arrest. And therefore, for this prosecution, these investigative tools are irrelevant. The defense, as you pointed out, said, no, they are relevant, but the judge sided with the prosecution and they will not be coming in at trial.
Mike King, in all your years in law enforcement and seeing trials happen with defendants at the defense table, do sketches typically come in at trial?
Well, if the sketch leads to a witness coming forward and saying, I saw that guy and he looks like my brother-in-law, that becomes a whole lot more important. But I think we have to put this in perspective too, Julia. When I think back on this, I think that was going through a series of time when they were thinking about an Anthony Schatz, if you remember, and whether Keegan Kline was tied to this. And you wonder sometimes, at least I find myself wondering, if law enforcement wasn't floating a little bit of a trial balloon as they put out this kind of information. The other thing I think about is we still don't know today, although I don't believe it's true, whether there were other people involved in these homicides. And could they have had multiple witnesses who saw people that looked differently? In effect, putting more than one person at the scene. That doesn't mean that Richard Allen did it, but doesn't mean that he didn't do it either. And so I think we have to take each of these with a grain of salt, and we have to look at the timeline of when they're released, why they're released. And now law enforcement and the prosecution are in a position where they can start to reveal what their hand was, where they can say, here's why I was holding this card close to the vest. And it may have been to shake somebody up, to see if somebody would do something. They could have had something going on where they were monitoring a social media account and they wanted to see what happened when they put that up. There could be 1,000 different reasons, but from my perspective, it's just a bunch of noise when people say this proves that it couldn't be this individual or that individual, or this is something that has to be entered in.
Barbara, Mike mentions the question of whether there was more than one person. There were two girls. This seemingly happened in a short amount of time, if you believe the timeline that's been laid out. So tell me about if there's any evidence or if the defense is able to put in front of this jury this allegation that perhaps there was someone else.
I think that's something that the defense is certainly going to argue, is that what happened out there, given the terrain, given what was found at the crime scene, that it would have taken one person a very long time to have done all of that. According to the state's timeline of this case, Richard Allen abducted these girls at 2:13 p.m. and then by 3:30, 4 o'clock, he was getting out of there and it was all over and done with. Over the years, as I have talked to law enforcement officers and investigators, they have kind of wondered, could there be more than one person involved? Was it one person? Was it two? We also found out in opening statements that there were two different murder weapons involved. And so that could lead many people to believe that it had to have been two different people to have committed this crime. So that's something the defense is very likely to really play up as we proceed through this case. But the state, they have said, we believe it was one person. We believe that one person is Richard Allen.
Let's talk about those opening statements. Allen's defense attorney, Andrew Baldwin, told the jury this, that 2 days ago, law enforcement is, quote, scrambling a bit. There was a strand of hair found around her finger. And this case was messed up from the beginning. Evidence was lost. It is gone.
Okay. So the thing with the evidence around her finger, that's really messed up that they didn't get it tested because it was female. But female, we know from the Howard Hewerman, the Rex case, they caught him because of his wife's hair. So we know even if they're looking for a male, female DNA that could be transferred. So it could have been what if it was his wife's hair or the killer's wife? So somebody that was related to the killer. So the fact that they waited so freaking long to test it, they weren't even going to test it for the trial. The only reason they tested it is because the defense made a big deal about it, which they should. And so they tested it after the trial already started, but because they said they were looking for a male and that was female, so they didn't. So yeah, they tested it. It was Kelsey's, but they didn't know at the time, and they just didn't test it, which is bull crap. They had 7 years. Just because it was female and they were looking for a male doesn't mean that it couldn't have been some kind of relative or the female that the person was living with. It happens. Anyway, okay, so that was day one. Sorry, day one was a really long and general news clip compilation because it was opening statements. So opening statements just sets up like the whole narrative, like on a broad, like basically more like vague, just like a summary of it. So there was a lot of not as specific things. So now we're going to get into like the more specific things for the trial. So the next video we're going to watch is I combined day 2 and day 3 because day 2, there was only one video for news that I could really find that was, that was good. So day 2 only has the one clip. And then, so I combined day 2 and day 3 is going to be the next. Here we go. So this is going to be day 2 and day 3 right here. Oh,
Day 2 of testimony in the Delphi murders trial was a short day. Jurors heard from only 3 witnesses, all of them asked to tell the...
It was, Helen, but they didn't know that until after the trial. After opening statements, they finally tested it. After the trial started, they went into opening statements not having tested it. And I think the only reason they tested it because the defense made a big deal, and obviously it's like, oh shoot, yeah, this is going to look bad. So they weren't even planning on testing it going into the trial. And we only know that it's Kelsey after because they tested it, but that was not tested until the trial started. So that's just, they didn't know it was going to be Kelsey's. So why not test it? You don't know who it's going to be until you test it. Anyway, all right, I'm going to press play. Sorry, I just wanted to clear that up.
The jury about the crime scene. Jurors need to understand the terrain and geography of these woods and trails where Abby and Libby were murdered. Saturday morning, the jury got to learn about the area from Steve Mullen. He was the police chief in Delphi at the time of the murders, and now he serves as an investigator for the Carroll County prosecutor. Mullen was asked to show jurors where the victims' bodies were located, and using a large map in the courtroom similar to this one, he pinpointed the crime scene right about here, just north of a creek that runs under the Monon High Bridge. He also pointed out landmarks near the bridge that will be crucial in testimony that jurors will hear about in the days ahead. In addition to Mullen, the jury also heard testimony from Jake Johns and Pat Brown, 2 lifelong Delphi residents who helped search for the missing girls. Johns explained right where he discovered a shirt in the creek, matching the one Libby was last seen wearing before her murder. And the most compelling testimony of the day, that came from Brown. He was the first to find the bodies of Abby and Libby. He explained where in the woods that discovery was made, and he broke down as he testified about what he saw. First, I thought they were mannequins, he said. Then, with tears running down his face, he told the jury, we found them. The families of Abby and Libby were in court Saturday, as they have been for every hearing since Richard Allen was arrested, and some of them also cried during Brown's testimony. There will families of Abby and Libby were in court Saturday, as they have been for every hearing since Richard Allen was arrested, and Some of them also cried during Brown's testimony. There will be more tears ahead for these families as jurors will soon get to see photos from what the prosecutor referred to as a bloody and gruesome crime scene. Jurors seemed very focused and very engaged in today's testimony. The jury sent the judge 7 separate questions to ask witnesses before they left the witness stand, a sign this jury is curious and paying close attention to the details. Really hard day here inside the Carroll County Courthouse. We knew this day would come. For justice to be served here, the jury needs to understand what exactly happened at the crime scene. And they today got to see for the first time actual photographs of the crime scene, including bloody footage, pictures of the victims, Abby Williams and Libby German. They saw pictures of their bodies in the woods. And I'll share with you some of the information that you're about to hear is graphic. The pictures of Libby's body that the jurors saw, she was lying in the woods naked. The jurors saw both of the girls' throats slit. They saw the blood. What the prosecutor described and warned a few days ago of the gruesome crime scene that these jurors were going to be seeing. And I can tell you that some of the jurors were visibly shaken. One of the jurors put his head down at one point, put his hands on top of his head as he looked down, as some of the most graphic photos were shown. Another juror, she was seen repeatedly just taking big, deep breaths and adjusting herself in her seat as she was seeing these. These are very tough things for anyone to see. And as you can imagine, extremely difficult for the families to see. And the families of Abby and Libby were in the courtroom today. They put their heads down in their hands and they were crying as they saw these. They
what I was
got
saying
to
before
see
is
the
Libby's
photos
mom
for the
right
first
there.
time on Saturday. The
Libby's
video that you're seeing, I believe right now, is of the families as they were leaving court at the end of testimony Saturday. The prosecutor gave them a chance to preview the photos that the jury was going to get to see. They were very emotional on Saturday as they left the courtroom, as you can imagine. So the testimony today, it came from Jason Page. He's the Indiana State Police crime scene investigator who processed the crime scene. He methodically walked jurors through 3 crime scene diagrams that he made up based on what he saw at the crime scene, and 43 separate crime scene photos that he took. Before that, we heard testimony from Darren Giancola. He's a Carroll County Sheriff's detective, and he was the first law enforcement officer to see the girls' bodies at the crime scene. He called in the information. He described seeing a substantial amount of blood around both of the girls. And he testified today to the jury. Both had large lacerations to their throats. Again, the jury got to see exactly what the investigators were talking about. Large screens set up in the courtroom where these photographs were shown to the jury. Very challenging, difficult morning of testimony. Because of that, the judge decided to break early around 11:30, just a few minutes ago. And the jurors will have a break until 1 o'clock when court will resume. We will be back in the courtroom to bring you more testimony, to tell you more about the evidence that the jurors are weighing through as they see the evidence on a very, very tough day of testimony here in Delphi.
But it was worst case scenario for these 2 families and these 2 young girls. Now, when we talk about Delphi and the investigation into what happened and who was responsible, it has just struck me that this is a town with, it seems like, a lot of secrets. Like the whole investigation, little pieces were revealed by investigators who didn't solve this thing for 5 years and obviously needed some help. But everything was very secretive, much more so than most cases, especially cases that are like 5 years old and going cold. And they sent out all these cryptic little clues that were seemingly disconnected from one another. and made no sense to the public, but they were still looking and searching, yet keeping things very secretive. And in the end, it turns out the person they've accused, they spoke to like the first or second day of this investigation and just basically messed it up. Like big time messed it up. If they believe this, if you believe this guy is the killer, because not everybody does. Not everybody believes that Richard Allen is the murderer here. So the question for this trial, this secret trial in Indiana, is will the truth be revealed? Well, you and I aren't going to see it. We're not going to hear it. Because that's the other part of what's happening here. No cameras, no electronic communications, keeping people out from seeing a trial where many people who've been looking at this are questioning some of the evidence. Is there enough evidence? Is there evidence someone else could have done it? Is the truth going to be revealed? Well, we won't know. The jury will have to tell us, and we'll have to trust them. You know, in a case where things have been so secretive and took so long to solve, when the person you are charging was on your radar right in the beginning, saying he was there, it makes you question a lot of things. And the best way to gain the trust of the public is the transparency that doesn't exist here. It just doesn't exist. That's why we're sending our people, folks. And joining us tonight in Delphi, Indiana, Court TV's senior producer, Barbara McDonald, who's been covering this story for years and is there seeing and hearing everything. Also with us, someone else who's been all over this story, criminal defense attorney, host of Defense Diaries, Bob Mata, is with us as well. Thank you both. Barbara, let me, before I get into what happened today and what's taking place, you know, in terms of testimony, evidence, et cetera, just set the scene. I'm reading it from afar. You're on the ground there. Is this like every other case, or does it seem like they don't want people there? I just get this feeling that they don't want anyone to really pay attention to it. They don't want people from around the country talking about it, reporting about it. They just want to be left alone. And that's not the way our system of justice works. But is that the reality on the ground, or is that just me reading it from afar?
No, I think it's pretty accurate.
I'm going to start with it, Barbara. I'm sorry, Bob. Start with Barbara, then we'll get your take, Bob.
There are a lot of restrictions on the people who are attending the trial, not just members of the media, but members of the public. People are having to line up throughout the night to get a seat. There are very limited seats inside. The judge is making available the exhibits that are shown each day in court at the end of the day for 15 minutes to the members of the media who were in court that day. They can go into the well of the courtroom and view those items, but you can't touch anything. There were hundreds of pictures shown today. She laid them all out on every available surface in the courtroom for us to look at, and reminded us several times we couldn't touch anything. One of the reporters said, you know, one of the exhibits, I can't read the number on it. Can I just move the other page that's on top of it? And she said no, and she came over and did that. So there is definitely heightened security and focus on the restrictions and the rules that are keeping everyone almost at bay in this. It is very hard to hear people in the courtroom. It's hard to hear certain things that witnesses say, questions that are asked of them. And we all just have to sort of compare notes. And did you hear this? Did you hear that? How did you hear that? And it's a very difficult way of covering a case, to try to be as accurate as you possibly can. And
it's interesting. Like we cover big stories all the time. I mean, from Johnny Depp to Alec Murdaugh to Scott Peterson, and there's all different rules and things. But I have found, you know, in the Low Country, I found in Virginia, I found in even with the Harvey Weinstein, there was a sense of, okay, we know you guys are here. We'll figure this out together. Bob, what's your take on that? Is it different what we're feeling here, or is it just that it's a big story in a little town and they just don't want the people around there?
No, I mean, look, the reality is it's a very small courtroom. There's no question about that. But the way that they're handling it. And for instance, the people that are camping out for the 23 or 24 seats that are available to the public, they're not allowed to leave for lunch because they clear the courtroom for lunch break, which means it's free game. So those folks who slept outside, who are wanting to watch a full day that they've earned by sleeping outside on the concrete, now have to skip lunch and stay in line until they open the courtroom back up so they can run in and get a seat again. I've never seen anything like it, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I mean, I've been covering cases for a while, and I've tried cases for much, much longer, and I've never seen anything like this, to be honest with you.
Well, we'll see how things progress here. The most important thing is that the truth comes out, hopefully, in the courtroom. So, Barbara, you and the jury, you saw pictures of the crime scene today. Paint the picture of what you saw.
Just dozens and dozens of images of the scene, looking at the area where the bodies were found from the creek and from different vantage points as they moved closer and closer to the bodies. Some of the things I noticed, first of all, was how hard it was to see the girls until you were pretty much right on top of them. You could kind of see something off in the distance, but you certainly couldn't tell what it was. Abby was a little bit harder to see from a distance because her clothing coloring sort of blended in with the environment. Libby was found nude. She didn't have any clothing on. Her body was very white. Both of them appeared very, very white to me. And the other thing that we saw in these photographs is just how much blood was at the scene, not only on these girls. Libby had more blood on her entire body. Abby's was more concentrated to the neck area where her injuries were. But just south of where the girls were located, just a few feet from their bodies, perhaps 2 feet from their bodies, was a large pool of blood. The tree that Libby was up next to was not the tree that had the F marking on it, as people have come to know. That tree was a couple of feet away from Abby, and next to that tree was a smaller patch of blood. The other thing we learned from these photographs is that that F tree not only had that blood marking that some people have interpreted to be some sort of a runic symbol or letter F, but there was another spot of blood on that same tree over on one of the sides of the tree.
It seems if the blood is all there, that had to be where they were murdered.
I mean, that's clearly what the state needs to be the case in terms of, we know at this point the defenses, or at least one of the defense's theories, is that the girls were taken off scene and that they were brought back at some point. So that's obviously something that the state wants very much to be the case in terms of where the murders actually occurred. And it's interesting that Barbara was talking about, we went through just these gut-wrenching photographs of the girls, and they were really on display for the whole courtroom. They were on that 85-inch monitor they have in there, and they were, as you can imagine, devastating to look at for the better course of the day, really. But what was interesting is that the first photographs that they were showing to the jurors were from a distance, and as Barbara aptly noted, it was very difficult to see the girls. So, and again,
did it strike you as a ritualistic scene?
I think that the sticks were arranged. Definitely, it didn't look like they were just strewn on the girls in order to try to cover them or to make them kind of blend in. They definitely looked placed to me, but I'm no expert, and my opinion means nothing. It's all going to depend on.
Well, it does in a case where everything's being not shown to the public and you get to see it, right? So your opinion actually means something.
Vinny, if I may, one of the things I did not notice in the photos that were shown today was the defense has characterized some of the sticks and twigs that were above Abby's head as being almost in a horn-like pattern. I did not see that in the photographs. Nobody pointed out specifically what.
Did I not tell you guys that? I've been telling you that since last year because I had been one of the ones that actually got to see the crime scene photos. And I was, if you guys go look at my playlist, I was totally sold on the Odinism thing because of the whole Elvis knowing about the horns. I'm like, how would he know that? And his sister passing the polygraph and all this stuff with Elvis and stuff. And it was just like, oh my God, he knew about those horns or the antlers. Then I saw the crime scene photos. I don't know if those of you that were following me back then, I was like, dude, there is no horns, there's no antlers. The sticks above her head are just natural there. You could tell that they weren't placed there purposely. I'm talking about the antlers. And that's where it was like, had me thinking, like, because that really sold me of somebody knowing something so specific that only the killer would know. Well, there is no antlers, so he just made that up. But anyway, but yeah, I agree with them. Even Defense Diaries guys agrees that there was not antlers. You'll see.
Sticks might have been horns. I didn't see anything that resembled anything looking like horns or placed deliberately above her head. The sticks that were on their bodies definitely looked like they had been placed there deliberately.
I agree. I didn't see anything either, Barbara. I was looking for like kind of the antlers or the horns, and I didn't see it. I didn't see those either.
Okay, let's talk about the clothing that Abby Williams was found in. What's the significance there, Barbara?
Well, first of all, we already knew that she was found in Libby's clothing. She was wearing Libby's jeans and Libby's hoodie. What the crime scene investigators talked about today is that her clothing was wet to the touch. All of it was, including her shoes. She was wearing her Converse sneakers, and that all of her clothing was wet or moist to the touch, with the tops of the jeans, the top parts of her thighs, that was, they said, starting to dry, but the areas where the jeans were sort of crumpled up was definitely more damp. And they said it was not from condensation, that it was more consistent with having been in the water. The other thing was, even though Abby was wearing her Converse shoes, when they took those shoes off and photographed the bottoms of her feet did appear dirty with debris from the area, as if her shoes had been off at some point and then put back on.
So if they're crossing the creek, Bob, that's significant, right?
For the state, yeah, that's their whole theory. I mean, they need the creek to be crossed in order for Richard Allen to be their guy, because if it happened where they didn't cross the creek, then that kind of blows their whole theory up. So they definitely need that creek to have been crossed, which is why whether or not the clothes were wet has been a real bone of contention on cross-examination. And frankly, there were two of the CSI guys that kind of give a little bit of contradictory testimony. The last witness up said that they were wet to the touch, as Barbara noted, but earlier in the day, I think it was the second witness, the second CSI, said they were a little damp. Like he had a different, but he wasn't really touching things either. Like, and he was kind of a hands-off CSI. Our last witness for the day was what they termed the lead investigator as far as the CSI went. So he was far more hands-on than anybody else that had testified today.
Barbara, what else was found in that creek?
So in the creek, we knew that they had found a tie-dye shirt and a Nike shoe. In addition to that, Abby's jeans and her underwear, or somebody's underwear, was in the jeans, and it looked like they had all been taken off one time and were completely inside out. All the clothing that was found in the creek was described as being inside out, including that tie-dye shirt. In addition to that, they also found a pink sock, the gray hoodie that Abby had been wearing earlier in the day that had belonged to Kelsey, a black tank top, and a black sock. And they were not all found in the same exact area. The hoodie, the gray hoodie that Abby had been wearing, was actually completely submerged in the creek. And I believe the jeans were also fully submerged. Some of the other items were more stuck on debris in the creek and could be visible from the surface of the creek.
How far away, quickly if you know, how far away is the stuff in the creek from where the girls are found?
I think they testified between 40 and 50 feet.
Okay.
Maybe between 30 and 50. So,
Okay.
and they were
Relatively
strewn
close.
about.
Right, strewn about, but relatively
Yeah.
close. All right, Barbara, finally, let's talk about the bullet that was found at the scene. The girls weren't shot. Their throats were slit.
Correct. And they didn't find the bullet. It wasn't visible to the naked eye as they were at the crime scene. They testified, the crime scene investigators, that as it got a little bit darker, they started to use this alternative light source technology that they have that requires the use of goggles, and that looks for biological material, saliva or semen, something like that. And the two of the crime scene investigators had those goggles on and were looking for that type of material. The third investigator who was there did not have the goggles on, and he said as the light went over a particular area, he saw something that was glittering or shiny. And so when they zoomed in on that area and took a closer look at it and moved some of the leaves away, they were able to see this bullet that was tip side down in the ground. The only part that was exposed was the primer or the head stamp area that showed it was an unfired 40 caliber Smith & Wesson bullet, and that the rest of it was underground. There was a lot of debate about whether or not, from the defense rather, that whether or not that should have been videotaped or that more photos should have been taken of it once it was taken out of the ground to show that tip. And the crime scene investigators all said that they didn't feel that that was necessary at the scene, that the photos that they took were certainly enough to show that. And Andrew Baldwin at one point said, you know, how do we know that the bullet that was taken out of the ground is the same one that may end up in court admitted as evidence? And
I just want to remind you guys, so I was going through some of my Delphi old videos and I got reminded Barbara McDonald was, so remember you guys, Court TV, sometimes their sources are incorrect, and she was incorrect a few times with Delphi last year. And I forgot about this until I was going through my videos. So last year when I was in it, I probably covered it for like a month straight, 2 months straight, maybe. That's all I covered was Delphi. She had said, it came out on under Court TV, had said that and I did a video on it. It was huge. I was like, oh my God. It came out that the bullet, that cartridge, was found 2 days later. It wasn't found during their first search that day. It wasn't found. So they made a big deal like, oh my God. I mean, that could be anybody. I mean, anybody that visited the scene afterwards. I mean, they left it, you know, anybody could have went. But we see now that's not true. They did find it that same day, but it was huge because, I mean, it's coming from Court TV. So most of the time it's like, you want to take it. I mean, you still have to take it like, okay, it doesn't mean they're right, but she's like had this source that was wrong on a few different things. So she better get a new source. But yeah, that was a big thing. So obviously that wasn't true. They did find it that day. But yeah, I remember thinking, oh my God, I don't trust that bullet. They found it days later. I don't trust that at all. Anyway.
And it was interesting because one of the jurors asked a question about that when they were given that opportunity. And the question was, would there be any reason the bullet submitted as evidence would be a different bullet? And the crime scene investigator talked about the chain of custody and how what the bullet that was collected at the scene, they didn't take better photos of it at the scene because they didn't have the lens for it. And they felt that needed microscopic examination. And so that was all sent to the lab. But that bullet was found on the 14th through that alternative light testing.
Let me ask you.
I wish they would kind of call her out like, oh, really? Aren't you what happened? I like her. Don't get me wrong. I like her. She's brought a lot of good information too, but she's brought a couple really huge news that the one thing ended up being wrong in the moment. Like that she had a picture of what the tree looked like, the blood droplets, and it was somebody that had seen the pictures. And here we had seen it and it wasn't accurate at all. So that was another thing, but that came, like, we realized that like weeks after, but this, I just realized now, like as the trial happened, that was wrong. But I'm glad she's saying, but wonder if she's thinking, God, I gave wrong information like a year ago.
Bob, how important is this bullet in this case?
I think it's their biggest
find
piece of
that.
evidence aside from the confessions. I mean, it's their case. You know, I mean, if you were to strip away the confessions, if we're going to go by Nick McClelland's opening statement, we've heard everything that they had. There was no bombshell that came out. There was no additional evidence. We were all like, well, do they have more? Did they get evidence post-arrest? Which, you know, law enforcement's always counting on. You know, I'm sure when they were going through his devices, they were hoping they were going to find stuff to connect him to the murders, and none of that happened. So, you know, strip away the confessions, which obviously we can't, but just looking at the case objectively, you've got him at the bridge and the bullet.
And the bullet they're going to try to match, not the way it's done in most of the cases, that it's a bullet that's been fired and you have the expert look at it. It's just a bullet that was inside the weapon and then somehow discharged from it without being fired.
Through.
Right, just sort of going through the gun but not being fired. And, you know, that's not the same level of definitive matching that you would normally get. Okay.
Crime scene photos and reaction to them were the focus of day 3 here in Delphi. Those crime scene photos enough to visibly shake the jurors and all of those inside the courtroom. The first to testify was a Carroll County Sheriff's detective who said he was the first law enforcement officer to the scene. He testified by saying no life-saving measures were performed on the girls because it was apparent that they were already dead.
Guys, here, I just want to show you the clip. I found the video I was watching that I did about the bullet. I want to show you the clip. Hold on one second. It says I have a clip of her talking about it. Hold on one second. Dude, where did it just go? I just had it. The heck? I just had it. No, I clicked on the wrong thing. Gotta be freaking kidding me. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. So this is one of my old videos from last year. I'll just play a clip from it so you can see now that we just saw that she said that it was found that same day, the 14th. Now let's see what she says. This was from 8 months ago, February 20. Wow, this was February 14th. I didn't even realize that I uploaded it February 14th. Wow, it's crazy.
Okay, guys, so Court TV had something on last night that was pretty big for the Delphi case. Just listen here. They talk about the bullet, okay? The bullet, the famous bullet. It's hard here. Let me just.
The murders. So when the bodies were found on the 14th.
Yes.
The unspent round that was found between the bodies.
Right.
And my understanding is that discovery was made some days after the murder. So when the bodies were found on the 14th of February, 7 years ago tomorrow now, they did secure that crime scene for about 3 days, and they searched it, and then they cleared it for about a day, day and a half, and then they re-secured it. My understanding is that unspent shell was discovered during that second search after the scene had been re-secured.
Really?
And it was found under the dirt. It wasn't just laying out in the open. It had been somewhat buried, whether.
But anyway, she just said now it was they found it on the 14th, and they explained because they explained in the trial how they found it. But I just thought that was interesting. Okay, so let's continue this.
The next to take to the stand was an Indiana State Police crime scene investigator with 2 decades of experience. His main role was taking pictures of the crime scene. For more than 90 minutes, 42 photos were shown of the scene and the bodies of Abby and Libby. His cross-examination by the defense was a bit heated. One of the attorneys questioning repeatedly why there was no photo of the bullet at the scene. The bullet, of course, is one of the state's main pieces of evidence that they say ties Richard Allen to the crime. The next witness to take to the stand was another CSI with, again, more than 20 years of experience. He testified to being the investigator that located the bullet between the girls' bodies and was also responsible for taking photos of the crime scene. The third CSI to testify was an ISP investigator who didn't have as much experience as the first two CSIs, but said he was sort of the lead CSI on scene and was also responsible for taking photos of the girls' bodies. Again, while those photos were being shown, family audibly gasping at some of those pictures. After a brief sidebar conversation, the judge decided to stop testimony that day and begin again for trial day 4.
Today, the defense for Richard Allen filed a motion regarding this video and audio found on Libby German's phone. You see a man on the bridge and hear the phrase "down the hill." The defense wants to prohibit the prosecution from allowing witnesses to testify about what they believe they hear on the recording. The defense says if the recording is played in court, they want the jurors to decipher what is said for themselves and not be swayed by witness interpretation.
In the Delphi murder case, we were waiting. And if you know this case, you've been waiting right along with me. Not, a couple years, which is normal for a murder case, more like 7. The stuff that was released in court today in the way of graphic photographs of the bodies of 2 little girls who were murdered in Delphi, Indiana, was enough to send a courtroom into gasps. Richard Allen's own mom was so affected by those photos in the courtroom today, she cried too. But today, those details took the form of 43 crime scene photos, and the jury had to look at all of them. Libby's body was completely nude, covered in blood. Her throat had been slit. She's a child. Blood all over the ground where they found her. Abby's throat also slit. Blood everywhere. Her body also on the ground, but she strangely was wearing Libby's clothing. And it wasn't just the jurors, and the lawyers, and the defendant, Richard Allen, who saw these pictures. It was their families as well in the courtroom. And they audibly gasped and they cried when the photos came out. And even the mom of the defendant, Richard Allen, cried. She cried. On Saturday, the jurors heard about the search, where and how Libby and Abby were eventually found. And it turns out it was a hell of a lot harder than we thought, and maybe a lot luckier that they got found at all. Their bodies were down a rugged embankment half a mile away from where the girls were last seen alive on the railway bridge. The first sight of either of them was actually Libby's tie-dyed t-shirt, snagged on the branches in the creek. Bodies were covered in what appeared to be carefully arranged sticks. But the ritual killing theory that the defense had really hoped to advance in this case, that was barred by the judge. So they didn't talk about that. The jurors did get Sunday off, but the defense did not. They filed a motion on Sunday against that now infamous video, the one that Libby captured on her phone right before she was murdered. In the video, a man appears to be ordering the girls down the hill.
Guys. Down the hill. Guys. Down the hill.
The defense says any expert analysis of that so-called down the hill video would be, quote, completely subjective. So it sounds a little like the defense doesn't want any experts suggesting what's actually being said on that tape. No ruling yet. Nothing that we have, but we'll keep you posted on it. I do want to bring in our eyes and ears in the courtroom. The cameras and other devices are barred, but my guests have seats. Bob Motta is a criminal defense attorney, and he's the host of the Defense Diaries podcast. And Lindsay Holler is a producer on my new upcoming podcast, Drop Dead Serious. And she was just at the scene of the crime. Welcome to both of you. Thank you so much for doing this, especially after such a hard day. Okay, Bob, I'm going to start with you. You're a defense attorney. That whole suppression effort to get the down the hill analysis, clear that up for me. They're not saying they can't play the down the hill video. They just don't want anybody to get up and stand and give their 2 cents about what they think is happening or what's being said on that video. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, they want to keep it out in general, but as a fallback, they'll take that position. I mean, the reality is that you can't see the actor, meaning the potential perpetrator's mouth moving. Like if you're looking at the video, I've always wondered that. I'm like, how are we just assuming that the sound came from this video? So what I'm suspecting is that they're going to make an argument that the sound can't be proven that it actually came from that video. You know, because in
No, I think
Baldwin
that
said it
sounds
in
fair.
his opening.
But okay, so Lindsay, you are such an intrepid reporter. You left the courtroom after all of those terrible details on Saturday, knowing like how treacherous the place where the bodies were located. I always assumed they were just sort of on a trail, you know, but you went out there and you almost needed like hiking sticks and climbing gloves to get up these embankments. Like it was not what we expected. Can you take me there and describe it?
Well, like you said,
Sorry, somehow that got cropped. I'm at my editor to see why that's cut off. Somehow I accidentally cropped that in at the wrong spot. You can't even see the girl talking. That was a total accident. That wasn't even one that I meant to crop anything. So I apologize. Oh well, we could hear her still.
I too thought it was a path, and I've been trying to
there
make
we
it
go.
make sense of the timing of all of this. And it was absolutely not a path or trail at this point where they were forced down a hill and ultimately where their bodies ended up. It was not a path. It was extremely treacherous. It was steep. There's branches. There's no barreling through. This wouldn't have been quick. This would have taken a while just to get through it.
So we're actually looking at your video as you were making the journey and following their path. You forged through that river as well, and in our pictures it looks kind of shallow, but I think you mentioned to me you were like waist deep.
Yeah, so it's shallow in some spots. So I mean, eventually I was at a certain point where I had to keep going to get where I needed to go. And so the water did come up to my midsection in some places. If I would have gone in other sections, it would have been much deeper. But it's not just a short creek.
I mean, it's I can't imagine what these poor kids were going through, being marched through this extraordinarily difficult, you know, as they get more and more remote. Just hell and terrorizing. Bob, the discussion about the bodies with the sticks. I'm not sure what your view was, if you got a clear view of those pictures. I keep envisioning like small patterns of sticks that maybe could be a pattern or might have just fallen, but are they covered? Can you describe for me, are they covered in sticks? And then the bigger question, add to that, the sticks were not tested for DNA. What on earth happened?
Yeah. So yeah, I had an excellent view. So essentially, there was kind of a thought process going into the trial whether or not we were going to see the crime scene photos and the photos of the girls, which were devastating. It was a really tough day in court today. But so yeah, I got a very good view of it. They're showing them on an 85-inch monitor towards Nick McClelland, the prosecutor's table. And it was pretty clear to me that the sticks were placed purposefully on the girls. We're talking, there were like 3 or 4 that were placed in what looked like an asterisk on Abby. And then Libby had a large limb that looked to be going over her left shoulder that was probably about 7 to 8 feet long. And I'm talking about a thick tree limb. And then she looked to have some other just a few sticks. Like, we're not talking about 20, 30 sticks. These definitely didn't fall off the trees under the girls. They were certainly placed there. I guess the argument's going to be, you know, were they placed in order to just kind of try to make the girls harder to see, or did they have significance? As we all know, Gall's not allowing any kind of significance argument to come in as far as the defense goes. But the way that I saw it, they certainly seem to be purposefully placed. For what reason, I don't know. But as far as the crime scene investigation, when that came out during the testimony with one of the CSI guys, that they decided not to bring any of those sticks with them to have them tested for DNA. It was probably the most kind of exciting little mini battle on a cross-examination, because Baldwin, one of the defense attorneys, asked him, all right, look, well, you know, you didn't think that maybe there could be some evidentiary value to having those sticks tested? And the guy's like, well, no. He's like, well, Baldwin said, well, you know, somebody used a human being, used their hand to pick those sticks up and place them on the girls, right? And the witness said, yes. He said, well, you know, he could have been wearing gloves. He says, okay, well, was the suspect wearing gloves? And the witness said, I have no idea. Baldwin said, exactly. That's why you get them tested. So they end up going back on March 3rd. Remember, the crime took place on February 13th of 2017. They go back March 3rd and collect the sticks, claiming that they know where the sticks were and that they're the same sticks, which is, like anybody who's followed this case knows that people were in those woods after they cleared that crime scene all the time.
Oh, no kidding. You can't go out into that is insane. I mean, that's going to be ripe terrain for the defense to mine for sure. I want to ask you, Lindsay, about another issue. The murder charge, we get that, but there's no sex assault charges. And I just can't understand, with a naked child with her throat slit and the other child who clearly had been naked, because how could she have gotten into Libby's clothes? Abby was found wearing Libby's clothes. Why is there no talk about sexual assault? Or have I just missed something? It just makes you wonder, if they're not testing the sticks, did anybody even look for fiber or hair or anything like that? It's just very frustrating.
So we heard from two witnesses today. The first was the first law enforcement officer who arrived at the crime scene after that volunteer searcher reported finding the bodies. And this was Carroll County Deputy Darren Giancola. And he described parking at the cemetery that was just north of the crime scene and walking straight south down from that cemetery to the creek. And he said he got to the creek where he encountered several people who were the people who had reported finding the bodies of Abby and Libby alongside that creek. And he said that on his walk down, he did not notice the bodies. But once he encountered those people and he saw the clothing in the creek, he described a multicolored t-shirt and a black and white Nike shoe that he saw in the creek. He said the searchers told him that behind him was where the bodies were. And then he got closer to that area. He said that you couldn't really see them from the creek, but as he got closer, he could. He described that Libby was found nude. Abby was clothed. He said he saw a significant amount of blood on their bodies and on the ground. And he was asked if he attempted any life-saving measures. And he said he did not, because it was obvious that they were deceased. Now, the second witness, which is number 9 for the state, was Indiana State Police crime scene investigator Jason Page. And he got to the scene around 2 o'clock, he said. So the bodies were first found by that searcher at noon. Law enforcement began arriving about 12:15, and this gentleman arrived around 2 o'clock. He went through 44 images that were entered into evidence, and the first 3 were depictions that he made showing the topography of the area as well as the placement of the bodies. The rest were all photographs that he took of not only the scene, the creek, where the crime scene barrier tape was placed, but also close-ups showing how these girls were found on that February day back in 2017. There were some, I guess, privacy blockers placed over Libby's body because she was nude. So they had these black rectangles covering parts of her body for modesty, I assume. You did see a significant amount of blood on her. They also showed an area just south of where the girls' bodies were, where there was a large pool of blood. And then the tree where Libby was found was not the tree that had the blood patterns on it. That was a couple of feet away, and there was a smaller circle of blood on the ground near that tree. And this officer described 2 areas on the tree that had blood. And he knew that they had swabbed them. He photographed those areas and they showed them to us. They did not look like blood, though, because of the material he used for testing. The blood actually looked blue in the images that we were seeing today. We're back in session at 1 o'clock, and we assume we're going to be on cross-examination with this same witness.
just got to be horrible for these jurors, but the family members to see those images. It's just
so much blood. I mean, that's been part of this case where someone saw a man who they said resembled Richard Allen covered in blood, like he had been slaughtering an animal. And when you hear about how much blood was involved, it's just chilling to think about what happened in those woods.
It's just what these two little girls went through is just, it's hard to get your head around. Jessica Ehrlich is with us. In this case, Jessica, there's this sort of secrecy that's been imposed by this Judge Gall, who's up and I guess there's fear. Different judges have different fears about cameras and access. Some of it is because they don't want to have to be judged themselves. Some is because they're thinking from a legal standpoint, it's better but what it's created is this, there's an undercurrent. There's some people think Richard Allen's innocent, and this is a bunch of Odinist gang members and blah, blah, blah. It is a shame that we don't get to watch this trial because, and I think at the back end, it's a shame for the state and for those investigators because concealing stuff just feels like you're hiding something for a reason. And this is one of those cases, but a day like today, boy, where Barbara describing that just gives you chills. That's where I just think that this is one of those cases where letting the light in wouldn't hurt anybody, including Richard Allen and more importantly, maybe the state of Indiana.
Second day of the Delphi double murders trial was a bit emotional for the family as testimony described how the girls were found back in 2017. Steve Mullen, who is the current investigator for the prosecutor's office and was the Delphi police chief in February of 2017, took to the stand to describe his timeline of what happened on February 13th. He also spent some time geographically explaining areas of the trails for the jury to better understand. Jake Johns, a Delphi resident, took to the stand next and testified to discovering Libby's shirt while searching near the riverbank. The final witness to take to the stand was Pat Brown, a Delphi resident and family friends of Libby German's grandparents. He testified to his search efforts on both the 13th and the 14th. He says after getting a phone call, he headed to an area near the High Bridge, ultimately discovering the girls' bodies. And when describing the moment he came across Abby and Libby, he started crying and had to pause for a moment and said, "We found them," and added at first he thought they were mannequins. The jurors were dismissed at around 11:35.
The startling crime scene images drew tears from the girls' mothers who were seated nearby. Thanks for inviting us in tonight. It's 11 o'clock. It is really hard to imagine Abby and Libby's parents and loved ones having to watch all of this unfold. Richard Allen is charged tonight with killing those two teen girls. Today, investigators on the stand. Their testimonies taking the people in the courtroom to the wooded area where the girls' bodies were found. All day, the first investigators on the scene and a detective walked jurors through what they found in the woods near Delphi the day Abby Williams and Libby German were found. Jurors saw 117 photos, half of them extremely graphic. We want to caution you, it's hard to even hear some of these details. 13 news reporters who were in the court say some jurors and family members were visibly shaken. The pictures showed the injuries to both girls' throats, blood on both of the girls. Detectives described a very bloody area around them. Officers explained they found sticks on and around the bodies, but one testified that 3 officers decided those sticks had no evidentiary value and set them aside. Then explained that days later, he was told to go back and get the sticks. He took crime scene photos with him to identify the correct sticks. The defense has maintained, but is not allowed to bring up, that the sticks indicate the deaths were part of a ritualistic sacrifice. The defense also pushed back on how investigators collected a bullet cartridge from the scene. One prosecutors say matches a gun owned by Richard Allen. The defense asked investigators how the bullet cartridge was handled and why there are no pictures or video showing it being removed from the crime scene. They suggested to the jury that there were lapses in the chain of custody to protect the integrity of that evidence. Abby and Libby's families knew what they would see today. One of Libby's grandparents told our Bob Siegel they first saw those crime scene photos Saturday to help them prepare for today.
Inside a Carroll County courtroom Monday, jurors along with the families of Abby Williams and Libby German were shown those crime scene photos from the day the girls were found murdered. The state calling 4 witnesses to the stand, each one being cross-examined by the defense. That's when 13 News' legal analyst Katie Jackson-Lindsay says we began to see Richard Allen's team challenging the evidence presented by the prosecution, mainly by their line of questioning.
Another example would be the sticks that were found on one of the victims' bodies. They really highlighted that, one, that was a piece of evidence that was found, and two, that it wasn't originally collected. And they even got the witness to admit that they didn't collect it initially because they didn't think that it was pertinent, but someone eventually must have thought it was pertinent because they went back to get it later.
Jackson-Lindsay says the defense also entered several pieces of evidence. She says this is interesting for 2 reasons. One, because it's not up to the defense to build a case. That's for the prosecution to do. And 2, Jackson-Lindsay says, is because they're trying to drive their point home to the jury.
When you see the defense admitting photos, either that the state has already admitted a second time, or if they're admitting photos that the state did not admit, that really says to the jury, we need you to focus your attention on this particular angle that maybe the state didn't show you, which is letting them know that there's something else that they really want to highlight.
So the defense team sarcastically refers to the state's magic bullet. That'll become a central focus of this trial, and we'll certainly hear more about that in the coming days. One other important note today involves recordings from Libby's cell phone. That likely includes this audio and video. The defense team wants to set up guidelines about how this video can be shown and what investigators can say about it. They don't want it played on a loop, and they don't want witnesses to identify the words and sounds on these recordings. The defense wrote, it is up to the jury to determine what words or sounds exist on the recordings. The last officer on the witness stand today returns tomorrow for cross-examination. The judge in the case cautioned jurors that the rest of this week will be difficult.
The state called 4 law enforcement witnesses to the stand, showing and describing to jurors 117 crime scene photos from the day the girls were found murdered. And the descriptions are.
This looks like some of the stuff I try to go through and like make sure there wasn't a lot of repeats, but I missed some stuff. So I'm going to skip through that because they're just saying the same stuff. Now let me see what she's saying.
Hear more about that in the coming days. And one other important note from yesterday involves recordings from Libby's cell phone. That likely includes this audio and video. Listen.
Okay, we already just listened to that. Okay, so now we're going to go on to day 4. So that was day 2 and 3. Most of it was day 3 because day 2 I didn't have much news. There wasn't much news on day 2. I couldn't find many clips. But yeah, that was mostly day 3. Now let's do day 4. Here's day 4.
Our senior investigative reporter, Bob Siegel, just stepped out of the Carroll County Courthouse, where he's been covering the trial since it started.
And he joins us now live from Delphi. And Bob, this is really interesting. What was in that new part of the video that was played in open court this afternoon?
Yeah, so we knew that Libby German recorded video on her cell phone the day she and Abby Williams were murdered in Delphi, but the jury just got to see the video, and there's more video there than what we originally knew. Let me tell you about it. The video that jurors saw today here in court, it's 43 seconds long, taken at 2:13 on the afternoon of the murders. Libby's camera pointed downward, showing video of the Monon High Bridge. We can hear Libby's voice saying, "There's no path." And at the very end, a man's voice seemingly saying, "Down the hill." The video was shown during testimony from Indiana State Police Digital Forensic Examiner Brian Bunner. Now, he explained how he extracted data and audio and video from Libby's cell phone, and He told the jury why he extracted that video very quickly the day after the murders. He told the jury time was of the essence. So we wanted to get data off the phone and in the hands of investigators as soon as possible. The jury then heard how state police actually tried extracting data from the phone 5 separate times over the course of 3 years. One of those times with the help of the Department of Homeland Security in Washington, D.C. And then we heard from another state police audio video technician who explained how he enhanced Libby's cell phone video to get a still image of the person now known as Bridge Guy on the bridge and to isolate the man's voice saying down the hill. Also today, and I'll tell you, we had a bunch of witnesses who testified in court. We heard testimony from Indiana State Police crime scene investigator Brian Olahai. He started his testimony yesterday. This morning, the jury got to see him show bags of evidence. There were 49 pieces of evidence that he and other investigators collected from the crime scene, an area known as Ground Zero, very close to the girls' bodies, as well as from the autopsies of Abby and Libby that were performed in Terre Haute. Today, he showed the bags to the jury. Those bags included clothes and shoes, swabs of blood, Libby's cell phone, the bullet cartridge that was found on the ground between the two girls, as well as fibers collected from the girls' fingernails. That was some of the evidence. Now, the jury didn't actually get to see the evidence. They saw the bags that contain the evidence. It was part of the state's effort to try to convince the jury that all of this evidence was collected very deliberately and methodically, and the chain of custody involved with making sure that all of that evidence had integrity as it was maintained for the investigation. Now, got to tell you, we've got some really important stuff coming up at 6 o'clock. This afternoon, over the last hour and a half, we've heard from 3 separate witnesses that the state put on the stand to explain how certain they are that they saw Bridge Guy on the paths and on the Monon High Bridge just before the murders took place. However, there was some pushback, and some of the testimony that they gave could present a real problem for the state. I will explain that to you coming up on 13 News at 6. For now, I'll send it back to you from here in Delphi.
All right. Thank you so much, Bob.
Max just left the courtroom. I was in there for most of the day. Max, I think probably one of the most significant events we've seen in just the opening days of this trial, which was certainly emotional today,
right,
is when a state police audiovisual technician was on the witness stand, and the prosecution played that famous piece of video that we've all seen of Bridge Guy, shot from Libby's phone on February 13th, 2017. We've only seen a snippet of it before, but to this afternoon, Max, jurors saw 43 seconds of that video.
Yeah, that's right. And that video was taken from the time that Abby Williams finishes crossing the bridge, and then it's sort of a fumbled video a little bit. But at some points, you do, I was able to look at some of the still shots afterwards. You do see Bridge Guy, as they call him, in the background. The more, I think almost one of the more important things was what we actually heard on that video. And I'm going to read you from what we could hear as they played it out in the courtroom. You hear one of the girls, we believe it's Libby, say, "There's no path going there, so we have to go down here." And then after that, we hear a little bit of audio that appears to sound like the audio that has been released by state police that says "guys down the hill." However, when I listen to it with my, with just my ears and everybody in the courtroom, you can't clearly hear "guys down the hill." And that was part of the testimony of one of those, one of the forensic workers for Indiana State Police, that they did enhance that audio. So they did make changes to that audio in order to hear it better.
And of course, what was so chilling about that is it sounded like Libby is responding to some sort of a directive. And so she's saying to Abby or to the abductor, "There's no path here. We've got to go down here." Of course, it was down that hill to a wooded area on the south side of Deer Creek where they were first abducted to. And then they're.
What I find that interesting is she says that thing about the path before the guys down the hill. So is he like Bridge Guy or whoever's saying that? Because we still don't know if that's Bridge Guy saying "guys down the hill," because Bridge Guy's way back there. And then the audio comes after. They're just assuming that there's nobody else that crossed. And they're assuming nobody was already on that side. It comes from a different way. But anyway, so he says guys down the hill after she says there's no path here. So I'm thinking there's two options. Either they see him coming and they want to get rid of him, or they want to get away from him. And they're like, shoot, they're like discussing between themselves, let's get away. And she tells Abby, like, there's no path here. Where do we go? Or he's like, kind of like motioning, like telling him, come on, go. And then they're like, there's no path here. And then he says, guys down the hill. You know what do you guys think? Because we don't hear any other audio unless if he does say something and we don't hear him. He does make like a request and we don't hear him, or he could just be motioning like, and they're like, well, there's no path here. Or they could be trying to discuss like, how do we get out of here? There's no path because they see him coming and they're afraid. What do you guys think? Because when I first heard that, I was thinking, oh, they must have got that out of order. She must say that after he says, but I've listened to every news clip and they all say it comes after. So she says about the path before he says guys down the hill. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure that one out. I'd love to be able to see it. The sucky thing is I really don't think we are going to be able to order these records. You know, when you can do records requests, I really don't think that that's going to be something that's public, because when you order records, they give you it's public to them, you know, it's public to that case. So sometimes like body cam and interrogations aren't. I mean, there are some counties that they don't release that as public records. So I have a feeling if I request them, it's just going to be a bunch of documents that most of us have already seen. It's not going to be any of this stuff. I don't think we're ever going to be able to see this. I think they're going to keep them sealed and not let them be public. Because if they were going to, then they wouldn't be so private right now. I mean, they're making it seem like they do not want this out. So I'm afraid we are never going to see this stuff. We are never going to be able to see that video. The people that didn't go to the trial, we're never going to be able to see Richard Allen's interviews. I don't think they're going to release them. I hate that. I hate it. It's bullcrap. Yeah, it's bullcrap. Because they should want to be transparent. They're already seeing there's so many people doubting them. Like, if you're so sure and so secure about this case and feel like, okay, we have nothing to hide, like, let us see what's going on here. I hate that. But the thing is, those of you guys that haven't been following this the whole time, this isn't new to Judge Gall. This secret private stuff is not new to Judge Gall. This has been this way the whole 7 years. The whole 7 years, they've been so freaking quiet. And their reasoning at first is like, well, you know, we want to keep it because only the murderer knows these details. And we want to keep it because, you know, and it's like, you could release some of it. Like, come on. And then they would release like a little bit. They did the screenshot first, and then they did the down the hill, and then they added the guys down the hill. They slowly released it, little parts. And then that's all they gave us. And then that's it. It's bullcrap. I don't know. I think it's the case. I don't think it's necessarily Gall, even though I've hated how she's handled this case. I wanted them to get rid of her when they were trying to get rid of her. Go watch my videos last year. I was rooting for her to be gone. I was like, no, I don't no, they need to get rid of her. What she did was horrible to the defense. How she acted was just not the way a judge should act. But it's the case that's been secretive. It's not her. It's the whole case. Everybody. And it's just, I hate it. I don't know. We're not going to, I don't know. We aren't. It's just, I don't know why, but it's the whole case. So it's not just her. Remember that. She's just a part of it now. But I don't know. I mean, we could look up her history, but I mean, this whole case before she even was the judge for it has been like that. Because I think they went through like 3 different judges. The one guy resigned. He not resigned. What is the word? Where he he didn't want to do it. And then, yeah. Anyway, all right, I'm going to continue.
Bodies show up the next day on the other side, on the north side. And I think what's most chilling about that is we actually hear for the first time the voices of the girls in the moments they are being abducted.
Yeah, and I mean, the moments that, according to the prosecution's timeline, the moments before they were taken down and murdered at the bottom of the bridge.
Now, Max, you couldn't see it from where you were sitting, but Kathy
Really?
Allen, Richard Allen's wife, was sitting in front of me, and I could see him turn around with a very plaintive look on his face at that exact moment when that was being played. Now, admittedly, I saw him do that several times on Saturday, so it is something he does when he looks back into the gallery. But it was at that specific moment that he chose to look back at his wife when we heard that in the courtroom. And then later, Max, as I made my way out here, you were still in the courtroom, and it sounded to me like some of the prosecution's key eyewitnesses on the bridge that day, their stories started falling apart.
Yeah, so I believe you have reported on the fact that we had one of the witnesses come up before you had to leave court, a woman who was a teenager then, a woman now who was on the bridge that day. She had went out with 3 of her friends to take photos. So we heard from 2 of those friends this afternoon in court. And you did see during cross-examination, especially, many of these people have been interviewed multiple times over the years, and the defense attorney pointed out quite a few differences in their statement. A lot of them describe the bridge guy, as we know him, as a youngish person. They describe him wearing all black clothing, black pants, black jacket, everything like that. Obviously, from the picture that we have, that is not really the correct description. The other big person that we heard from was Betsy Blair this afternoon, who is one of the people who was interviewed and is the basis for one of those sketches that we have from Indiana State Police. And she testified about what she saw. Her recollections slightly differ. Obviously, we know those 2 sketches look completely different. I want to say the most head-turning thing that I think is going to come up for the next few days is that Mr. Baldwin, once the jury had left, defense attorney Andrew Baldwin said, "Judge, we need to discuss what this means." That they believe that Betsy Blair opened the door for the sketches to come back in, which were originally left out.
Well, last week, yes, it would have been last week, just before the first day of the trial, the judge said, no, those sketches can't come in because the prosecution said, oh, that was never meant to represent Richard Allen. That was only meant to represent a working investigative tool. And the defense said, we want those sketches in because they don't look anything at all like our guy. The judge agreed with the prosecution. They weren't supposed to come up. But if the prosecution's witness happens to bring them up, the defense has a window to go, okay, now they're fair game, Your Honor. So somebody's going to have to make a decision. Not the greatest day for the prosecution today.
Delphi murders trial today. We're getting a look at documents and interviews that have been used in the Delphi murders investigations. These exhibits were shown to media in Fort Wayne in the courtroom there today, and that includes Richard Allen's signed confession. We do expect to hear his confessions at some point this trial. The defense continuing to argue Allen is innocent and he was put under undue stress during his stays behind bars, contributing to that confession.
Not much has been shared about what investigators uncovered from the scene.
Well, today the jury was shown a video clip captured on Libby's phone before their deaths. Our senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel was in the courtroom as that video was played, and Bob joins us live in Carroll County tonight to explain. Bob.
Ann and Scott, the prosecutor and state police insist the person who killed Abby and Libby is someone known as Bridge Guy, someone who Libby German recorded on her cell phone in the moments before the murders took place, is what we're led to believe. And that video can be a crucial part of this trial. Well, today the jurors got to learn about Bridge Guy. For the first time, the jury and those of us in the courtroom got to see a full 43-second clip that Libby recorded on her phone. The judge is not releasing evidence and exhibits that are entered outside the courtroom. So I can't show it to you, but I can tell you about it. So the video that we saw today, it shows the girls on the bridge. We heard Libby say, "There's no path." And then, nearly undetectable in the background in the video, an image of a man walking behind the girls and his faint voice at the very end. This afternoon, jurors heard a video and audio specialist from Indiana State Police describe how he enhanced the video to isolate a still picture of Bridge Guy, and how he also enhanced the video to hear his voice saying the audio you just heard down the hill. The jury saw that image and heard the video that we have all heard so many times before. Now the jury has seen it as well. The most important testimony today came from 3 women who insist they saw Bridge Guy on the trails and on the bridge just before the time that the murders happened. And they all recognized the picture of Bridge Guy that was released by state police. And they had very definitive, direct quotes to the jury. One of the witnesses said, "I can say with confidence, the person in the picture is the person I saw." Another said, "That is the person we passed on the trail." The third witness said, "I immediately knew when I saw that photo that was released by state police, that was the man I saw on the bridge." But there is a huge problem for the state that came up during cross-examination. That's because witnesses described Bridge Guy, all of them described him pretty much the same way. And among those descriptions that I want you to hear, they describe Bridge Guy as a larger man, a tall man, not short, someone in his 20s or 30s, someone who is muscular, boyish, and youthful in appearance. One said that he had brown, poofy hair. Why is that a problem for the state? Well, because none of those descriptions actually match the defendant sitting in the courtroom. Richard Allen is, by most accounts, short. He was in his mid-40s at the time that the murders happened, not particularly muscular. That could be a problem for the state because you have jurors right now who have heard and are going to hear from investigators. They are positive that Bridge Guy committed the murders. They've just heard from 3 witnesses who are on the trails who say, "We saw Bridge Guy," and the description that they just provided the jurors, it doesn't match the man who is just sitting a few feet away from the jury. So interesting developments today. And I do want to share one poignant moment with you outside the courtroom. It was the first time we had seen that 43-second video, the first time that the families had seen it as well. Right in this gazebo that's right behind me, right over here during the lunch break, I spoke with Libby's mom because I just wanted to confirm, was that audio that we heard, the audio saying there's no path, was that Abby or Libby? She said it was Libby, and she said, "I almost fell over. I haven't heard that voice in way too long." Again, a reminder what this trial is really about, the pain that is being felt here and that these families are experiencing as they have to listen to the testimony and hear this evidence, much of it new evidence that's coming out every day. In Delphi, Bob Siegel, 13 News.
Bob, thank you so much. Today, 13 News also gets a look at thousands and thousands of exhibits. This after 13 Investigates filed a motion to have access to the exhibit.
So some of these exhibits won't be shown to the jurors. Our Emily Longnecker spent today in Allen County going over what those pretrial exhibits include.
There are literally thousands of pages of pretrial exhibits to view, and we spend most of the day trying to do just that. We were not allowed to videotape any of them, to take photos of any of them. I only had a pen and paper to copy down what I was looking at. Here's what was not included in those exhibits from the pretrial: autopsy reports for Abby Williams and Libby German, along with emails from Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter that includes updates to the FBI in the early days of the investigation. We also didn't see a report from Steve Mullins, the investigator for the state, who was Delphi's police chief when the murders happened. We learned in pretrial hearings that report from Mullins detailed interactions that he had with a possible suspect. Now, the state objected to the defense entering that report, claiming it was hearsay. Here's what we did see: exhibits dealing with Odinism, a Norse pagan religion. The defense believes Abby and Libby were killed as part of an Odinistic ritual, and they've deposed several people they believe could be involved. Now, we read through some of those depositions today, hundreds and hundreds of pages. Keep in mind, Judge Gull has ruled the jury will not hear mention of that ritual killing theory or these other alleged suspects. A ruling that came out of the pretrial hearings. But of course, the most notable exhibit that we looked at today, and we told you about at 5, was that form, that interview request form that Richard Allen allegedly filled out in prison for a request with the prison warden, John Gallipo, saying that he was ready to confess to the killings of Abby and Libby, and he hoped he got the chance to apologize to their families. We know that the judge has already ruled that the jury will hear 60 plus alleged confessions during this trial, and we expect that that form will be.
But investigators can say about it, they do not want it played on a loop like you're seeing here. And they do not want witnesses to identify the words and sounds on the recordings. The defense this is what they're saying, it is up to the jury to determine what words or sounds exist on the recordings.
Today, the jury heard from witnesses who saw this so-called bridge guy. What did they learn?
Yeah, Scott, let's talk about that in a second. First thing I want everyone to know about is about this video that we saw in court today. It was the first time that we've seen this video. And let me give a little bit of background to that. The prosecutor and state police have said since the day that Richard Allen was arrested, they've insisted that this crime was committed by someone referred to as Bridge Guy. And Bridge Guy is the person that Libby German captured on her cell phone on the Monon High Bridge, we believe just moments before the girls were murdered. So today the jury got to hear a whole lot more about Bridge Guy. For the first time, the jury got to see a video, all of us in the courtroom got to see a video 43 seconds long that Liberty captured on her phone on the day of the murders. And I can't, unfortunately, show you that video. The judge is not allowing us to record it or to show it, and she's not allowing cameras inside the courtroom. So I can't show it to you, but I can tell you about that video. So let me kind of explain what was on that video. It shows Abby and Libby on the Monon High Bridge. The camera that Libby had, the phone that she had was pointed down toward the bridge deck. We hear Libby say, "There's no path." So we actually hear Libby's voice on there. And then nearly undetectable in the background of this video, an image of a man walking behind the girls and his faint voice at the very end, something you've heard before. This afternoon, jurors heard video and audio specialist from Indiana State Police describe how we enhanced the video to isolate the still picture you're seeing of Bridge Guy, and how he also enhanced the video to hear the voice of Bridge Guy saying what all seems to sound to us like "down the hill." The jury saw that image and heard the video that we've all heard so many times before. They got to hear it for the first time today. And Scott, it's incredible. When we watched that 43-second video in court today, at first, I had no idea that that is the Bridge Guy video. So it was fascinating. We got to hear two audio and visual specialists from Indiana State Police, Brian Bunner and Jeremy Chapman. They described how the video was enhanced, the video that they found on the phone, how they expedited processing of the video that investigators recovered from the cell phone that Libby had, and how they were able to brighten up the image, how they were able to rotate it, how they were able to work with the contrast and the lighting so they could capture this image of Bridge Guy in the background, who, again, when you see the video, there's only a couple frames where Bridge Guy's even visible back there. They were able to isolate that to put a picture out to the public. And then when we heard the video in the courtroom, the audio of "Down the Hill," we couldn't hear that at all. So the investigators explained how in the lab they were able to isolate background noise that was on that video so that they could get rid of that background noise and enhance and accelerate the audio on there so that we could hear down the hill. And, you know, that's video, Scott, that's the jury got to see today and is going to be a big part of this trial.
So, Bob, when we have seen this for 7 years, this video of Bridge Guy, you know, we see this guy walking on the Monon High Bridge. He's got his hands in his pocket. You just hear the, you know, down the hill, but it's on a loop for several seconds. So you're talking about 43 seconds. Is there anything else that we see that the jury saw on this 43-second tape? Do we see anything else? Do we see the girls on this? Do we hear anything else at all?
Yeah, well, it appears to us that we see Abby Williams in the background walking towards Libby in this video. And I got to be honest, most of it is looking down at the railroad ties on that, what's described as this really scary walk across the Monon High Bridge. Most of that area is now completely sealed off. You can't walk on it now. Most of that bridge decking has been rehabilitated, at least the portion that the public's allowed on. But it's looking down at these railroad ties and really the usable portions, the portions that are going to be relevant to the jury here and that are of most interest is this little image in the background of Bridge Guy and the voice that we hear. So those are the things that state police really highlighted very early on in their investigation and that we hear in this video today, but we've only seen a tiny little snippet of it today. We got to see that it was actually 43 seconds. And I will mention, Scott, that because this was the first time we've heard the girls' voices on there, during the lunch break, I saw Libby's mom right out here in this gazebo. There's a gazebo right behind me here on the courthouse lawn. And I wanted to clarify. I asked her, is that Libby? Is that Abby? Whose voice did you hear on there? And she said to me, yeah, that's Libby. And she said when she heard that in court, she said, I almost fell out of my chair. She said, it's been way too long since I've heard that voice.
It's got to be so hard for that family to listen and see those images. So I would imagine that everybody, not only in the courtroom, but also those of us who are watching your coverage, want to know, is Bridge Guy Richard Allen? Has the state been able to say, you know, in front of this jury, Bridge Guy is Richard Allen? And what are these witnesses that are testifying? What are they saying about the man that they saw?
Yeah, Scott, we just completed day 4 of testimony. And other than opening statements, Richard Allen's name has not been uttered by either the prosecution or the defense. We'll talk more about that here in a little bit. But you asked about the people who saw Bridge Guy. We heard today testimony from 3 separate women who say that they are confident that they saw Bridge Guy either on the Monon High Bridge or walking on the path leading to the bridge in really the hour or so leading up to when investigators think the murders actually happened. So I can tell you that Riley Voorhees and Breanne Wilbur, 2 of the women who testified, they're women now. They were teenagers back when this happened. They were actually classmates at Delphi High School of the 2 victims. They testified they were out on the path together on the day of the murders, and they say that they saw who was later identified as Bridge Guy. We also heard from Betsy Blair. She's a woman who frequently in 2016 and 2017 said that she went to the trails around the Monon High Bridge and the Freedom Bridge to walk and get exercise, doing 3 loops from one bridge to the other several days a week. And she was on the trails on the day of the murders. And she says that she saw Bridge Guy, and they are confident. I want to show you some of the quotes, some of the things that they directly told the jury today. Riley said, after she saw the image of Bridge Guy released by state police, she said, I can say with confidence, the person in the picture is the person that I saw out on the trail that day, actually closer to the Freedom Bridge, but not a long distance from the Monon High Bridge. Brianne Wilbur said, that is the person we passed on the trail, as she referenced the picture of Bridge Guy that the jury was seeing. And Betsy Blair said, I immediately knew when I saw that photo that was released by state police, that was the man I saw on the bridge. So that seemed to be some very positive identification as far as these three witnesses, not necessarily saying that they saw Richard Allen, but saying that they saw Bridge Guy. However, there's a big problem here for the defense because of the next testimony that they gave, and that testimony came during cross-examination by Jennifer Auger, one of the defense attorneys for Richard Allen. And she really pounded away on the reports, the testimony that all three of these women gave in the days just after the murders took place, and how they described Bridge Guy at that time. And so I want to show you some of the things that they said, those descriptions that were brought up in court today. They described Bridge Guy back then as, Riley said, a larger man. Another one of them said a tall man, and not short is what we heard from Betsy Blair. They described him, Bridge Guy, as someone in his 20s or 30s. And Riley Voorhees said early 20s or 30s. He was described as muscular. Betsy Blair said Bridge Guy was boyish and youthful in appearance. We also heard him describe Bridge Guy as someone with brown, poofy hair by these women who say that they passed him and they saw him on the trails on the days of the murder. Why is that such a big problem? Well, because those descriptions offered in court today by these three witnesses of Bridge Guy don't match the defendant sitting at the defense table, the man who is accused of these crimes. Richard Allen, by most accounts, would be described as short. He was in his mid-40s at the time that the murders took place, not particularly muscular, wouldn't describe him that way. So the problem there is you have state police who are going to be testifying to this jury that Bridge Guy is the guy who committed these murders. Then you've got the jury having to weigh that with these three witnesses that the jury just heard from saying, we saw Bridge Guy and he looked like this, this, and this, and the things they're describing do not match the man that jurors are looking at throughout this trial and who's accused of this crime. So that is potentially a big misstep by the state today. And actually, by putting these witnesses on the stand, there was another potential misstep that came up today, and that is the state successfully, they argued to try to get the sketches of the suspect that were released immediately after the murders. The state does not want the jury to see those sketches because they say it could confuse the jury. Well, today on the stand, while the state had one of the witnesses there, Betsy, brought up these sketches and talked about the fact that the description that she offered, Betsy Blair said the reason that she was giving these descriptions was to state police investigators to help them create the sketches. At that point, Brad Rosie, one of the defense attorneys, his eyes lit up. They got real wide, and he looked over at the other defense counsel. And at the end of the hearing, he mentioned to the judge, he said, look, now this has come up in court. This has been part of the testimony brought on by one of the state's witnesses about these sketches.
I'm going to skip through some of this because there is a lot of repeats. I'm sorry. You guys, everybody, just be nice and chat. You're going to have, it's like a split. You're going to have, I mean, I could see from the poll. It's like almost split in half. So you're going to have some people that think he's innocent, some people that think he's guilty. But just remember, be fair, because they're allowed to have a different opinion. So for instance, let's say the people that feel like he's innocent feel so strongly about it. Well, the people that feel like he's guilty feel that same strength about his guilt. So just like kind of be just be respectful. You guys could debate, but don't like start getting like yelling at each other. Just realize, hey, I have a different opinion. I feel strong about mine. You feel strong about yours. Doesn't make you a bad person or me a bad person. We just look at it different. It's split. It really is split. So try to just, be accepting and just debate the case. Just say what, bring up some of the facts and debate it if you want. But I feel like it's getting a little heated in the chat. Maybe, I don't know. I was gone for a minute getting food. So I hope everybody's all right. Ooh, that hurt. Yeah, it's pretty split though. I feel like there's not a consensus one way or another. All right, I'm going to skip through this here. Okay, this is all repeat.
Talked about during the trial today?
Yeah, we did hear about how Abby Williams was wearing Libby German's sweatshirt and pants. And there was
That's another weird thing. So it comes out that from the evidence that the expert was at the I forget what profession, what the person that said this would be a blood. I'm not going to say because I don't remember who the expert was that said this, but basically one of their experts, one of their professional witnesses, said that they could tell that Abby died with her clothes on. So like Abby, because of the blood that wasn't smeared on her and smeared on the jacket, that they said that she died. And she already had her she already had her clothes on when she was cut because the way the blood was. So therefore, but they also did prove that she was naked at one point, which is weird. So therefore, he had him get naked or however they got naked. And then she redressed into Libby's clothes and then got cut. So crazy because this whole time I was thinking he redressed her or the killer redressed her. But they're saying they could tell because of the way the blood was that it would have been smeared and I get it because he would have had to put her head over it and her cut was on her neck. The blood was dripping out. You know what I'm saying? So he would have had to put, if it was after she died, he would have had to put the hoodie over her head and it would have. I mean, I get their reasoning, but isn't that crazy? So like, I'm just trying to like picture how that all happened. And then they also said that she died in the same spot as they found her because of the blood, Abby. But Libby moved. So they said Libby was way up by the tree by Abby. And then she was down below. And then they said she sat down, put her head like over her knees, like kind of like leaned over and then lay down. And then he ended up moving her into her spot. So they said like she didn't die. The spot that she was at, she was moved, which I think is why her hand was up. He probably took her hand and moved her by her hand. But isn't that crazy? Like, I can't even imagine what they went through. I really can't. Yeah, you guys remember, I watch Lauren from Hidden True Crime, and she does an excellent job. I know a lot of you guys are talking about Andrea. Well, I watch Lauren, and she does the same thing. She's been going in every day, except today she missed, but she got a lot of notes, so I'm going to have to watch hers. But she's been just taking really good notes, and it makes you feel like you're there. It's like so detailed, but I'm so like into this case and have been for 7 years that I wanted to just watch the news clips too. So not only do I watch her, but I watch all the local channels too to get like an extra. And I've gotten a little bit of extra stuff that maybe, just get and also other people's perceptions and stuff. But no, I have a detailed account too because I watch her every day. So yeah, these are more like not as detailed because Lauren gives every details as far as like the mood and what Richard's doing and what this person's doing and who's there and what they're wearing and all this stuff. But I feel like this adds a little bit because it'll show you some of the people. Like it was like listening to her talk about like the different witnesses, and then I watch the news clips and they'll have pictures of them or they'll have videos of the witnesses too. So I was like, oh, okay, well, she did describe them good or whatever. So yeah, but man, I wish I could be here. I wish I could be there. I should have went, but I mean, even if I would have went, chances are, I mean, look how hard it is to get in. Like nobody could survive for a month doing what she did. So she had to have people like line holding. Like, would I have been able to find somebody to hold the line for me? You know, it's just, oh.
An interesting question that was submitted by one of the jurors asking the crime scene investigators, was the ground under Abby Williams, did it appear that there was a disturbance there or that the leaves had been brushed away to suggest that perhaps that switch of clothing might have taken place right there at the crime scene by whoever might have committed the murders? We were told by the investigators it did not appear that there was a disturbance like that. So I thought that that was really interesting. Scott, you mentioned about just how much evidence has been collected, and that means that these jurors, I don't know how else to put it. I mean, there's the risk that they're being overwhelmed with exhibits because every single one of the photographs, every one of the reports, the CVs, the resumes of each of the experts going up to talk to the jurors. There's so much evidence, and every bit of it is pretty much entered as exhibits that the jury can refer to later. And so they are just collecting one piece after another, all these exhibits that are, they call it being published. By publishing it, it's accepted by the court, and then it's published, and it goes into a binder, a folder that these jurors can refer back to over and over again throughout the trial. They're not allowed to take any of those exhibits out of the courtroom with them. They all have to stay in the court every day at the end of the day when they leave the court, but then it's there waiting for them when they come back, and it will be available to them in their deliberations. And speaking of exhibits, today there was an interesting development in this case that didn't happen here in Delphi. It actually happened a couple hours away over in Fort Wayne. If you recall, over the summer, there were some pretrial hearings, and there was tons of exhibits that was entered during those hearings. The judge basically had told us we requested to see those exhibits, and the judge said, no, I'm not going to let you see them until after the trial's over. We pushed back, and the judge finally allowed access to those. That was today over in Fort Wayne, and our Emily Longnecker went to Fort Wayne, went to the Allen County Courthouse to look through all these exhibits, and I'd like to check in right now with Emily to find out what was actually in those exhibits. Emily?
Yeah, Bob, during those pre-trial hearings in July and August, we saw both the state and the defense enter into the record lots of exhibits. And today we got a chance to look at some of those exhibits. They were here in Allen County. We were not allowed to video any of them or take pictures. All we had, like during the trial, our paper and our pen to copy down, in some cases, word for word, exactly what we were seeing. The most notable pretrial exhibit today came from the state. It showed a form the state says Richard Allen filled out requesting an interview with the Westville prison warden, John Gallipo. Now, that form was dated March 5th, 2023. On it, 2 sentences the state says Richard Allen wrote, quote, "I am ready to officially confess for killing Abby and Libby. I hope I get the opportunity to tell the families I'm sorry." Now, you'll remember that the defense has pushed back on 60 plus alleged confessions that the state says Allen has made during his time in prison. The defense has said that Allen made those alleged confessions during mental duress caused by the solitary confinement conditions that he was living in. Judge Gall ruled in late August after those pretrial hearings that the jury would be able to hear those alleged confessions during trial. So we do expect that this paper that we saw today here from the pretrial exhibits, that the jury will likely see that. And we looked at several other exhibits. There were thousands and thousands of pages. We couldn't get through them all, but we spent a good part of the day going through them. Here's what we did not see, which we heard about during the pretrial hearings, and we thought we might see them today when we got to view these exhibits, but we did not see them. We did not see autopsy reports for Abby Williams and Libby German. We did not see emails from Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter with updates. They included updates to the FBI in the early days of the investigation. We did not see those emails that were talked about during the pretrial hearings. We also didn't see a report from Steve Mullins, an investigator for the state who was Delphi's police chief at the time of the murders. We learned in pretrial hearings that that report detailed interactions that Mullins had with a possible suspect. Now, at the time, the state objected to that report being entered into the record, but it was entered, noting their objection. We also saw several exhibits dealing with Odinism, a Norse pagan religion. The defense has said that they believe that Abby and Libby were killed in a ritualistic killing as part of an Odinistic ritual killing, and they have deposed several people that they believe are potential suspects that could have been involved. We read through some of those depositions today. Again, hundreds and hundreds of pages. We could not get through them all. Now, keep in mind that Judge Gull has ruled that the jury will not get a chance to hear about that defense theory or hear about those alternate suspects. That ruling came out also in August. But again, I think the most notable exhibit that we saw today was that piece of paper that the state says Richard Allen signed to the prison warden, saying that he was ready to confess to the killings of Abby and Libby and apologize to their families. Bob?
Thanks a lot, Emily. So we should point out Judge Gull has ruled that the Odinism information and the evidence and the witnesses surrounding that, as far as a third-party perpetrator, that the jury would not be able to hear that, but the defense will get another chance during the trial to try to convince the judge to allow them to present that to the jury in what's called an offer of proof. So that is still yet to come. Scott, you had mentioned earlier, what has the jury heard so far about Richard Allen? Well, you know, the jury heard during opening statements, the state say that that is the individual who is responsible for the deaths of Abby and Libby. Since then, through 4 days of testimony, not a word about Richard Allen, and that's not by mistake. You know, they are trying to lay the groundwork, very systematically working their way up for the jury to help them understand the crime scene, the evidence that was collected, the terrain, the geography, and then moving their way into people who are at the scene, who can identify Bridge Guy, that we heard that today. And so we expect in the next several days, we will transition from the general details about the crime scene and Bridge Guy to the state trying to help the jury to understand why they believe that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy and why he is responsible. And you just heard Emily talking about these confessions. That's going to be coming up as well, and we expect that is going to be a central part of this trial. So lots more evidence the state will present coming up this week. We are back tomorrow in the front row. We do have a media pass to be able to bring you coverage, as we have during every day of the trial, and our intent is to be inside the courtroom during every day of the trial to bring you continuing coverage. So, Scott, for now, I'm going to send it back to you. The sun has set here in Delphi. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning. Court is scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. for day 5.
All right, Bob, you and the team are doing an outstanding job bringing viewers into the courtroom and laying out what you're hearing as we go into day 5 on Wednesday. Thanks so much. We're going to be breaking down the Delphi murders trial every weeknight at 10 o'clock right here on WTHR+. You can also find our ongoing coverage, including detailed reports on each day of this.
Until today, we had only heard a few seconds of that video. Liberty German.
It's basically the same stuff, sorry. I wanted to go through one last time and take out all the repetitive stuff, and I just didn't have time. But I think we got a good idea of what day 4 was like. They heard the video. So a lot of the people, since I got to hear Lauren and her giving more of description of that video, the news reporters didn't really describe the beginning of that video. So the beginning of the video was, well, I guess they kind of did a little bit, but they kept focusing on just that end that we've already seen. We all seen that part. But the beginning is like Abby is basically over there on the bridge, and she kind of like, I guess the video does kind of like bounce around. And it's, you see like Abby kind of, they say like running towards Libby, because I think they see the guy and she's kind of like running towards Libby, and then they put their phone down. And I think when it goes back up really quick, it catches Bridge Guy. I mean, it's so quick. So I think that the frames that they showed us of Bridge Guy are the only frames they have of Bridge Guy. And I, like this whole time we're wondering like, why not show us more of them walking? Obviously they probably have more of them. They don't. Those are the only frames from what we're being told. It's just really quick, and they're able to like take those frames and make it so we could see him, you know. So then now the thing is that the is it the investigator, I'm trying to think which witness, what they hear on it, which I don't think they allowed it to come in, because they hear and here's the thing though, these people that have had this audio and this video, they're able to put earphones on. So the people that are watching the trial reporting on it, they're seeing it twice. They got to see it twice. Okay. One time, half of them didn't even realize what they were watching. And then they got to re-see it after lunch twice in a courtroom where you can't hear that good. So these people, like the investigator and law enforcement, they're like able to hear it with headphones, and they'll be able to probably turn it up and listen to it over and over and over. Well, from what I've heard so far, is that she's not allowing that to come in of what they hear. But what they hear, okay, the people that's heard it over and over, a part of the investigation, they say they hear, what they think they hear is Abby saying, wait, is it Abby or Libby saying something like, that be a gun? I have it somewhere. Hold on. I have a screenshot of it. Hold on one second. One second. I don't know. Maybe it did come in. Does anybody know if that came in where I feel like I read the document where she was, I thought, denying letting it in. But then why I'm doubting it is because I think the screenshot was from one of the reporters. So if that wasn't allowed in, then how did they see that? Unless if it was out of the ears of the jury, like they talked about it. And yeah, that's probably what it was. Because, you know, if you're in the courtroom, you get to hear all that. And then the jury comes in. And so maybe they got to hear it and the jury wasn't in there. But hold on, let me show you what I'm talking about. I think I have a screenshot of it. Of what one of the, I don't know if it's the investigator. Hold on. We'll go over all these, but I just want to find. This is what Court TV heard. Libby saying there's no path. The trail ends here. We have to go down there. The man says, guys. And then Abby says, hi. And then the man says, down the hill. Hold on. Like I said, I'm going to go through all those, and I'm trying to find the one shot where it talks about what I think it's right here. No. Here's the timeline, which is interesting. You guys can look at that real quick while I'm trying to find that. Dude, I know I have it somewhere on the screenshot. It's interesting because he hears, I think it's Libby saying something like, that be a gun. But everybody in the courthouse, like I watched a couple of reporters saying we didn't hear them saying anything about a gun. But then they did bring up, well, they're probably hearing it with headphones and stuff. So, I mean, but I don't think she was going to allow it for the jury to hear. She wanted to, like, whatever the jury heard with her own ears, she didn't want to like put that in their head if that's not what they heard. And I'm sure I would hope they're letting them listen to it with headphones over and over as many times as they need. I would think they would. They will let them, because I think they're going to be deliberating for a while, because I don't know if they're going to have a unanimous decision, man. It's tough. Well, I'm just going to go through all these. Okay, hold on. I have it somewhere. I know I have it somewhere. This one says, the Kyla Russell, one of the reporters says, an observation we made today that I simply just found interesting is Richard Allen sat in his seat this morning before the jury entered and read his small Gideon Bible. I've seen it on the defense table several days, but today was the first time I'd seen him reading it. Testimony, CSI just after 1 p.m. The bullet found after moving bodies of Abby and Libby was not easy to see. It was found using a blue light that showed a sparkle. Let's see. They found no noticeable shoe impressions in the area. It says they never measured the depth of the nearby creek to determine how easy it would have been to cross. I'm just trying to. This was one of Lauren's things she drew about. She draw like what she saw in the pictures. So this was the blood on the tree. So there was one. This was closer to where Abby was, where they think Libby was, like, put her hand on the tree and then kind of like, kind of went down a little bit and then moved. And then this is the one that would be. Wait. I'm confused. Oh no, this is the same part right here. Okay. That's the actual picture of the tree with the blood. This is her picture that she drew of them, the placement of them. Okay, and this is where she thinks Abby or Libby was up here, came down here, sat down, laid her head like over her legs, lay down, and then she was dragged up here. But that's not, I'm trying to, this is a picture of Abby. She had her hands up like this, and they were like under the hoodie. And her pants look like they're unbuttoned. Sorry, I wasn't planning on going through these yet, but I want to find that. Watch it not even be in this group of pictures. Then where do I have it? Because I know I freaking have it somewhere. So the defense swears. Oh, well, hold on. We'll get to that. I actually want to play a video of that one. Never mind. This is Libby's mom asking for help. I hate asking, and I know that everyone is struggling, but if there is anyone willing to help myself, my two youngest with food, housing, gas, or whatever during the trial, I would greatly appreciate it. I hope to eventually be able to pay it forward. Also, I can't say thank you enough to the kind people who have already helped us because she lives out of town. So she's asking for help. This is Barbara McDonald said, Hayes told me that others he shared a cell with, Ron Logan, told me and others he shared a cell with Ron Logan after the murders, and that Logan called out one of the victims' names while performing a sex act, which I'm confused. He was performing a sex act in jail? Like, which I'm saying, is that what she's saying? I'm confused with that, what she's saying. Is she saying, who is he performing this? Like, what was he doing? What do you mean? Like, was he doing it to somebody else in jail, to himself in jail? What was he doing? And then, is that what you think she's saying? But she said he called out one of the victims' names. That was his cellmate said that. Here's that thing when you guys were, whoever was saying, oh, there's a video. No, I've never heard anything about a video of him leaving. They have a video of his car coming in. They don't have a video of him leaving. But the reason they're saying 2:15 is because Blair walked past the old CPS lot where Alan had been parked at 2:15, and his Ford Focus was not there. Instead, there was a vehicle resembled a classic Mercury Comet. But witness testimonies are not that accurate. So that doesn't sell me. Like, that's not a huge thing. Like, for me, that's not like, then that means he's 100% innocent because his car is gone. To me, witness testimonies are so bad. And we could see as they're describing, they're describing the person they think is bridge guy. And none of them are consistent because witness testimony, they're not accurate. That's a known thing. It's horrible. Like, have you ever tested that? Like, when I got my gun license, we went over stuff like witness testimony and like witness what you remember and stuff. And like about an hour into it, our teacher is there's only like 4 of us in class. Our teacher's right there in front of us teaching. And he's like, shut your eyes. What am I wearing? And I could not freaking remember what he was wearing. And I'm sitting there in front of him for an hour looking at this guy. I couldn't even remember anything. Like, I couldn't remember what color or anything. So it's not. And these people saw him for a split second, or second. So they're not that accurate. It's just, it is a known thing. So that doesn't sell me on that, but okay. I'm just saying, I'm not going to be like, nope, that means 100% that he's innocent because of that. I don't know, guys. I'm going to have to find where it says. I really wanted to show you what they say they hear, but I can't. I don't know where I put it. Oh, well. I think the one thing, I think I got it all. I think it's just the added thing is that the thing about the statement. And then, oh no, there's more, something about, about like the creepy guy following them or something. They heard more because they were able to enhance the audio, put headphones in and listen to it. So, I mean, I hope they do let the jury do that because I think they'll be able to hear more. And I'm sure, I don't know, with this freaking judge and freaking how they are and how nobody could touch the exhibits and you can't do this or that and everything's like photocopy, nothing's original. They can't, yeah, I don't know if she will let them freaking listen to it on headphones, which sucks because you want them to have everything that they need to make a judgment. But I don't know. I'm not even convinced that she'll let them rewatch anything the way she is. All right, so we're on day 4. Which really sucks because this is a man's life. The jury needs, if they want to watch that 1,000,000 times, let them watch it until they feel comfortable on what they want to do.
After the murders, he told the jury time was of the essence. So we wanted to get data off the phone and in the hands of investigators as soon as possible. The jury then heard how state police actually tried extracting data from the phone 5 separate times over the course of 3 years. One of those times with the help of the Department of Homeland Security in Washington, D.C. And then we heard from another state police audio video technician who explained how he enhanced Libby's cell phone video to get a still image of the person now known as Bridge Guy on the bridge and to isolate the man's voice saying down the hill. Also today, and I'll tell you, we had a bunch of witnesses who testified in court. We heard testimony from Indiana State Police crime scene investigator Brian Olahai. He started his testimony yesterday. This morning, the jury got to see him show bags of evidence. There were 49 pieces of evidence that he and other investigators collected from the crime scene, an area known as Ground Zero, very close to the girls' bodies, as well as from the autopsies of Abby and Libby that were performed in Terre Haute. Today, he showed the bags to the jury. Those bags included clothes and shoes, swabs of blood, Libby's cell phone, the bullet cartridge that was found on the ground between the 2 girls, as well as fibers collected from the girls' fingernails. That was some of the evidence. Now, the jury didn't actually get to see the evidence. They saw the bags that contain the evidence. It was part of the state's effort.
Phone found at the crime scene underneath the body of Abigail Williams. The jury got to see an enhanced version of that video taken by Libby, showing a man following her and Abby on the Monon High Bridge, taken on her iPhone 6S at 2:13 p.m. Reporters who were in court as it played say you could hear Libby say, "See, this is the path. There's no path. We have to go down here." And after that, the man says, "Guys." And it sounds like Abby says, "Hi." Then the man says, "Down the hill." The reporters who were in the room did not hear the word gun spoken by either of the victims. We're also now hearing from the witnesses who saw the man that day before he encountered Abby and Libby. Rayleigh Voorhees testified the man she saw was taller than her. She's 5'7". Richard Allen is reportedly 5'4" or 5'5". In Delphi, Indiana, I'm Barbara McDonald.
You were there when they played this infamous down the hill video.
There's
Tell me
Lauren.
the effect that it had. Was it not just on everybody sitting in the courtroom, but most notably on the jurors?
Yeah, it was certainly a big moment in court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the jurors, of course, have heard this video in the past as well. It's this infamous video, and we've always only heard what you just played there, down the hill, down the hill. We learned today it was 43 seconds. And to hear the girls respond to that command was, I think, the part that was the most chilling. Not only could you hear Abby saying there's no path and sort of responding and being confused, you actually saw that they had nowhere to go. There was literally no path. It was this dead end moment. And you could also just hearing their voices, they sounded so young. I actually wrote that down in my notes. They sound so young. Compared notes to my neighbor, she had written the exact same thing. Such young little girls knowing what's about to happen to them, and they had nowhere to go.
And Lauren, did she sound frightened when she said there's no path?
I think she sounded timid. I think I put myself in their shoes hearing that, realizing these girls just were, I think, probably almost in shock. You know, someone's commanding them to do something and the response is, there's no path. I think that they certainly were afraid.
But that's the thing. Everybody does it. That's not the order. The guys down the hills before she says the path remark. Everybody that explains it, and even when Lauren talked about it, it was after. Down the hill was after that. So I think that they were just trying to look for a way out because they saw that creepy guy and they're like, oh my God, there's no path. How do we get out of here? Like, I think that was a response, unless, like I said, unless if he motioned. But the reason I almost think it was to themselves was because the fact that if Abby did really say hi, then that means that was their first interaction with them, right? And that would have been after she said, there's no path. Where do we go? I think that was just to Abby because they were trying to get out of there. They didn't know how to get away from that guy. I don't know. Yeah, but it was after, Johnny. The order is down, the guys down the hill is after she says there's no path. Go look at all the reporters. It's after. But the weird thing is they'll say the order of it, but then they'll say it's like, oh, in the reference to a command. But no, like, then you guys are not reporting it accurately because when people are saying how it happens, guys down the hill is after she's looking for a path. So either he says something to her we don't see, or he motions in a way. That's what I said. It could be that. It could be like he's like, and they're like, well, we have nowhere to go. Or he says something we can't hear. That means he says something before he says guys down the hill. Or they're just trying to get out of there. I don't know. That's why I wish we could see it ourselves. But everyone reports it that it's after. I mean, you could hear. Go watch all the clips. They're all saying it says, there's no path. Where do we go? And then it's guys down the hill. I don't know.
And I think they realize as well, where did they go from here?
Jesse, the defense obviously tried very hard not to have that video played in court.
Good. That is a good question. I wondered same thing too, because I'm like, how can, like, you have a whole body, like, they didn't get any DNA of the killer, obviously. So the person committed these crimes without leaving his gosh darn DNA, or that the DNA they were able to get. So that's what I'm wondering. They didn't swab the whole body? You know, obviously they didn't. So how do they know there's not DNA somewhere on the body? They swab spots. We hear like the spots. If you, Sherry, like if you watch Lauren or whoever you choose to watch that it's going, they have more detailed reports on exactly like more details. Cause obviously these news clip could only say so much. It'll be like, okay, they swabbed the inner, a part of her inner thigh. They swabbed this part, the inner wrist, or they swabbed different parts. But I think like just probably little parts of certain areas that they would think that would be touched maybe. But like, how do you know that there's a part that you didn't swab? Because there's no way they were able to do it all. So that just, when I think about that, I've been thinking about that a lot with this case. Like, dude, what if there is DNA somewhere that they didn't swab? I don't know, because they didn't swab the whole body. I mean, I just wonder how they know where to, like how many times, like for instance, this is what I wonder. Like, okay, they swab, they don't get any DNA. They still have the bodies, right? How long? Like they should wait, re-swab them a different area until they find something maybe. I know it's expensive and and time consuming and they just don't do it that way. But they had 7 years. This case has been huge. I mean, I wish they would have, because there might be somewhere on their bodies somewhere.
Because of the audio enhancements. But I got to tell you, when you see that figure of the man, it looks like the defendant.
It arguably does, but you couple that with the other parts, right? So the idea that he has allegedly confessed to this crime 60 times. Now, he was in prison.
Why 60?
Because he kept apparently confessing to everybody, family members, the warden, police. Now, they could say that his time behind prison affected his ability to give a cogent response, that he wasn't in his right mind. But putting that to the side, when he was first interviewed by investigators back in 2017, and he admitted he was on that trail and he gave a description of what he was wearing, investigators say that description matched what you just saw there. And I think this will be it's a piece of circumstantial evidence, and it's a key point that the defense wanted out. But I have to tell you, as much evidence as there might be that he did this, including the unspent cartridge, I think this case is a little bit closer than people realize. You know, his defense attorney made the argument that there was a hair found on Abby that wasn't properly tested. There's no DNA linking him to the crime.
There's no DNA of Richard Allen at the crime scene.
Let me clarify. They asked CSI today, or it was yesterday.
Oh, I forgot, Sarah. I forgot to do the Halloween background. Oops. I've been so like cramming to get all this condensed and stuff. I totally forgot. I'm sorry. I didn't even download. I didn't even send it to, because you did it on send it on my phone. I didn't even send it to my email to have it to my computer. I'll try to, let me add it while this is playing. I'm sorry. I totally forgot. It slipped my mind. Just like the Zeke thing. Did you get my Zeke picture though? I did put it on him.
Did you find any DNA that links it to the girls? No, not that we have at this point. The prosecution says this is not the right witness to ask. There's also no fingerprints that were examined at the scene. The sticks that were on the girls' bodies weren't properly tested. There was no shoe impression. So if you're building up the case that this was a botched investigation, what you're trying to say to the jury is, if you can't believe this, then don't believe the ballistics report about the unspent shell casing. Don't believe the cell phone data. They're trying to build the case. Do not believe the government. And when you don't have maybe more evidence, there is something there. Having said that, I think there's a lot of evidence that would suggest he did this, but we're still in the early stages of this case.
Oh, okay. All right, let me pull it. So we're on day 4, so we got to do day 5. Day 5. So day 5.
Thanks for inviting us in. It's now 11 o'clock. We've seen these pictures.
Oh, no, Kaz. Yeah, I have the 4 sketches. I was going to play that video I did of the 4 sketches. There's 4. There's 4 different ones. Yeah, you're not crazy. There's 4 sketches that are part of the case. They only made public 2. And the one that was supposedly looked like, okay, so the one that was, what's her name? Sarah, I think her name was, the one that saw the bloody muddy. He originally supposedly she said muddy, then it changed to bloody, and she said tan coat, it changed to blue, all this inconsistency. So supposedly though, that sketch that's linked to her is not that she went in and described it. It was like made by, how do they describe it? It was like put together by like all the evidence that they had. So that wasn't like almost wasn't really like a witness sketch. So you have that one. That's the older guy. That's the first one that they released. But that younger one is the one that was first done. That was the first one done. And they didn't release that till years after for some reason. And then there's one that looks like the younger guy, but he has a hood over him. Because remember, one of them seen the younger looking guy with the hood off. And they think it's the same guy, but then the hood was over like this. So the one that the hood is like over his face, you can see him like right from here. The face looks exactly like the younger guy. And then there's another one here. Let me just show you. There's another one that looks like more scruffy. I always thought it looked like the Elvis guy, but a lot of people think it looks like Brad Holder's son. There's a picture of Brad and his son that look exactly like the two of the sketches. It's crazy. But hold on a second. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Actually, I'll play this. Let me find it while I'm playing this.
These girls for years. They showed two happy teens, but the pictures seen today by the jury showed the grisly details of the wounds that the girls did not survive. Richard Allen is on trial now for their murders. Tonight, our Emily Longnecker breaks down what was revealed by their autopsy photos, plus the testimony that sparked fiery exchanges with the defense team.
Oh, and I'm kind of Halloween-y, Sarah. This is my Grateful Dead shirt, but it's got little skeletons on it, like tie-dyed skeletons. So I was like, hey, this is kind of Halloween-y. Anyway, okay, so let me find that video real quick.
And the theory Allen's attorneys are tonight pushing to get back in play.
Well, today's testimony was both emotional, hearing about the autopsies of Abby Williams and Libby German, and it was also technical, hearing from the expert who took data off of Libby German's cell phone. We also heard from a witness who says she saw Bridge Guy the day of the murders, walking on the side of the road. Dr. Roland Kaur performed the autopsies that showed Abby had one large gaping wound on her neck. Libby had 3 large deep wounds on her neck. An Indianapolis State Police sergeant.
Okay. Let me just I'll play some of this, and like, if you guys are bored, it's a pretty good video, actually. It gives the testimony of all the different people. I did this back in November 2023. Okay. Hi, guys. Welcome to my channel. So I want to go over these 4 sketches that I just came across in one of the Facebook groups. I'm not sure who had got access to them or how they came about, but they're kind of interesting. And if some of you guys have already seen them, I'm sure I'll get comments saying, I'm going to skip forward. But I can't listen to my voice. I'm going to skip through until I start talking about the witness testimony.
This is PCA's description. So we're going to start with the truths. It doesn't go differences. Compare the
what was that?
So we're going to start with the Teresa Liebert sketch. So
wait, hold on a second. I got to rewind this.
PCA's description of the witnesses' accounts. So who's the one lying? Liggett. So we're going to start with the Teresa Liebert sketch. So that sketch that Teresa did, the person she saw at 8:30 in the morning, the day of the murder, I believe it could be Elvis Fields. So let me read some of the information in the memorandum about what Teresa saw that day. And this is the sketch that she saw. To the best of her ability. I mean, you guys understand how sketches are. Of course, it's not going to be perfect, but it's her sketch. Okay, so the name of the eyewitness is Teresa Liebert. Teresa Liebert lived on the same side of Monon High Bridge, only 560 yards from the very place where the famous Down the Hill video was taken. A paved road, County Road 625 West, ends almost in front of Teresa Liebert's home. However, that road turns into a private gravel road that continues toward the Monon High Bridge and services the home of Brad Weber. Around 8:30 a.m. on the morning of February 13th, 2013, Teresa Liebert observed a man on 625 West near her house standing near mailboxes used by property owners nearby. And it says Exhibit 126 is Liebert's affidavit covering paragraphs 26 to 41. Teresa Liebert has never observed that homeowners walk to their mailboxes because of the distance from their homes to the mailboxes. The homeowners drive their vehicles to drop off and pick up their mail. Teresa Liebert had never seen this man before. Teresa Liebert was in the passenger side of a truck being driven by her husband, Dave Liebert. The man Teresa Liebert observed was standing very close to the passenger side of the Liebert truck as they passed him.
Teresa Liebert, sitting higher in the truck, had a good view of this man's face as she passed him and noticed that the man appeared to be startled and concerned at being seen. Teresa Liebert, in fact, turned to her husband and asked something like, "What do you think he's doing?" After passing the man and driving approximately 50 more yards to their driveway, the Lieberts exited the truck. After exiting the truck, Teresa looked in the direction of where the man had been and noticed he was gone. Teresa did not see him on the road at all. Teresa believes the man had to immediately and intentionally hide after they passed him on the road, which would explain his sudden disappearance. The only reason for anyone would be walking down that dead-end road would be if they were lost or if they were going to see the Liebert family or the Weber family. Teresa also remembers that the man she observed was wearing a canvas jacket that was nondescript in color, but doesn't remember a hat. Later, Teresa Liebert was asked to provide a description of the man's face that she observed that morning. She did
I don't
provide
know why
the
they have a
description.
hat when she said
The
not
sketch of the
wearing a
man that
hat.
Teresa Liebert observed that morning closely resembles Elvis Fields. Even State Trooper Purdy had to admit that the Teresa Liebert sketch and the photo of Elvis Fields resemble one another.
Now, this is the defense's memorandum. I'm reading from this part where he talks about it resembling Elvis Fields. This is the defense is saying this because they're the ones that announced all these guys that we didn't have any idea. But the thing is that this was what the investigation was looking into at first. So that's where they got all this information.
Find attached the Teresa Liebert sketch marked as Exhibit 71 and a photograph of Elvis Fields provided in discovery that Purdy was comparing with the sketch marked as Exhibit 72.
He does look like Logan.
After the
too,
girls were
though.
murdered, Elvis told his sister that he was now part of a gang and had a brotherhood. Was the gang mentioned by Elvis Vinlanders? And was the brother Brad Holder? Again, these are the types of questions the monumentally inept Unified Command should have been asking. Okay, so the next sketch we're doing is Riley's. So here's Riley's right here. Riley's sketch, seen near bridge, approximately 1:26 p.m. Here's the one that we just talked about, Teresa's sketch, seen near bridge, approximately 8:30 a.m. So I feel like that one looks, it could possibly be Elvis.
But I didn't.
Who knows? You know how sketches and witness accounts.
I should try to find the one with Logan. He does look a lot like Logan too.
So aren't as reliable as one would think. But anyway, fast forward to 1:26 p.m. Now we're at Riley's account. Okay, so let's go through Riley's account. Okay, so Riley was one of these three witnesses here. So it says interviews. This is from the PCA. It says interviews were conducted with 3 juveniles. They advised that they were on the Monon High Bridge Trail on February 13th, 2017. They advised that they were walking on the trail toward Freedom Bridge to go home when they encountered a male walking from Freedom Bridge toward the Monon High Bridge. Blank described the male as kind of creepy and advised he was wearing like blue jeans, a really light
I gotta
blue
find it,
jacket,
Kaz. I do in
and
my old computer.
His hair was
Can you
gray,
send me one real
maybe
quick?
a little brown,
it's
and
in my
he
other
did not
computer.
really show his face. She advised the jacket was a duck canvas type jacket. Blank advised she said hi to the male, but he just glared at them. She recalled him being in all black and had something covering his mouth. She described him as not very tall with a bigger build. She said he was not bigger than 5'10". Blank advised he was wearing a black hoodie, black jeans, and black boots. She stated he had his hands in his pockets. Blank showed investigators photographs she took on her phone while she was on the trail that day. The photographs included a photo of the Monon High Bridge taken at 12:43 p.m. and another one taken at 1:26 p.m. of the bench east of the Freedom Bridge. Blank advised after she took the photo of the bench, they started walking back toward Freedom Bridge. She advised that was when they encountered the man who matched the description of the photograph taken from victim 2's video. Blank described the man she
Hold on,
encountered on the trail as wearing a...
I found him in 2017, but I just want to, because I don't know who this girl is, so I was just going to blur her face out. But I wanted to show you Logan. Hold on one second. Ugh, I forgot when I click on a picture, it brings it up. Hold on one second. Because it's just some random girl, but this is what he would have looked like in 2017. Now there is a picture. I think this is good enough. There is a picture of him that has that kind of hat on that people are comparing. It looks just like, oh my God, I have to find it. But at least you could kind of see what he looks like here. Hold on 1 second. Let me just scribble out her face. Oh. That doesn't even do it that thick. That's as thick as it goes, I guess. Okay. I'm just scribbling. Hold on. Okay. All right, so this is Logan. Oh wait, hold on. Let me save it and then so I could zoom in. Okay. So, oh, I should screenshot the, hold on. Because I have all my other stuff. Wait on 104. Oh shoot, that's the wrong one. My other video, hold on. This one. 636. Hold on, let's do. I don't know. There's other better pictures of him, but dang, he does have that. Let me see. Man, all these other pictures have other people in them with them. No. I don't know, but yeah. What? Why is Brad Holder now going under Steve Rogers? What? His Facebook now says Steve Rogers. What? I'm confused on that one. I don't know what that means. That's kind of weird. Anyway, yeah, I can't find the one picture that everybody's using, but that's what he looked. I mean, you could kind of see. There's other pictures, but like I said, all his other pictures, he has other people in them. I don't feel it. I'd have to blur it out because I don't know who these other people. Oh, I guess he had. Hold on. He has a few different profile pics. Or no, that's the same one. Hold on. Is he in Nashville now? No, that's a different one. Oh, no, it is the same one. All right. I mean, I don't know. There's just, you could go, you could go look. There's pictures that, I mean, you'll be able to see the one everybody uses to compare. But yeah.
One would think, but to park team.
So I just basically
a purple PT Cruiser or a small SUV type vehicle parked on the south side of the old CPS building. He stated it a design.
Yeah,
the evidence will
but
show
yeah, go check this out. This
Betsy
actually is a pretty good video. I feel like it is because I like go over like so what everybody sees, like what they say they see, right? Like they each. Where's the one like okay, this is Betsy Blair's sketch, and this is what she sees. What kind of clothes or whatever? Because there's one that sees a tan. Where's that at? Like the cars. Different people. I don't know. It is pretty good. Like one sees a tan, one sees a blue. And like this would be the sketch. This would be the one that they used for that sketch. The Sarah Carball. It starts off with a tan, but then it changes to a tan muddy, and then I don't know. It just changes. But anyway, all right. but that's, you guys can watch that. It's under my playlist if anybody wants to watch my playlist, but let's go back to the trial stuff. Okay.
Had 3 large deep wounds on her neck. An Indianapolis State Police sergeant told the jury about the data he got off of Libby's cell phone, showing what she posted on Snapchat that day, a picture of the bridge, then a photo of Abby walking on the bridge. Sergeant Cecil testified at 2:13 Libby recorded a 43-second video of Abby walking on the bridge with someone behind her. Data from the phone also showed the phone moving and stopping at different times after that. Then at 2:39, Sergeant Cecil told the jury Libby's phone stopped moving completely. A text came into Libby's phone at 4:06 from Becky Patty, her grandmother, saying, quote, "You need to call me now." The day started with testimony from Delphi resident Sarah Carbaugh, who told the jury she saw Bridge Guy for 30 seconds, saying, quote, "I saw a man covered in mud and blood walking on the side of the road." On cross-examination, the defense showed Carbaugh transcripts from previous interviews with police, where she described the man she saw that day only as muddy, but did not mention any blood. The jury had several questions about the data taken from Libby German's phone. Some of them appeared visibly shaken earlier in the morning when the doctor was discussing their injuries seen in the autopsies. Testimony wrapped up just before 5 today, with Judge Francis Gall reminding jurors not to discuss what happened in court outside the courtroom. In Delphi, Emily Longnecker, 13 News.
Abby and Libby's families have been subjected to heartbreaking images from the crime scene and those autopsies. And while nothing compares to what they're going through, 12 jurors and 4 alternates were chosen to review all these images. So what kind of support do these jury members get when this trial comes to an end? Our Chase Howell is in studio with us with that answer. Chase?
Scott, to put it plainly, just their daily rate and a thank you for serving. 10 women and 6 men have been chosen to view all the evidence presented by the state and the defense in Richard Allen's trial. The past few days, they viewed horrific crime scene photos from the day Abby Williams and Libby German were found murdered. Some of the jurors growing emotional and visibly disturbed by some of the images. And while WTHR's legal expert Katie Jackson Lindsay thinks jurors exposed to any sort of brutal imagery should be offered therapy, it's not always practical to do.
There are so many boundaries in terms of a criminal prosecution or a criminal case, because you don't ever, neither side wants to give the appearance of offering anything to the jury in order to get a favorable verdict. So you have to be very careful about that. Even the court has to be very careful about that to ensure that they're staying within the confines of the rules.
Jackson Lindsay says throughout her career, jurors have come up to her after the trial expressing the impact of either the testimony or graphic evidence has had on them.
In this case, we're seeing crime scene photos, we're seeing autopsy pictures, but in a lot of homicide cases, you're seeing actual body-worn camera footage of the body right there on the scene before any sort of medical intervention is offered or before the body is collected. And so that can have an equally or more traumatizing effect.
According to the National Center for State Courts, Alaska and Texas are the only states to offer therapy to jurors.
They took on a burden that I was never going to be able to take on by seeing those pictures. I still haven't.
Sharon Sedgwick helped pass the law in Texas. She says her daughter, Jennifer Cave, was shot and stabbed before her body was mutilated in 2005. After the trial ended for the 2 people who killed her daughter, Sedgwick would go on to champion legislation in her daughter's name that offers therapy to jurors exposed to brutal imagery.
I watched those jurors every day to see what kind of changes and see how they were reacting to what we were going through. And I just saw them withering on the vine. And I knew I owed them a great thank you for looking at those pictures and making the decisions that they made.
Now, I do want to note tonight, Judge Gold told us from the very beginning that she would be watching the jurors in the Delphi murders trial in case they get emotional and need to take a break or recess for the day.
Chase, thanks so much. Tonight, we're getting a look at a new motion from the defense team asking again to present an alternate theory about who killed those 2 girls. Richard Allen's attorneys say Abby and Libby may have been murdered as part of a ritual killing, noting the formation of sticks on their bodies at the scene. Judge Gull previously blocked Richard Allen's attorneys from presenting that theory to the jury. The state had argued that investigators dismissed it, but now Allen's attorneys are renewing their push to allow an expert on Odinism to testify. So we asked our legal expert, Katie Jackson-Lindsay, about that motion during our 10 o'clock Delphi debrief show tonight. She told us the judge should consider it.
What the defense has said in their motion is that, Judge, you have ruled that we cannot talk about this as a possible motive, this Odinism religious issue as a possible motive for this killing. But now an expert has taken the stand, or a witness has taken the stand and given a reason for the configuration of these sticks, a reason that we have evidence that supports that there's an alternative theory behind this.
Richard Allen's attorneys point to testimony from a state police investigator saying the sticks were placed there to conceal the girls' bodies. Now, they are arguing that blocking this Odinism theory violates Allen's constitutional rights.
And a good afternoon, Melissa. Sarah Carbaugh testified she was driving down County Road 300 North at about 4 o'clock on the afternoon of February 13th, 2017, when she spotted Bridge Guy covered with mud and blood, or maybe not. Sarah Carbaugh came out of the witness stand to demonstrate for jurors how she saw Bridge Guy walking hunched over and plodding along, his hands buried in his pockets with blood on his shoes and lower pant legs, and mud all over, as if he had fallen down a hill or in a creek, she said. At first, Carbaugh was effective, directly addressing the jury and calmly explaining what she saw that day. But under cross-examination, she admitted to suffering from trauma and anxiety over the Delphi killing and her accounts. She became combative and sarcastic towards the defense team as to whether she recalled seeing blood on Bridge Guy during her earliest interviews with police, and whether her account was persuaded or colored by law enforcement as she was questioned. And she even admitted that 90 minutes of one interview had been lost and, quote, "That's not my fault." Now, Carbaugh never pointed to Richard Allen at the defense table. She never said that the defendant was Bridge Guy that day. She said she drove past this person at about 30, 35 miles an hour, got as close as 3 feet from him as she drove past, but she never said Richard Allen was Bridge Guy. Meanwhile, jurors right now are listening to the pathologist who conducted the autopsies on the bodies of Abby Williams and Libby German. He said that both girls died of deep lacerations or slashing wounds across their throats. He said there was no evidence of any sexual assault trauma done to Abby's body. Well, this isn't the first time that the prosecution has come into this case with its hands tied behind its back. We've had several occasions. One, you've got to remember Richard Allen's original interview with law enforcement was lost in the system for 5.5 years before a non-law enforcement employee got into the files, read it, pulled it out, and gave it to investigators. Over the summer, we heard that interviews done at the Delphi police headquarters in the early days of this investigation, February of 2017, disappeared off the DVR system when it was into the permanent record mode, and nobody knew that for 6 months. Sarah Carbaugh said her original interview would have been within that time window. She said today from the witness stand, "I wanted to prepare and watch my old interviews back again to refresh my memory, but that interview has been lost. And we can only assume it was another one of those DVR malfunctions at the Delphi Police Department." So the prosecution, some of its witnesses yesterday really didn't stand up to their explanations of what they saw and the timetable of what they saw. And the defense is obviously hoping that mentally the jurors are keeping track of this. You make one mistake, okay, you make two mistakes, it starts adding up, as for instance this week when they said, remember those bodies and the sticks on the girls' bodies in the woods? On the first day, even though those sticks had blood on them, the investigators didn't think they were important enough to recover as evidence. Then they were sent back 2 weeks later or 2 days later. Yeah, go get those sticks. We need those again. The defense is hoping that the jurors keep that in mind.
Testimony on day 5 here at the Delphi double murders trial is continuing. 2 witnesses have taken to the stand so far this morning. The first was a woman who says she witnessed the man we now know as Bridge Guy walking near the trail the day that Abby Williams and Libby German went missing. She testified to saying that the man was muddy and bloody, but during cross-examination, the defense started questioning her stories by saying that she changed her story on 3 different accounts. So they're questioning the integrity of this witness. The next to take to the stand is the forensic pathologist who performed the autopsies on Abby Williams and Libby German. The jury took a break for a brief moment to prepare to seeing the autopsy photos. We'll be inside the courtroom, bring you the very latest at 5 and 6.
So hold on one second. Okay, so okay, so oh, okay. Telephone guy. So let me just give you an update today because I was reading a little bit of something because I was just curious. So the state did rest today. So they played a bunch of confessions. I just read a little article, which I'm going to end up watching Lauren's, but let's just, before I go to day 6, let's just look at some stuff here. So I looked up today and here, look, I just looked up this article here. It says, the prosecution rested Thursday in a double murder trial. Allen is charged with blah, blah, blah. Go skip that. The prosecution played 8 recorded telephone conversations involving Allen. The conversations range from November 2022 to June 2023. And by the way, guys, somebody was asking me earlier, and they're probably not in anymore, but they were kind of debating with me about when his first confession with the doctor was. It was April 5th. His first confession with that doctor was April 5th. He got the discovery information like April 12th, I think it was. Now, the confession wasn't that detailed. It was the one that said that he basically killed them. He made sure they were dead so they didn't suffer. But that was his first confession. Now that I'm talking about his first like official one, I know he confessed to the inmates and all that stuff, which still counts for something. But this was like his first, like more like kind of official to the doctor. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it was April 5th. Anyway, okay, so let me read this. Hey, I thought I had my screen shared. Okay, so it says, so the conversation ranged from November 2022 to June 2023, when Allen was being held at the West Hill Correctional Facility. The prosecuting attorney outlined that Allen was making incriminating statements during those calls. Jurors heard Allen tell his wife, Kathy, that he killed Williams and German. Kathy would tell him, no, you didn't. You're not well. You didn't do those things. In other telephone conversations, Allen was also heard saying he thought he did it, committed the murders of the girls. But he also felt like he was losing his mind. He also expressed thoughts of killing himself. Several of the phone calls were to Allen's mother, Janice. He didn't talk specifically about the murders, but he did talk about he feels the system was killing him, and he told them he was losing his mind. He stressed to them that he would never do what he was accused of doing and that he felt mentally tortured. Jurors also heard from state witness Brian Harshman. He is the master trooper in charge of analyzing more than 700 recorded phone calls where Allen was on the phone. Harshman also monitored his tablet in cell video. And Allen's review behavior reports. Thursday morning on the stand, Harshman testified that in his estimation, the voice of the man known as Bridge Guy is the voice of Richard Allen. A prosecuting attorney asked Harshman if he could identify Allen's voice because he had so much experience monitoring all of Allen's calls. Harshman replied, yes. The video of the girls walking on the bridge was played in court again. The court heard the words down the hill. Harshman was asked by the prosecutor whose voice he thought he heard. Harshman simply stated Richard Allen. Phone call November 14th, 2022. Richard Allen to his wife. The phone call begins with Allen telling his wife, Kathy, that he's sorry, but he just needs to tell the investigators that he will tell them whatever they want. Or he just needs her to tell the investigators that he will tell them whatever they want. Whatever they want me to say, I will tell them, commented Allen on the recorded call. As the audio played in court, Kathy Allen could be seen crying in the courtroom. Allen's voice continued, I don't want you to worry about me. All I do is worry about you, said Allen. He then referenced wanting to kill himself. Richard Allen could be heard crying during the call. His wife, Kathy, attempted to console him by saying, you're okay, she said. They then tell each other how much they love each other. I wish I could see you one more time. I'll see you in the next life. I swear I will. You take care of the family for me, Richard Allen told Kathy. Now, phone call April 2nd, 2023. Richard Allen to his mother. Allen told his mother he could get in touch with Kathy because the phone system went down, or he couldn't get in touch with her. His mother said it was very good to hear from him. They talked about storms that passed through Delphi, and they also talked about religion. Allen asked his mother how long she had been going to church, and he wanted to know what church she was attending. He cried as she talked and expressed his happiness to hear her answers. Richard Allen told his mother on that call that he found God and turned his life to Christ on March 21st, 2023. He told his mother that he hasn't slept much, but would eventually. He really wanted to reach his wife. He ended the call with, love you too, Mom, bye. April 3rd, 2023, his call to Kathy. Investigators claim Allen made incriminating statements during this telephone call. The telephone call starts with Richard saying, hey, how are you there? Yes, babe. I did it. What? No, I did it. I killed Abby and Libby. She says, no, you didn't. He says, yes, I did. She says, no, you didn't. You're not feeling well. Why did you say that? He says, because maybe I think I did it. She says, no, you didn't. They're messing with your mind. Don't you ever say that you did it. He says, I think I did. She said, no, why would you say that? He says, I think I did. I'll say I did. I don't know. Kathy's response was, exactly. You don't know. There's something wrong. They're trying to get you to say you did. He says, I want to apologize to the families. She says, just don't talk anymore. He says, I'm sorry. She says, don't talk anymore. I'm hanging up. And the call ended. There were other conversations where Richard Allen expressed he was losing his mind. He said he wanted to kill himself. That he wanted Kathy to understand that he did it, referencing to killing Abby and Libby. Kathy repeatedly told her husband he wasn't well. I think I lost my mind. You should know I did it, babe. Allen added that he did not understand what was going on. Kathy replied, neither do I. There were several breaks during the afternoon session. One was to allow Special Judge Fran Gall to watch a 30-minute video in her chambers. The state hoped to enter the video as evidence, but the defense argued it was unaware of it and said it was irrelevant to the case. After watching the video, which reportedly showed Allen acting out in the Cass County Jail and becoming irate towards the guards, Judge Gall sided with the defense and did not allow it to be played. The prosecution rested after Judge Gall ruled on that video, and the defense team for Richard Allen promptly called its first witness to the stand. Neither defense witnesses was on the stand very long. The first witness was Cheyenne Mill. She said she was on the trail on February 13th, 2017, the day Abby and Libby disappeared. She told the defense attorney she saw a man on the trail who was overweight and did not speak to her when she said hi. She also testified to taking photos along the trail that day, and she shared those photos with police investigators. The second witness was Teresa Liebert. Oh, we just went over Teresa Liebert. That was the one that she lives by that area, by the Webbers and stuff. She's the one that saw that weird guy at 8:30 in the morning. We just were talking about her. Anyway, she was shown a map of the area, and she pointed out the private road owned by her neighbor, Brad Weber. She also pointed the location of her home. Lieber said she saw someone who appeared to be strange standing near their mailboxes, but she couldn't see his face or what he was wearing. Upon a cross-examination, the prosecution asked, so you're telling us around 8:30 a.m. on this day, you and your husband were coming home and saw a man you had never seen before, but you didn't see his face or a photo of him? She said, yes. The prosecutor responded, thank you for coming in today. No further questions. The jury had one question for Lieber. A jury clarified that there was no school on February 13th, then wanted to know if the person by the mailboxes could have been a student. She said no. Interesting. So that's about what, because I mean that the phone calls were really a lot of the day. So that's basically sums up what happened today. All those phone calls. Now hearing that, like, that's not convincing. These confessions aren't convincing at all because of what, but I still think there's too many other coincidences that I feel like he was there. He admitted to wearing the same thing Bridge Guy was wearing. I think the things that aren't really convincing is like him talking to the psychiatrist. That was the thing that really was like, I feel like, wow, because it made me understand the motive. Like, to me, it gave a motive of why he would do that. It was, well, I always knew it had to be sexually motivated because they were naked, but like, it just made me kind of understand him a little bit better if it was him, like talking about struggling with it since he's been younger, him possibly maybe being taken advantage of by his babysitter, possibly molesting his sister, his daughter. Why isn't his daughter there supporting him? Because from what we've heard for years now, his daughter doesn't. Now I know it's just all been rumors, but from what the talk is, that I don't think his daughter does support him. Why is that? I don't know. That could be, those rumors could be a lie, but she isn't in there supporting him. Maybe she can't make it there. Who knows? But if that was my dad and I believed in his innocence and he was on trial, and this would be the only like times I could actually see him, because I haven't seen him in years, and I might not ever be able to see him again, I'd be there supporting him. But I don't know. It just makes me wonder if he has struggled with this, and he saw an opportunity. Ooh, he let the best get to him. He's been wanting to do it for a while. He already has a past of molesting people. His sister, who else did he say? His daughter, kind of. And then he said how he thought about her when he was, yeah, I don't know. That to me was it made stuff make sense. It like made it make sense of who he was and why he did it, in my opinion. But like I said, I can't say 100%. I still have doubts. The state still has, the case has holes in it. The way it was handled was horrible. I feel like if they wouldn't have missed that lead, we would know for sure if it was him. Because if they would have been able to get a warrant for his house and his car days after the murder, he wouldn't have been able to get rid of DNA. The DNA would have been in his car. Yeah, if he did it, he threw away the knife. That's why there was no DNA in any of his knives. Because if it was him, it was probably that. He threw it away with the box cutter. But like, if he didn't get rid of the coat and all this stuff, he wouldn't have been able to wash off all that in time. And then we would have been able to get his phone, everything. Like they would have had a strong case if it was him. And if it wasn't him, they could have cleared him. But they screwed it up. They missed that lead. And that was huge. Like, that was so huge. Because that could have been like a quick case, like, it could have been like justice. We know it was him. We got DNA off of him, of the girls. We got his phone, and we see what he took a picture of this or that. Or, I mean, who knows what they would have found. Or it could have been, we cleared him, and then I guess we would have been in the same boat, not knowing, but I don't know. Anyway, I know. That's what I think too. I think it was an act. I think he confessed and realized he screwed up. His wife's like, oh, don't do this. And then he talked to the defense, and what's a better way to discount all that confession? Is that crazy? And then make up things that aren't consistent. And then it's like, wait a minute, he just mentioned a bunch of crazy stuff. So he probably just happened to get that right by just mentioning random stuff. Now I have a question though, because I've been seeing this a lot. I think him saying the van that came home because Brad Weber came home and everybody's like, that would have been known. I have been freaking following this case for 7 years. Where would that have been known when he confessed? Can somebody pull up with a date on it and show me that that would have been in the discovery or something he would have been aware of post 2022? Because I didn't know there was a van, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, would he really have known that detail? I don't know. But I've been seeing that a lot, like it was a known thing. I didn't know it. I mean, would he really have known? I don't know. I don't think it would have been a known thing. I think that's a big thing, because I don't think it was like a known thing exactly. I mean, maybe people were talking about, Brad Weber was one of the people that I'm going to play a clip when we get to that. I'm going to probably part 2. We'll do it. Where I was very suspicious of Brad Weber for a minute last year too. So I don't know, but I'm going to play that clip in part 2 where I talk about it and I bring up that interview that what's her name, Julie, does, where she talks about her experience with Brad, and it's very suspicious. But I don't know. I just don't know if he really would have known that detail. Like, just because maybe of some of us sleuths, some of you sleuths, like we knew, like people knew like all these little crazy details. Would he really have known that? Like, I don't know. But can somebody like send me like whoever was saying that it was known pre 2022? Can you guys send me where you found that about Brad? Be like coming home in a van at around 2:30. I don't know. Even if it was like maybe in Reddit or like small group of people were like studying every single detail, would he really have? I don't know. But like, yeah, I would like to see if anybody could send me like a date of that, so at least I know when I say like that's something he no way could have known, or if somebody could be like, look, this is from 2021 and we were talking about it, then I'll be like, okay, well, I guess he possibly could have. But to me, that is news to me. That's what I think. But there's people in my chat. I've seen him in Lauren's, because Lauren has responded to him. I didn't actually see him because I usually just listen to. I don't like look at chat that much, so I'll just like listen. Usually it's after it's live. But I'll hear her saying like, well, no, that wasn't known before that. So she's getting the same comments too. So I got some comments earlier about it too. So I don't know. I didn't think he would have known. Now the other stuff, yeah. Since he did, because he would have the discovery, but he had I think Lauren said April 10th or 12th he got the discovery. His first confession was April 5th, but to the doctor, but that confession didn't have all those details from what at least people are relaying. It just said he admitted to killing him, and he said he made sure they were dead, so they didn't suffer. I don't know. I wish I could be there so I know. Who, Ashley? In 3 years, was reports of a white truck or van or camper that was parked under the bridge. No, well, that wouldn't have been under the bridge, though. That wouldn't even be the same thing. Under the bridge? Are you talking about that whole meth stuff or whatever? I'm talking about, would he have known that Brad Weber, the neighbor, came home at that time? And then he saw it? Because that's a little bit, I feel like that's kind of stretching there, because if I saw a picture of that, then I still wouldn't know at 2:30 a white van at one of the houses came home. That to me doesn't mean that. So if that's all there is, is there something else though? because that's not specific enough. It's just like there was a point under the bridge at one point. I'm talking about to know at 2:30, Brad came home with that white van. That's what I'm talking about. Was that known? That's the only thing that's going to convince me that he could have got it from somewhere, not a picture of a truck that's under the bridge. I don't know. No, I mean, I think so. Yeah, thank you. But that's not convinced. That, I don't know. I feel like that's not, it doesn't say that. Yeah, I know they subpoenaed him. He's coming back because he said, they go, you went to go work on an ATM, and he's like, no, I dropped off a trailer. And they're like, this is what I'm thinking though. I'm thinking because at one point Brad was a suspect. I mean, not I wouldn't say an official suspect, but people were looking at him suspicious of him. Okay. So I'm wondering, and they went and they got a warrant for his house and got his gun, right? I'm pretty sure they did get some of his guns. Wait. I think they did. I'm pretty sure they questioned him, right? So what I'm thinking is, what if he was scared and he kind of like made it seem like at that time when he was scared that he pushed it off till later at one point because he didn't want any chance of him to be there at that time when the girls would have, where it could have like came close to the time that this happened, because he wanted to just be out of the eyes of the cops. So he could have exaggerated something and in the moment, but then after they were off of him, Richard's arrested, then he felt more comfortable being honest. Like, no, I just dropped off the trailer real quick and I was home. That's what I was thinking when I heard that. I'm like, man, he probably lied at first because he was scared and he wanted to make it seem like, he was way off the time and it wasn't that close to the time. You see what I'm saying? So this might suck though, because if he did, the defense does have something where he gave a different story. I could see why he would have, and maybe the truth is he didn't really go anywhere before that. He was home around 2:30, but out of fear, that's not going to look good though. That's his credibility shot there. But I don't know. That's what I was thinking, that he did it, kind of fibbed a little bit. I don't know. I could be wrong, but yeah, but he didn't say he was there at that time. He would only seen that white van if he was on that side of the bridge. First of all, he said he never crossed the bridge. Second of all, he said he was gone by that time, remember? So he wouldn't have been there at that time. He wouldn't be at the bridge. How would he have seen it? Now, I guess I would wonder if any road, would you be able to see the white van pulling at the back there? I don't know. I have to look at the map to see if you could see it from the road anywhere. But I know it's on that side of the bridge, so I don't think he would. I think he would have had to been on that side to see him pulling to know that it was right there. But I don't know. I'm gonna have to look at the map, Ashley. But that's a good question, though. It's gonna make me like look into it tonight. I'm gonna look and see like what roads and if there's any other possible reason that he could have known that. I'm just picturing. See, I've never been there personally. I was gonna go a couple of years ago too, but I'm like, the way I'm picturing it, which I shouldn't just assume, but I'm thinking that it's so secluded that you would have to be there on the other side or have driven back there. And then why would Richard have driven back there? You know what I'm saying? I guess. I mean, I'm going to look. No, Richard, I think he said he got off at like 2:15. Takes him about 15 minutes to get home. Brad said, yeah, he said he was home around 2:30. That's what he said. on the stand. Now we'll see when they subpoena him. I don't know what he's going to say because he might have lied originally. We'll see. Remember, these are all kind of estimates. Nobody, you know what I'm saying? People are estimating, like, okay, I worked that day, so I'd probably be home around this time. You know, this is a long time ago. Even Richards would be kind of an estimate. So remember, like, nobody's going to have a perfect time. None of these witnesses. It's all estimates, you know? So, yeah. But he said it would have been around 2:30 that he got home. Yeah, we should. I was going to go. So this shows you when I was going to go. So I was planning a trip there right before COVID. And then COVID hit and it kind of changed my plans because, like, you know, everybody was on like quarantine or whatever. But that was around the time I was going to go visit, take like a little trip and like try to talk to locals about it and stuff. And then COVID happened and then I never made it. But oh well. Because it's not that far. It's only like 5 hours from me. Anyway. So what day am I on now? So I'm on for the trial. Hold on. Where's my video? Oh, we were going to be on. Dang it. What day were we on? Now I forget. 6? Hold on. It's not going to have the audio playing. Were we on 6 or 5, guys? I'm going to have to go look at my, hold on. Well, I have to go look at my, I have to go to YouTube and see what I did earlier. Hold on. I really don't remember. Oh, we're on 6. Yeah, day 6. Okay. Well, yeah, we could do, this will be the last one and then I'll continue part 2. I'll do the rest. The part 2, this is going to, after day 6, I feel like it gets more interesting. So the next part will be most interesting, which I know you guys have been following it anyway, but I don't know. All right, let me reshare.
Now to the developments in the Delphi murderers trial. On day 6, we learned about the first time investigators interviewed Richard Allen and how they revisited him as a suspect years after the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German. Emily Longnecker from our sister station in Indianapolis has the story.
Jurors heard from 6 witnesses Thursday and learned how police pinpointed Richard Allen is a suspect more than 5 years after the murders. The jury learned Allen voluntarily called a tip line and was interviewed by a DNR officer 3 days after Abby and Libby's bodies were found. DNR officer Dan Doolin told the jury nothing in Allen's interview stuck out. Doolin testified Allen said he'd been on the trail that day from 1:30 to 3:30 and saw 3 girls walking there.
Actually, guys, shoot. I'm not going to be, I'm sorry, Sarah. I swear to God, that's what I was looking. I was like 38 minutes. And I was like, okay, it's only 8:43. That'll be perfect. It'll be done before 10. And that's what I was thinking. I always forget that you're an hour ahead. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Oh, wrong turn. Okay, well, so I'm confused. Well, let me play this while we're trying.
Allen's file was marked cleared until 5 years later when a file clerk came across it again and remembered a tip about a man on the trail that day. Former Delphi Police Chief Steve Mullins explained how investigators found video of what they say is Allen's car near the trails on the day of the murders. The defense got Mullins to admit Allen told police he drove to the trail a different way that day than the route Mullins claimed Allen did. The jury also saw video Libby took on the bridge of Abby with bridge guy behind her that afternoon. Carroll County Sheriff Tony Liggett testified to what he heard after watching and listening to that video hundreds of times. Liggett says on the video you can hear Abby say, "Is he right there? Don't leave me up here." Then Libby talks about the path and one of them whispers, "That be a gun." Then Libby says, "No path here, go down this way." Right after that, Liggett says you hear the man from the video say, "Guys." One of the girls replies, "Hi." And then the man says,
That's what I was trying to look for this whole time. Hold on one second. That's the screenshot. Okay, so they did allow that into court, right? Liggett. It sounds like Liggett. So the jury did hear what he thought they said then. Let me rewind that because that's important.
On the video, you can hear Abby say, "Is he right there? Don't leave me up here." Then Libby talks about the path and one of them whispers, "That be a gun." Then Libby says, "No path here, go down this way." Right after that, Liggett says you hear the man from the video say, "Guys?" One of the girls replies, "Hi." And then the man says, "Down the hill." The jury also heard from lead investigator Indiana State Police Lieutenant Jerry Holman, who helped serve a search warrant in October 2022 on Allen's house, 2 hours after police interviewed Allen, letting him know he was a suspect. Holman says twice during the search of his home, Allen said, quote, "It doesn't matter, it's over." The jury also saw pictures of more than 25 knives and box cutters they took from Allen's home, along with several phones and pagers. They also saw the gun police believe Allen had that day. 13 News legal analyst Katie Jackson Lindsay was in the courtroom Thursday to hear about what police took from Allen's home, saying it was likely impactful for the jury.
We know that they weren't murdered with a gun, but just that element of that fear that they would have faced if it's actually true that they were approached with that gun.
The jury also saw a picture of a wooden keepsake box where police say they found a bullet that's the same kind as the one found at the crime scene. The defense argued nothing connected to Abby or Libby was ever found at Allen's home.
Allen's defense says it wants the former Carroll County prosecutor to testify. Robert Ives stepped down back in December of 2017, 10 months after Libby German and Abby Williams were murdered. This week, the defense filed a subpoena for him to testify in court. Well, Ives has filed a motion to squash the subpoena. He says he is not a fact witness, and any information he has would be purely speculative, irrelevant, and inadmissible. Now let's get more of what's happening on day 6 from WRTV's Caitlin Kendall.
So far, we've heard from 2 witnesses here on day 6 of the Delphi double murders trials. First to take to the stand was Kathy Shank. She's a Delphi resident who was responsible with a bit of the organizational efforts in terms of keeping up with all the tips that law enforcement was receiving. She says she noticed a tip in a box that was Richard Allen, kind of put 2 things together and generated that to law enforcement. She said this happened a few years after the initial crime happened. The next to take to the stand was Captain Dan Doolin. He's a DNR officer and says he interviewed Richard Allen just a couple days after Abby and Libby were found dead. That's because he says Richard Allen self-reported that he was on the trails that day and saw 3 girls between the time of 1:30 and 3:30 p.m. Now, he said when he first did that interview, he met Richard Allen at the grocery store. It was a brief, maybe 10 to 15 minute interview, and he moved on from there. We know that Richard Allen wasn't looked into again until a bit later in 2022. And he says he received a phone call from the lead investigator of the Carroll County prosecutor asking about that interview with Richard Allen back in 2017. And he shared a bit of some of the remarks that he had there. That was it, really. And we are expecting to hear some more testimony, more witnesses from the state to call to the stand for day 6 here in Delphi.
Hi, Scott. Well, through the first 5 days of testimony that have taken place here in the Delphi murders trial, not a single word or mention of Richard Allen. Today, that changed. At 9:31 this morning, from the very first witness who took the stand and gave her testimony, it has really been all about Richard Allen today.
Yeah, up until today, we've heard about the crime scene. We've heard about the autopsies of Abby and Libby. Today, though, Richard Allen took center stage.
First of all, Kathy Shank. She is a volunteer file clerk who helped police during the investigation. Dan Dolan, he's a DNR officer who interviewed Richard Allen just 3 days after the murders. Steve Mullen, he's the former Delphi police chief who's now the chief investigator for the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office. We heard from Carroll County Sheriff Tony Liggett. David Vito, he testified today. He's an Indiana State Police trooper who was at Richard Allen's house when police served a search warrant. And last today was Jerry Holman, Indiana State Police investigator who has really overseen the entire Delphi murders investigation. Now, the focus today was really how the state was able to zero in on Richard Allen. And that all started when police decided to take a closer look at an interview that Richard Allen gave to police just 4 days after the murders. Let's talk about that. Allen gave the statement here at this grocery store parking lot in Delphi. He met with the state DNR with an officer named Dan Dolan, who told jurors that he was assigned to interview Allen after Allen voluntarily called the Delphi murders tip line to say he had been on the Monon trails, not far from the crime scene, on the afternoon of the murders. Dolan testified about what Allen told him. He said he was on the trails between 1:30 and 3:30 on the day of the murders. Allen told the investigator he saw 3 girls walking on the trails. As he walked, he said he was focused on the...
But Ashley, you got to remember, though, there's no DNA of the killer. So it's just, and I'm glad, I don't know if we watched the clip yet, but that one legal analyst that a lot of these channels are going to, the one with the short curly hair that we've been seeing a lot. I'm glad she points it out because she goes, remember, because everybody's like, there's no DNA, but she's like, remember, there's no DNA at all. So somebody killed the girls. But I mean, it's something people don't think about. Like, who did it? Somebody killed them. Okay. So obviously somebody was able to kill them without leaving their DNA. So was it Richard? Was it Johnny? Was it George? I'm just making up names, but whoever it was, they were able to do it without leaving their DNA. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that there's not Richards, but there's somebody else's. There's nobody's besides the girls and Kelsey's. There's nobody's. There's no other male DNA. Yeah, they said that the male DNA that they can't make a profile on is probably like laundry and people they live with, but there's no DNA that they're able to make a profile on that is the killer. They don't have the killer's DNA. They didn't kill themselves. So somebody was able to do it. Somebody killed them. I don't know. Sucks because I feel like, since this investigation sucked so bad, who knows if they screwed that up? Who knows if they had an opportunity and somehow screwed it up because they really botched this investigation big time. I blame them. I'm afraid that regardless of how this turns out, it's not going to be justice because there's going to be doubts. So let's say that they do convict him. There's going to be an outrage of the internet because like 50% of all these thousands of people think he's innocent. So now the family is going to have to see it online and in the media about this guy's innocence. Okay. And I'm pretty, for some reason, I do think the family thinks they got the right guy from things I've seen. I do think that. But let's say now they have to like see all this. So they're not going to feel like they got justice. Not that they're going to feel like their opinion is going to change necessarily, but they're going to be like, what the heck, you know? Or they don't convict him. Then it's like, there is no justice. If he did it, he's free. Either way, if he didn't and they got it right and he's innocent, that means they don't have the killer. I just think either way, it's not going to be good. It sucks because they screwed it up.
Stock ticker on his cell phone. And Dolan said when he interviewed Richard Allen, there was nothing that stuck out as unusual. In fact, following that interview, the folder with Richard Allen's information in it, it was marked cleared. Investigators testified they essentially forgot all about Allen. In fact, today, Carroll County Sheriff Tony Liggett told jurors information about Allen being near the crime scene got lost. He said it fell through the cracks under that is until a file clerk happened to notice the information sitting in a banker's box. And that happened again 5 years after the murders, after the statement given by the defendant. That file clerk, Kathy Shank, she explained to the jury how all that happened. And then former Delphi Police Chief Steve Mullen took the witness stand for the second time in this trial to explain how the discovery jump-started the investigation and really allowed them to focus on Richard Allen. Katie Jackson Lindsay, you had a chance today to be inside the courtroom to see all this play out with your own eyes. One of the things that struck me is the idea here that going to police, Richard Allen actually contacted police himself voluntarily. He called the tip line to let investigators know that he had been not far from the crime scene on the trails where Abby and Libby were on the day that they were murdered. What does a jury make of that? And does it make sense that someone who is accused of murdering two girls would go to police to say, hey, I was at the scene of the crime?
Well, I would think from a common sense perspective, it wouldn't make sense, right? But it's one of those pieces of evidence that can really go either way, because undoubtedly the state will argue, well, he did that to cover his tracks. His family may have known he was out there. Someone else may have known that, or he may have thought someone could identify him. So he would have put that out there to protect himself. Well, the defense will say what you just said. It just doesn't make sense that a guilty person would insert themselves into an investigation about their own criminal conduct.
And what about this idea that police and investigators essentially forgot about Richard Allen and this case was cleared? The fact that the investigator who talked to Allen just a few days after the murders took place met with him, talked to him face to face, didn't see or hear anything unusual, and they cleared him originally. Is that something that the defense, you anticipate, will really seize on?
Absolutely, because there are a lot of things that are packed in that, right? It again shines a light on how this investigation was handled, that there wasn't a real streamlined system for dealing with these tips and coordinating these tips. It also really highlights that no one thought anything of Richard Allen. The fact that he was cleared is huge. And I think we're going to keep hearing about that throughout the trial. And then there's the question of, okay, so 5 years ago, he wasn't a big deal to you. Well, what was the change? What was the smoking gun, so to speak, that made him chargeable and so interesting at the point where he did get charged?
And some of that evidence, obviously, as far as some of that evidence came about shortly after they interviewed him. I'm going to bring Emily back in here. Emily, obviously, you were in the courtroom at the time when there was a discussion how once the clerk found this paper in a file box saying Richard Allen was on the trails the day that the girls were murdered, once she called and brought that attention again to the sheriff and to the investigators, they seized on that right away.
Yep.
They interviewed Richard Allen again.
Correct.
And they served a search warrant at his home. And there was some really fascinating information today that came out about that search warrant.
Yeah, we heard from the last witness of the day was Indiana State Police Lieutenant Jerry Holman, and he is the lead on this investigation, oversees it, as you said, and he supervised the search warrant execution on Richard Allen's home in October of 2022. And Holman testified he told Richard Allen when he went there, look, if police damage anything in your house during the search warrant, you can fill out this form and we'll come repair it. And Holman told the jury that Richard Allen said, it doesn't matter, it's over. Holman then said that he and Richard Allen sat in Holman's car. Holman described Richard Allen as being very quiet, that he got out a few times to smoke a cigarette, and asked Holman at that point if police had detained his wife. And Holman told the jury that he told Richard Allen no and offered to drive him to his wife's work. Holman said that Allen replied again for the second time, it doesn't matter, it's over. Now let's take a listen to some of the things that they took out of Allen's home when they served that search warrant. We learned today that they took more than 25 guns and knives, a blue Carhartt jacket, cell phones and pagers, a Sig Sauer gun from Allen's nightstand. They also opened up a wooden box, a memory box, they said, and in it, they said there was a card from Richard Allen's mother, some other kind of mementos, but also in it a bullet that was the same kind of bullet recovered at the scene. They also took from Allen's home a photo album showing different pictures of Allen through the years, but also a picture of the Monon High Bridge from 2005. So we're joined back again by Katie Jackson Lindsay. Katie, what do you think the effect on the jury, the impact on the jury was of seeing all that evidence, hearing about that evidence, seeing that gun today in court?
I think those were huge gains for the state. That evidence that came out in terms of what was in Richard Allen's house, those were huge gains for the state because the jury was able to now get a better idea of who Richard Allen is. And to see more than 25 guns when we know that this was a really brutal crime that involved a knife. And to see those knives that would be intimidating to the average person, I think those were huge gains for them, as well as the jacket. That is very similar to the jacket that we see on Bridge Guys. So I definitely think they made some gains with the jury through that evidence.
And you also saw, I can't remember if you were in there at this point when Jerry Holman was asked to take out the gun, the Sig Sauer gun, out of the evidence box, and he was wearing blue gloves, and he took that out and he checked to make sure there was nothing inside, and you could hear that clicking of the gun as he checked that and came right up to the jury and showed them that. That was an emotional moment actually for the families today when they saw that gun pulled out. You could see Abby and Libby's families getting emotional. We also saw some emotion from Richard Allen's wife, Kathy, when they were describing just going through her home and searching her master bedroom, her kitchen, the closet, the garage, all kinds of things. We were talking about the cell phones and the pagers, and you made a comment about the phones, the type of phones. There's some flip phones in there.
There are phones that are clearly from the 90s, before I ever had a cell phone. And what's impactful about that is that the state was able to establish that they had phones from a long period of time. They had phones from before these murders, they had phones from after, but they did not have a phone that would have matched that time frame in 2017. So again, just another huge gain for the state. That's going to be a challenge, I think, for the defense to get over.
Yeah, and we saw some heated exchanges today in court. If we can bring Bob Siegel back in. Bob, you saw, and we both saw, it was, I think, after the
A big deal there too, because I saw somebody talking about that earlier. Well, I wouldn't have a phone from 2017, but he obviously does keep his phones that long. So he had phones from before 2017, after 2017, but not that phone. That's suspicious. It is. That's the only phone time frame that you didn't keep. I mean, you have things, you know what I'm saying? It'd be one thing if he just had his recent phone and he didn't have his past phones, but the fact that he saved all his past phones, but not that one. It makes you wonder. It does.
The lunch break, we saw a heated exchange on cross-examination of Steve Mullins, right, and Andrew Baldwin.
Yeah, we actually saw multiple heated exchanges that took place today. After the interviews, the re-interviews, after they rediscovered Richard Allen as a possible suspect, we heard how the former police chief, he described how they quickly found surveillance video from a nearby business that they went back and checked from 2017 on the day of the murders, and how they were able to match that up with what Richard Allen's car looks like. That they went to the pharmacy where.
Let me just make a Harlot. That's so weird that you said that. I swear to God, I was just thinking that. I mean, I've thought about that a lot, but I've just been thinking specifically. It's like, wait, it was one of those thoughts like, wait a minute. So they said that he was really far away. They were able to zoom in and stabilize it. So when she was filming, the people that actually got to see the video, the raw video, said it was like he looked really far away behind them in the bridge. But the video was only 43 seconds. By the end of the video, he was already right behind them. I wonder if somebody could go who's there and can you walk on the bridge still? Just to see how long would it take if you were maybe like so far away on that bridge. Like is 43 seconds enough time to cross like more than half a bridge? Or I don't know. I've never been there. I don't know how long it would take to walk that bridge. I mean, I would imagine he would have been walking pretty fast. But that's what I keep saying. Like, we're not 100% sure that voice is the guy on the bridge, and the cops aren't even. They just assuming that nobody else was on the bridge coming this way that they could see from the video, that nobody was already crossed on this side. But dude, if somebody's planning a murder, somebody could have been hiding out on this side. Do we know that? Not really. I'm still open to being more than one person. I'm not closed off to it being a team effort. I don't know. Maybe 43 seconds is plenty of time, but I was just thinking about that, Harlot.
Richard Allen works, and they took a picture of his car. They compared that to the video and were able to match it up. And Mullen described how during the new interviews that they conducted in 2020,
but is 43 seconds enough?
With Richard
That's
Allen,
not that long.
How Allen told how he
saying.
had drove to the crime scene. Well, during cross-examination, the defense team really lashed out at Mullen. In fact, the first question that defense attorney Andrew Baldwin asked during cross-examination wasn't a question at all. It was a statement. Here's what he said. He said, "You are so desperate to place Richard Allen's car traveling west on 300 North, near the crime scene, that just before lunch, you lied to this jury." And he then got Mr. Mullen to admit that Allen did not tell him that he traveled to the trails that day on the path that Mullen had just told the jury the way that he had traveled there. And that would really impact potentially, it would bring into question whether or not the car that the state says that they've been able to match up on the video is the same car that Richard Allen has. And then there was an amazing moment between defense attorney Brad Rosie and Sheriff Liggett. It was when the sheriff said that police would have arrested Allen for the murders even without the bullet cartridge evidence that they found at the crime scene, because according to the sheriff, he says that they've got 4 separate witnesses who placed Richard Allen at the crime scene. And we heard from those witnesses earlier this week. Rosie really seized on that comment, and he said, let's talk about those witnesses. And he mentioned how they all gave wildly different descriptions, including witness Betsy Blair, who testified here earlier this week. Rosie said to the sheriff, he said, Betsy Blair saw a man who was boyish and beautiful with brown poofy hair in his 20s or 30s, and her description does not match the description of Richard Allen. Tony Liggett replied to that and said, hey, but neither do the 3 girls who saw him on the trail, basically pointing out their descriptions don't really match what Richard Allen looks like either. Rosie looked at Liggett, and he then looked at the jury, and he said, exactly right, pointing out that's my very point. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand here. Let's talk about that a little bit. What does that testimony, the fact that really the defense was able to highlight during a witness for the state how wildly inconsistent the descriptions are, and that the man that several of these witnesses that the state are relying on really doesn't match the man that they're looking at in the courtroom. What's that do?
That is a dream moment for a defense attorney. The issue in this case is identity. Is Richard Allen the killer here? And to get a lead investigator on this case to agree with you that there are inconsistent statements as to his identity from all of your witness, from all of the state's witnesses, and highlight that through your lead investigator, that's huge. I mean, I'm sure that the defense didn't expect it would go that well, and I'm sure they're very excited about the way that that came out. And I would imagine that the state is really disappointed. And I think that heated exchange, that sparring, caused a little bit of a slip on behalf of the state's witness, and it really hurt them in the end.
And talk about that sparring going on in the courtroom, those tense moments. I'm trying to see this trial through the eyes of a juror. What does that sparring and those tense back and forth, specifically between the defense and witnesses that the state's putting on, what goes on in the minds of a juror while that's happening?
Well, it can cut a lot of different ways. As a trial attorney, you are always trained that you don't want to offend the jury. You don't want to be offensive towards the jury, just as a lawyer, because that never bodes well for your client and for the state. It just never bodes well for the community that you're representing, because if a juror doesn't like you for personality reasons, it makes them not trust your credibility. And so you don't want to go too far with that. But what we're seeing is that this evidence is coming to life now. We have been through 5 days of what's been pretty uncontentious testimony and really no disputes in the evidence. There's no dispute that the girls were murdered. There's no dispute that it was brutal. But now today, for the first time, we are hearing Richard Allen. And so it's causing emotion in the defense, and they're fighting for their client. So they're being zealous advocates, but there's a fine line so that you're not offending the jury.
And I'm curious, from your perspective, you are an experienced litigator. From your perspective, did the defense team come across as belligerent or as really kind of beating up on these witnesses, or do you think that they struck a more neutral tone?
I honestly think they struck a more neutral tone. I think that they kept it professional to the extent that they could, because you also have to remember that the witnesses were being challenging as well. As state's witnesses, especially law enforcement, they should be neutral, because that presumption of innocence should start with the criminal investigation. So they shouldn't come off as if they have a dog in the fight. They should come off as if they are just trying to present the truth. And so sometimes they initiated that sparring with defense counsel, and I think it came back to bite them. And so while both sides have to find a balance in that, I don't think either side reached a level of being unprofessional today.
And Emily, there were other controversial moments, tense moments, confrontational moments.
There were, when you were talking about that, did they reach a difficult point? I was thinking about that moment when defense attorney Brad Rosie pointed out to Tony Liggett, look, when you arrested Richard Allen, it was at a time when you were running for sheriff. Tony Liggett wasn't the sheriff at the time when Richard Allen was arrested. I think he was perhaps the second in charge. Tobe Lesenby was the sheriff at the Carroll County
Correct.
Sheriff at the time. And he pointed out, you were running for sheriff and you would have gotten a significant, wouldn't that come with a significant pay raise? He asked him. And Tony Liggett said, this had nothing to do with me. It was about 2 little girls that were murdered. So that was a tense moment. I also thought when Brad Rosie pointed out to Tony Liggett, look, after the bodies were found, he said to Tony Liggett, Richard Allen stayed right here. He stayed here and he worked right down the street at the CVS. And to that, Tony Liggett replied, yes, hiding in plain sight. And Brad Rosie pointing out, those aren't your words.
We've heard that before.
We've heard that before. That is something that Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter said many times when they were looking, for a suspect. We believe that whoever did this is hiding in plain sight. So.
I'm noticing.
But who cares if it's not his words? He's repeating. Those were the words that we heard for years, because Carter was kind of like the face of the freaking case. Like that's who always spoke. I feel like he was like the main guy. And I don't know. That's who, when I think of that case, way back, I just have Carter's face. You're hiding in plain sight. That was like this, what do you call it? Not logo, the quote for the case. He's hiding in plain sight. So I don't know. Who cares who said it? That was their theme of that case. The person who did it is hiding in plain sight. They're right here watching it all. Like that was their theory the whole time. I mean, if Richard Allen is him, they were right. About the only thing they might have been, well, I don't know. I know a lot of people don't think it's him, but I do. But I mean, I do know they were wrong about a lot of things. But I wanted to show you a part of the timeline that I thought was interesting. So remember, Richard called in on the 16th, right? To say, hey, I was there. That's when he called in his tip or whatever. Now, I just thought this was interesting. I was looking up the timeline here. Look at this. So the 15th is when the state police release a picture of a man police want to speak with. So it's not that threatening. They just say, hey, this is a man they believe was on the Delphi Bridge, the trail at the time that Abby and Libby were there. ISB wants to speak with the man or anyone parked in the lot near the bridge about what they may have saw. So he sees this. He's like, shoot, they got a picture of me. The next day he calls in and is like, I think in not so many words, he was trying to say, yeah, that's me. This is what I was wearing. He didn't say that's me, but he described what he was wearing, what this guy was wearing. So he probably saw that, called it in, trying to insinuate that's me. I was there, right? Because this wasn't a threatening thing. This was just like, hey, we just want to talk to this guy. Look, he was there. He might have seen something. They didn't name him as a suspect until the 19th. On the 19th, they said prime suspect. So I have a feeling after that, Richard's like, dang it. I really freaking screwed myself. But then he probably kept his fingers crossed and held his breath for years waiting for them to contact him, because it's like, oh my God, I just called. It's basically said I was bridge guy. I was that guy. I was just like him. Not knowing that I was going to be the suspect, because he probably had no idea how they got that picture of him, right? And then he sees, like, after he calls and outs himself, that holy crap. And he's probably just holding his freaking breath. And he's probably thinking, as the years pass, like, holy crap. I just lucked out. What the heck? I don't know. I think if he would have called it after, if it would have been after the 19th, then that would have been like, wow, after they name this guy as a prime suspect, then he calls in, then he's just trying, his guilt is eating him away, and he just doesn't want to admit he did it, but he can't take the guilt, and he just wants to, you know what I'm saying? But it was before. I don't know. It's just a thought, just something to think about. When he called, it wasn't when he thought it was a suspect.
You holding some of your notes here,
Yes.
and I just want to point out for our viewers just how much. Would you hold this for me for a second, Katie? How much information the jury is hearing? I mean, these are just some of the notebooks that I've had so far. We're only a week into the trial, and I filled up all these notebooks with testimony. There is a lot that this jury has to keep track of.
You know, the crazy thing is think about that. He says that back then, this is before they were even on to Richard Allen, when Carter made that comment, you want to know what we know, and one day you will, his big speeches, his big like quotes that he said, which I really can't stand him now. I used to like Carter, and then I realized, like, the more I watched him, like, it's kind of creepy, but like I used to think like, oh my God, he's such a good guy. He cares so much about these girls. But then the more you watch, it's like there's something weird about him. But anyway, if you think about that all saying though, they didn't know crap because they didn't have anything before they finally found that missing tip with Richard. But when he quoted that, they knew crap. That was a biggest lie. That's probably why they was hush hush, because they didn't have crap. They didn't know anything. So it's like, one day you will. Yeah, now we know, Carter. You guys didn't know anything. No wonder why that's embarrassing. You guys found zero. You had no information. The biggest lead you had, you let fly over the freaking, I don't know how you missed it. Like, 3 days after Richard calls saying he was there wearing the same thing as Bridge Guy, you announce he's the main suspect. This guy just called and put himself as that guy, and you guys are overlooking it. Oh my Lord. That's the biggest insult to the family. Like, how do you let that happen? How? And not catch it for 5 freaking years. I'm sorry. It makes me mad the more I think about it, because if they would have saw it, then we would know. We would freaking know. There wouldn't be all this. I think what we would know is that they got the right guy, in my opinion, but at least we would know, because he would have DNA on him of them somewhere. He wouldn't have been able to get rid of all that. If he calls a 16th and they are right on it, right on the 16th or 17th, that would have been 3 days out. No, there would have been something they would have been able to find.
Got to hear just one day of testimony. Help people understand, how does a juror, when you've got such a complex crime scene and a crime that is now we're hearing about inside of a courtroom, and that these jurors are trying to figure out what happened 7.5 years later. How does a juror keep track of all that? And as an attorney and a litigator in the courtroom, how do you help them keep track of all that?
Well, it has to be a challenge. I've never served on a jury, and so I can't speak to their experience, right? But I can say I have a notebook full from just one day today, as an attorney who's observing. And so as a lawyer, part of your strategy has to be to make sure that you are hitting your big points in a way that the jury is really paying attention. So even in crafting your questions, those lawyers are at home tonight, brushing up on their outlines for tomorrow and making sure that they're delivering that information in a way that it's memorable and in a way that they're not wasting time with things that don't really matter.
And we should point out, the jurors are taking really careful notes as well. They all have notebooks and they all have folders, and they're getting tons and tons of pieces of the evidence and the exhibits that have been submitted in this case. And they get to collect all that along with their notebooks. They're not allowed to leave the courtroom with it. So they don't take it back to the hotel with them, but they have all that information that they can refer to later on as they are going into their deliberations. I want to mention something else that happened in court today. It was a piece of video that we got to see. And this is video that we've heard about, and actually video that most of us have all seen before. It's the Down the Hill video and Bridge Guy video is what we've heard it referred to as. Video that Libby German took on her cell phone on the day of the murders. Presumably, it appears just moments before the murders took place. State police were able to recover her cell phone. It was actually under Abby Williams' body at the crime scene. They recovered it. They downloaded the video. And this is the video that was put out to the public to ask for help in trying to identify who the murderer was. Today, we got to see really enhanced images from that video, and the jury got to see it too. We're talking about a 43-second video. We got to see that earlier this week. But today we got to see what investigators have been working off of. The sheriff said he has seen this video hundreds of times, and we got to see in that video how they're able to really zoom in to see Bridge Guy as he's walking up behind Abby Williams on the bridge, and they were able to isolate using enhancements and software. They were able to really isolate the audio, get rid of the background noise, to enhance what the words are on there. And so today the jury got to see and hear that inside the courtroom. And I'm going to tell you what they what's said now on there. Again, we could see Bridge Guy much more closely than we have seen before. And Sheriff Tony Liggett, he told the jury what he hears on that video. He hears Abby saying, "Is he right here? Don't leave me up here." And this is when you can see the image of Bridge Guy behind her. And then Libby says, "That be a gun. There's no path here." And then we hear Bridge Guy say, "Guys." One of the girls says, "Hi." Then the man says, "Down the hill." So this is some chilling video again. We've seen it, we've heard it before, but seeing it really enhanced and hearing Abby and Libby's voices it was a moment, I think, that stood out from the testimony today. And it's something that the jury will certainly be looking at closely and presumably trying to figure out, is the man in that video that they saw in courtroom today, is that Richard Allen?
And the defense seemed to go after the enhancement, saying to Tony Liggett, asking Tony Liggett, or trying to point out, you can't really see Bridge Guy's mouth moving when you hear
Oh,
those
that's what I was
words,
just
and
talking
asking
about.
Tony Liggett, is it possible that there could
Yeah,
be somebody else off
it
camera
is.
that we don't see
It
saying those
is.
words? And Tony Liggett saying no, but then that segued into another moment where
I don't know.
Brad Rosie asked Tony Liggett, do you believe Richard Allen acted alone in this case? Tony Liggett said yes. He said, have you always believed that was the case? Tony Liggett said yes. And then he asked him this question, did you ever tell your former boss, Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lesenby, that you thought maybe more than one person did this? And Tony Liggett replied, I may have told him maybe, it's possible. So we had that moment right there.
And what's really interesting about that is we've heard at other hearings and other testimony that for a good portion of this investigation, state police considered that it was possibly 2, 3, 4 individuals. We heard testimony this summer from one of
Go listen. Maybe we'll do this in part 3 or part 2. Go listen to the press conference when they arrest Richard Allen. Even then, you could tell that they think somebody else is involved, or they keep it open. I remember we watched it together, and I was like, "Oh my God, they do think somebody else is involved." They totally kept. They keep it open because they aren't sure. You could tell they are thinking maybe there was somebody else, even after they arrested Richard. Go watch it and tell me what you think. So I think definitely they thought it was a good possibility that there was more than one person. So I wish Liggett wouldn't lie on the stand, because it's going to come back to bite him. Then he's going to look not credible. You know what I'm saying? Instead, just be like, yeah, at one point I did think that, but then I the more evidence I got, I changed my mind. Don't lie, because now it looks like you're a liar. But yeah, I mean, of course, I think all of them did at one point. Even after they've arrested Richard. And good, all saying, I don't think so. I was waiting. I thought Keegan Klein was on the list. Well, we know just because they're on a list, they don't they don't call everybody that's on the list. The state, unless it's the defense are using them, the state rested and they didn't call them. I was waiting. I thought like maybe there's going to be a connection maybe they found a connection between Keegan and Richard or something. Maybe he's going to say something that is going to, help us understand this. But unless if the defense is calling them, but I was under the impression it was going to be the state's witness. Yeah, I guess not. I know, me too. You know me, dude. If we're able to get that video, I will be dissecting the crap out of that. But I don't think they're ever going to release it. Stupid. We're never going to see this. That's what makes me so mad. I don't think we're ever going to see this stuff. I don't think it's ever going to get released. Oh, he is? But the state rested, Sarah. So he's a defense witness? Okay. I thought he was going to be a state's witness. So maybe he is a defense witness. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Then I'm trying to think. So if my whole thing is I was hoping that it would help solidify like some kind of evidence against Richard. So if he's the defense witness, it's not going to have anything about the connection between them two. So yeah, I don't know though. So I mean, but it would 100% be the defense, because the state rested. The defense already had 2 other witnesses up today. So the state's done. I mean, they arrested already. Huh. Well, I don't know. Then it's not going to help us connect Richard with Keegan then, if it's the defense witness.
investigators who said we were thinking perhaps 3 to 5 people committed this crime. And now we're hearing today, I'm assuming the defense is going to bring that up when it's their turn, if they choose to present that portion of the case. But to hear that there's one person with the idea that we've already heard investigators say that many of them believed and they had instructions to be looking for multiple people. who might be the perpetrators in this crime. What's that going to do in the minds of the jury?
Well, that's really tricky evidence to navigate for the defense, especially because they have been precluded from presenting evidence of potential other suspects. And so it's really tricky to have this information and have to dance around it so that you don't violate the court's orders and cause a mistrial, but know that it exists, right? And on the other hand, I think that there's also an opportunity for the defense because we now know that the state is putting all of its eggs in one basket, and that is that Richard Allen is a bridge guy. And so the jury has to decide, is Richard Allen bridge guy? And from what we've heard and what we've seen so far, I don't think the jury is there because even today we were getting questions from the jury about what was Richard Allen's hair like. Because there's that testimony that Bridge Guy had hair.
Brown,
and Richard
poofy
Allen,
hair.
right.
Poofy hair.
And Richard Allen does not. And so the defense is navigating a lot of landmines and ultimately navigating a lot of inconsistent evidence. And I think ultimately it will come together where they'll say they'll rely on that instruction. If the evidence lends itself to two reasonable interpretations, you have to go with the one consistent with his innocence. And so if it's blurry, it's not guilty, right? And so it may work out to their advantage. But on the other hand, if the jury believes that Bridge Guy is Richard Allen, it's game over and the state has met their burden.
Emily and I, we see this through the eyes of journalists when we're in there. You have years and years of litigation experience as an attorney. You've seen it both as a defense attorney. You've been on the other side as a prosecutor. I'm just curious, what are your thoughts and what things really stood out to you?
Well, it was very interesting to have the opportunity to actually be in the courtroom today and to be able to give analysis, having witnessed it firsthand. When you're in the courtroom, it's an entirely different environment. We're just feet away from Abby and Libby's families. We're just feet away from Richard Allen. I was immediately struck by his stature when he came into the courtroom because we've heard all of these awful things. And it's hard to imagine that a man of his size actually committed this crime.
The reaction on your face when he walked into the courtroom and you saw him for the first time. I saw the look on your face and it was one of almost disbelief.
Right. And I would have to imagine that was the initial reaction of the jury. Right. And so to some extent, I'm sitting
what did she
from
say?
the vantage point of a juror because this is not my case. I don't know all the ins and outs. And this evidence I'm hearing today, I'm hearing this for the first time. But what I mainly honed in on as a lawyer today was the strategy of the lawyers to try to get an idea of how they were building their cases. And so some things that stuck out to me, a really big thing was that we didn't hear Richard Allen's statement. We heard them presented through witnesses, which is what we call cherry picking in trial work. Instead of just playing the video, letting the jury hear it, letting them see his demeanor, letting them hear his voice, because they have the audio of Bridge Guy, right? And so wouldn't you want the jury to hear Richard Allen's voice? And the defense made a big deal out of that. They kept calling it the video recording. And so that was interesting strategy on both sides. Another really interesting piece of strategy was during the state's case, when they would ask questions on direct exam, you would think,
But they do end up playing it. So that's the thing. I don't know why they didn't just play it instead of talk about it first, but they do end up playing it. So remember, this is just day 6. This is before they play it. So they do play the interrogations and stuff. So anyway, yeah. So he's going to be a defense, or he is on the defense witness list. They might not call him. They might call him. You don't know, but he is on the defense list. It's not the state, which is, I guess, well, I don't know. I don't know how he's gonna help the defense, but okay. I guess it's just gonna show up another possible suspect, but I thought they weren't allowed. Now that hearing that, it sounds like they're not allowed, which is weird because that when you're a defense, isn't it better to have an alternative theory, an alternative suspect? That's like a better defense. How are you going to deny a defense of that? I don't get that at all. Like, I feel like that's not fair.
Yeah, that was a zinger. They really laid a good groundwork for some solid evidence there. But then on cross-examination, you will realize that they sort of mischaracterized the evidence. So for example,
Yeah, let's
Dolan,
give an example.
yeah, Dolan, the DNR officer, he talked about, he made a really big deal out of Richard Allen changing his profile and his fishing license, changing his height, changing his weight shortly after the murders.
Yes.
And then we learned on cross-exam that that's not really what happened. He changed it back to something that had been there before. So it wasn't as if he was trying to change his identity. He was simply updating the profile in a way that reflected what had been there before. And then the last thing that I thought was a big deal was the objections that we heard. So you have to object to some things to make a record, and you just have to make those objections in case this case goes up on appeal in the event of a conviction. But there are sometimes you have to be strategic about your objections. And so we heard a lot throughout the day beyond the scope of direct exam. And we heard that from the state. And what that really means is the defense should not be talking about that because we didn't bring it up. And so it starts to give a feel of trying to hide things from the jury, because the reality is they can make that objection. And if the judge sustains it, the defense can't go into it, but the defense can recall those witnesses and do their own direct examination of those witnesses. And so why not let the evidence come out right then and there? So the one time the judge overruled it, we learned that they didn't want the jury to know about those sticks that were collected several days later. And so it was just interesting watching strategy and seeing how that's playing into building their cases.
Katie, what did you make of that moment when the state presented the moment they go to Richard Allen's house, they serve that search warrant, and he says, it doesn't matter, it's over. And then we learn on cross-examination that that search warrant was served a few hours after they had recorded this interview. At this point, Richard Allen knows he is a suspect. He's been told that he is a suspect, and, you know, has this idea, you know, then the police pull up 2 hours later to his house. Did you think that made a difference on the cross, the context of that anyway?
I do, because that's another one of those zingers. You hear as a juror that Richard Allen said, it doesn't matter, it's over. And that feels like a confession. And then you realize he is saying that after he's been picked up, after he's been interviewed for 2 hours before, after they've torn his house apart, serving a search warrant. And he's a member of this community. He knows how big this case is. And so you have the weight of the world on your shoulders in that moment as a suspect. That's a natural response. Whatever you're telling me right now, it doesn't even matter, because it's over for me, because you guys think I did this. And I'm not going to be able to convince you I did it.
And the defense pointed out that during that video interview 2 hours earlier, he maintained his innocence over and over and over again.
Right.
Even though they said, look, you're a suspect. Then 2 hours later, there they are at his house. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter. It's over. That's what he says.
Right. I mean, I think that's a normal human reaction. He knows how heavy this situation is for this community. He knows how many resources have gone into this. And now all of a sudden he realizes they think I did this. And he's protested his innocence for hours and he couldn't convince them. And so I think it's a normal human reaction, but it can certainly be viewed as a confession.
Yeah, I saw everyone kind of sit up in their seat when he said, it doesn't matter, it's over. And there was like this moment of recognition. But then on cross, given that context, you can see how they would see it differently. Maybe.
And there was a moment today when it was during a cross-examination when Andrew Baldwin again pointed out, defense attorney Andrew Baldwin pointed out, he said words matter. And he said words matter here in the courtroom and in a high-stakes situation like this. Every word really does matter. Katie Jackson Lindsay, what a pleasure having you in the courtroom with.
Okay. So we'll start. I'll try to do it tomorrow. I'm going to start early, maybe start from 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It'll be 13 by then. I don't know. Is this boring though? Do you think, just going through news clips? Oh. I mean, I feel like I've learned a lot. Of course, Lauren, like watching somebody that's there, like you all have your people. I know some people are watching Andrea. I'm watching Lauren. I mean, you get like a fuller picture, but like this will add like few things that like I still did learn like a few things watching the news clips and then seeing like visuals of the people. I don't know. I like it, but yeah. So maybe Keegan's going to be a defense witness. And I think that's all that I have to say after that. I don't think, did that article say anything more really? Sarah, let me see. Yeah, no, it's just basically, because we know he communicated with Libby the day before, and supposedly it's been said that he was talking about like meeting her on the bridge that next day, which that's still a little fuzzy, but it's so weird though. If that is that is what happened, and then therefore he didn't have anything to do with it, but yet somebody else killed them and he was gonna possibly meet them when he's like a predator. It's just well, when does something like that happen? Like two weird things where like he's a dangerous man if they would have met him and they're talking to him, and then they randomly came across another like predator dangerous guy the same day where Keegan was maybe going to meet them too. We're talking about meeting them. I don't think, for some reason, I don't think, because like all the people we talked to, I think he only met, wait, did he meet any of them? No. The one was actually, wasn't it his girlfriend at one point, and then he like harassed her or whatever? I don't know. Forget, it's been like over a year since I looked into the Keegan stuff. I read those transcripts though. I have like, me and who was it? We read them. Like there's 3 of us and we read them. They're good though. I don't know if he's connected. What do you got? You guys think Keegan has something to do with it? I mean, I know when it first came out, everybody did, but they haven't been able to find anything. So I don't know. I was really hoping they would find some kind of connection. That's what, like, we knew that. I mean, we heard for years since they arrested him. I mean, and from the Frank's memorandum and stuff that they did not have DNA on Richard. So we kind of knew that. I guess you could be hopeful, but kind of already knew that going into the trial. But what I was hoping is maybe that they would find a connection between them, where there'd be some kind of link where we'd be like, like he talked to Libby or Abby, or Keegan set it up, or a link between him and Keegan, or something that would link him to these girls. But I don't know. Not. Yeah, tomorrow I'll try to do part 2, and then I should probably get, I think I'll be able to get to like day 12 tomorrow. And then, yeah, because hold on, we're on day 6. Was that day 6? I want to see something. Yeah, we'll be on day 7. Hold on. No. Come on. Okay, so day 8 would be, I don't know. Yeah, still be a long live, but oh well. Yeah, that's what I was hoping, because like we knew there wasn't DNA, but I'm like, maybe they have something else big, like some kind of link. And then when I heard, like, I thought Keegan was possibly going to be a state's witness, but I guess that never, I don't think that ever was. I guess it was always a defense. I don't know. All right. She left the chat. Who left the chat, Felicia? All right, I'm gonna go. Oh, thanks, Felicia. Oh, cool, Felicia. We got 2 Felicias in here. Oh, cool. Have you checked my Taylor playlist? I had requested the files. They redacted a lot, but yeah. Check out. I think I made a complete playlist. Yeah, because I keep up, like I'll add, like I have everything in a playlist on my videos except ones that I only have a couple videos of a case. But if I have more than a couple, I have a playlist. I have too many playlists, I feel like. Oh, cool, Slow. That's a good one. It's definitely interesting. I wish there was more to look through. I would have loved to have more. All right, guys, I'm going to go. Happy Halloween, everybody. Oh, Texas. Cool, Slow. I'm getting some Wade Wilson stuff that's should be on its way. I would say like within a week I should have it, I would say. So I know there's not much new with it, but it's something that I requested a while ago, been trying to get some stuff. So yeah, I sent the check in and it's ready. So we'll see. And then I don't know, like I'm kind of bored with the cause, but unless it's something like big, I might be kind of done with Wade, unless if there's, interesting updates. But as far as just following the soap opera, I'm probably not going to follow it much longer just because I'm more true crime. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I followed it pretty long and I'm going to do these last things that I did. But if there's like big updates, I will. But yeah. All right. All right, bye, get it. Happy Halloween. Bye, guys. Sarah, you better get ready. We're gonna watch a scary movie. All right, I better go. I have 15 minutes. We're gonna watch a scary movie and eat my non-existent Halloween candy. I don't have any. Like, it's the only rare time in my house that there's no sweets or no candy. We always have sweets and candy, and it makes me so mad because I can't control it. So it's like my addiction, and I'm like, Mom, quit getting it because I have to eat it. But the one time Halloween, I'm looking all over and we're out. I know I could go get it, but I don't want to. So yeah, the one time I actually want it, then it's like an excuse to eat it. Halloween, we don't have any. Because we had trick-or-treaters Sunday and we ran out of candy. All right, bye guys. I'm gonna try tomorrow afternoon, sometime late afternoon to finish this. So come by and we'll have like an early live. All right, bye guys. Sarah, go get ready. I know.